In a luxurious office in Central Plaza, Hong Kong, George Soros is standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking Hong Kong's Victoria Harbor from the window, with a thumb-thick cigar in his mouth, and the lips are filled with smoke. In the misty smoke, his eyes with drooping bags shone brightly from time to time. There is only Soros in this private office with an area of more than 200 square meters. In the eyes of the general public who knows his name and does not know him, he is a mysterious and powerful financial tycoon. In the eyes of friends and opponents, he is a stubborn and the paranoid dictator. In fact, he feels like a child. Sometimes he enjoys the dignity of being aloof. He likes the feeling of being watched and worshipped by everyone. Sometimes he doesn't want the people around him to do everything possible to please him, even for someone. An individual's compliment made him lose his temper. Humans, they are all complicated and difficult to understand, and sometimes they don't even know what they want. Soros muttered to himself, and the beautiful Victorian scenery in front of him seemed to become hazy and unpredictable. Christopher Atkins knocked on the door at this time, and Soros, with his back to his back, caught the cigar and exhaled a puff of white smoke, and slowly said, "How is it? How is the situation outside?" The look on Atkins's face was still so gloomy, but he couldn't see the joy or anger, and said in a blunt tone, "The Hong Kong government has almost all the Hong Kong dollars we sold. It is not only our quantum fund, but Julian Robertson. The Hong Kong dollar sold by the Tiger Fund and other speculative funds are the same. In the past 2 days, all funds sold almost 48 billion Hong Kong dollars, while the Hong Kong government ate 44 billion and stabilized the Hong Kong dollar and its exchange rate. Counting this way, we and Julian will lose more than 3 billion Hong Kong dollars this time. Well, our quantum fund will account for 5 or 6 billion of them." Soros did not turn around, still looking away from the window. "Seaview. Yes, today is the settlement date of our futures contracts. According to statistics, our quantum fund will lose more than 560 million Hong Kong dollars, while the Tiger Fund will lose more than 520 million Hong Kong dollars. Less loss," Atkins said with a deep face. "This time I originally wanted to hit the Hong Kong government by surprise and to have a warm-up match for our total attack next month, but I didn't expect the Hong Kong government to react so quickly." Within 2 days, Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund lost more than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong dollar and its exchange rate futures, but the bosses of the 2 most famous hedge funds on Wall Street didn't care because they raided Hong Kong this time. The purpose is not to make money, but to have a plan. As Soros's most capable assistant, Atkins, who participated in the project throughout the whole process, knew that the 2 big crocodiles, who acted as the leading generals, were designed to undermine Hong Kong's morale. The so-called narrow road meets the brave to win. The morale is first, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Soros and Julian's purpose is to blow the morale of Hong Kong and thwart it. Then the next war will be against them. This side is more advantageous. However, there is one point that Atkins is puzzled. According to our speculation, the Hong Kong government should not be determined to fight us so quickly in such a short period of time, and they used the US dollars and the foreign exchange reserves to buy the Hong Kong dollars. You must know that the US dollar and foreign exchange reserves is the most powerful weapon to defend their financial economy. If the US dollar reserves are less, their power will be weaker. Under the premise that the situation is unknown, especially those small investors in Hong Kong are still there. Looking around, I believe that even China's central government will not make up its mind in such a short time. What prompted the Hong Kong government to react immediately and take up all the Hong Kong dollars we had thrown away? Atkins, do you know that when we started to sell Hong Kong dollars in the market the day before yesterday, the despair of those Hong Kong citizens who bought long contracts? Soros did not directly answer Atkins, but instead proposed another problem. Atkins nodded. "I know, some investors who bought more have committed suicide." Thinking of this, Atkins had to sigh. 2 days ago, those small investors who were long in Hong Kong dollar futures were desperate because a large number of Hong Kong dollars were sold in the market, because as long as the value of the Hong Kong dollar depreciated, their futures contracts would have ended. A sharp knife to life, especially those who have invested most of their wealth through the leverage effect of futures contracts. The debt they have to bear will be difficult to pay off in a lifetime. Individuals who could not accept it ended with suicide. Unexpectedly, on the settlement date of today's contract, the Hong Kong dollar not only did not depreciate, but there was a slight increase, making those who had longed the Hong Kong dollar made a small profit, and those who committed suicide because of this, but died too unjustly. Atkins did not understand why Soros brought up this matter, because following Soros for many years, Atkins knew that he was definitely not the kind of person who used to sympathize with the weak. Just listen to Soros said. At that time, they were holding long contracts everywhere to find people to buy their contracts. However, we sold so many Hong Kong dollars, in the eyes of everyone. The depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar is almost a foregone conclusion. Hit yourself in the foot and do more Hong Kong dollars? At that time, I also hated these small investors who are extremely vulnerable to environmental influences. It was a waste of effort. But things are so strange. There are people who are really willing to buy long-term futures contracts. Although the purchase price is only a fraction of the original contract price, the sum of these is not a small sum. Atkins heard the clues and asked, "Is the same organization buying those contracts?" "No, it's a contract transfer transaction between private individuals," Soros said indifferently. "But I think those retail investors should follow the orders of a certain institution or someone to buy these contracts." At that time, I was faint. I feel that our warm-up match this time may not be as smooth as planned, really. Impossible. If the Hong Kong government secretly bought those contracts, it would mean that they understood our purpose when we first started to sell Hong Kong dollars. But this is impossible. If they had already known our plan, and will not buy contracts from those small investors, doesn't this mean that the interests of the people are searched on oneself? If people know, the credibility of their government will be destroyed. Soros smiled. I also guess that this will not be the work of the Hong Kong government. Atkins frowned and said, "That's someone else. Is it ours?" "But it shouldn't be. If it's ours, how can you know that the Hong Kong government will respond immediately? Stabilize the Hong Kong dollar." Squeezing the cigar in the ashtray, Soros sat in a chair and said, "He is a man who understands our purpose and knows how the Hong Kong government will react. He also bought small investments at a low price. From the perspective of the futures contract of the author, this person is also a cruel person, and he is not tired of extra kindness at all." Atkins was stunned. Soros said lightly, "But he can understand the motives here and accurately infer the reaction of the Hong Kong government. I am afraid that even Soros and Julian can't do it. Otherwise, the Quantum Fund and Tigers the Fund will not lose money either. What kind of person would he be with such an almost magical talent? There are also some experts we don't know." Soros leaned on the chair. His smile on his face couldn't tell whether it was worry or expectation. "This man, in this warm-up match between us and the Hong Kong government, the profit should be at around 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. It's almost the same as our loss, but this person's ability to understand the financial market is really amazing." "Then which side do you think he will be on?" Atkins asked nervously. "Is he from Hong Kong? Or is he a speculator who just wants to profit from the troubled waters?" Soros looked up slightly at the exquisitely decorated ceiling, as if he was saying to himself, "It would be better if he was just a speculator who profited from it and would not participate in the war, or it would be better if he simply joined us. I am afraid that he is from China. This kind of person who does things by all means and has a clear purpose is the most terrible. Moreover, once a person with this talent enters the war, it will add many variables to our current battle." Atkins was overwhelmed with surprise, not because of the mysterious man's talent, but Soros' reaction at this time. Having been with Soros for so many years, Atkins has never seen Soros like he is now, with excitement and fear, and anxiety and anticipation. This is obviously a match for opponents, or even encounters even more than himself. The complex emotions that his opponents can only appear, even in the face of Julian, who is called by the outside world to be on par with Soros. Soros is not like it is now. In Atkins's impression, the only situation where Soros has experienced this kind of emotion is when he encountered Warren Buffett, who is called the stock god by the world. It's just that Warren Buffett's business rarely overlaps with Soros or Julian. Otherwise, it would be a wonderful financial war. "Atkins, you helped me make an appointment with Julian. I think he should also want to meet me now," Soros said, pulling back Atkins' confused thoughts. Atkins nodded and left the office to contact Julian Robertson. Soros turned around and looked at the spectacular ocean view outside again and muttered, "Who is it? I really want to meet him." Cheers. Zhou Hao, He Shuyun, Song Jiahao, Willie Worth and a group of employees held up their champagne in the office of the Star River Investment Company on the Central Landmark Plaza, all with a very excited look on their faces. It was celebrating the victory of this short two-day battle. The Hong Kong government, represented by Zheng Yingquan, listened to Zhou Hao's suggestion and used billions of dollars from the exchange fund to sell the Hong Kong dollar maliciously sold by hedge funds, such as Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund. Interest rates and exchange rates also caused Soros and Julian to suffer a loss. As the main force in this battle, the Hong Kong government and Soros and others, the former did not make much profit, and the biggest gain was to stabilize the linked exchange rate system, while the latter lost more than 3 billion Hong Kong dollars on the Hong Kong dollar and its interest rate futures. These snipes and clams competed, and Zhou Hao, a fisherman who was on the outside, made a profit of more than 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, which was similar to the losses of Soros and others. Ding, ding, ding. Zhou Hao tapped the rim of the wine glass with a small spoon, which caught the attention of the employees. The cheerful employees immediately knew that the boss had something to say, and they all quieted down consciously. Everyone, this time a short-term transaction that only lasted 2 days. Our Xinghua had a total of 3.235 billion Hong Kong dollars. To be honest, this figure is nothing in our past transaction history. The employees below all laughed. Indeed, compared with the previous financial transactions conducted by Galaxy, the profit of more than 3 billion Hong Kong dollars is not much. Zhou Hao raised his hand and pressed it, and smiled again. But the symbolic meaning this time is extremely exciting, because we are fighting against the Quantum Fund led by George Soros, and Julian Robertson is controlling it. The Tiger Fund, the two financial predators who dominated Wall Street, we defeated them. Yeah. The employees screamed in excitement, both men and women, and their blood was boiling, and they wanted to rush to the battlefield to kill the enemy and make merit. Although they only won a small victory this time, and it was the Hong Kong government who made a lot of effort in it, it is indisputable that they did win the battle with the Quantum Fund and the Tiger Fund. Up to now, those who can stay in the Galaxy Investment Company or can be selected and dug from other places are top financial talents. These people naturally know the status of Soros and Julian in the financial market. A fascinating legend, even a kind of belief, is also the idol of many of them when they are studying financial economics. What is more exciting than defeating your idol? Under Zhou Hao's leadership, they actually played against their idols and won, which is even more happy than they have made a huge fortune. But gentlemen and ladies, don't be so happy, Zhou Hao said sternly, because this is just the beginning. Next, we will face a fiercer and more protracted financial war involving the stock market, foreign exchange market, futures market, and even in areas such as the property market, more funds are invested and the risks are greater. I want to ask everyone, do you have the confidence to win? Yes, everyone shouted without hesitation. Very good, Zhou Hao smiled. What I want to tell everyone is that in the next battle, whether it is victory or defeat, we will leave a strong mark in the world's financial history, and we will become people like George Soros and Julian Robertson who made history and write history. Come, to the history we have made. Cheers. Cheers, everyone shouted and drank the alcohol in their hands. In order to prepare for the upcoming battle, I will give you a vacation in these 2 days. In these 2 days, I hope you will try not to touch any financial-related things, but relax and play as much as you want, so that you can completely relax. Once okay. It is good. When he returned to the office, Zhou Hao sat on the executive chair and sighed. It seems that I really don't have the potential to be a leader. No, it won't work if I just talk for a while. He Shuyan stood behind him, massaged his forehead gently, and smiled. You still say you don't have the potential to be a leader? You see that the employees of the company are provoked by you. It is the same as doping. I think you are not only a leader, you can be the leader of a cult. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and waved his hand, remembering the way the employees below were excited and shouting at him just now. It really smelled like a cult. Song Jiahao, who was opposite, also smiled and said, Manager, don't you know that the employees below admire the boss the most? If the boss really engages in a cult to let them join, I think they will not hesitate. Zhou Hao smiled and ignored the guy's jokes, but looked at Willie Worth, because Willie Worth blushed after drinking, which was completely different from his usual style. In normal times, Willie Worth is taciturn and doesn't like to drink. Even in the company's large-scale celebrations, 2 sips are already the limit. But just now, he even drank 5 or 6 glasses of champagne, and the excitement in his eyes was completely different from the silence of the past. Williams, this time I have the upper hand in the hand with Soros and Julian, you are very happy. Zhou Hao smiled. You can't take it lightly. This time we have mental arithmetic and unintentional. But since from now on, I think Soros and the others have more or less aware of our existence, they will be more cautious in their actions, and their offensive will be more fierce. Willie Worth nodded solemnly, but the inner excitement in his eyes did not abate. How? Xinghe has already been registered on the BVI side, just waiting for us to transfer ownership. He Shuiyan said. Zhou Hao nodded. You can't wait for this, Jia Hao. Willie Worth, you have to be careful about this. Xinghe was originally a securities company registered and established by Zhao Yuqin in Xiangqing. Later, in order to cooperate with Zhou Hao's investment activities, it moved to Hong Kong for offshore registration. The ownership of the company also belonged to Zhou Hao. Companies registered offshore are a special kind of existence that can evade various taxes to a large extent and are subject to much looser supervision. If it is a general financial investment, the Xinghe registered in Hong Kong can also cope with various situations. However, as Zhou Hao's business becomes larger and larger, it becomes more and more sensitive, even involving Indonesia and Russia. The Galaxy relationship is no longer suitable for staying in Hong Kong because of the political struggles of the United States. Whether it is to avoid suspicion or for future investment to be more flexible and mobile, the Galaxy relationship is not suitable for staying here in Hong Kong anymore. Zhou Hao originally wanted to register in Brunei, because in his previous life he knew that Brunei's policy on offshore registration of companies is very loose. Most taxes don't have to be paid, but the annual management fee is a bit more expensive, but they allow the company is a single shareholder and can protect the confidentiality of shareholder information, and its supervision is not strict. It is indeed the first choice for tax avoidance. However, Zhou Hao later learned that it would take more than 2 years for Brunei to start the financial policy of housing. So after discussing with Zhao Yuqin, He Shuiyun, and Willie Worth, Zhou Hao had no choice but to go back and choose the British Virgin Islands, which is BVI. Most taxes can also be avoided there, and other policies are similar to Brunei, but they are a bit farther away. He Shuiyun said, after registering on the BVI side, Xinghe has also formally transformed into an investment fund. Zhou Hao smiled. It seems that in the future, in addition to the Quantum Fund and the Tiger Fund, another Galaxy Fund will be added. Willie Worth said with joy. This day is not far away, boss. I believe that our Galaxy can definitely become comparable. No, it should be said that our Galaxy can definitely surpass Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund and become the financial world, the most famous fund in China. You are very caring. Zhou Hao smiled. But I don't care about this name. After all, the more famous, the easier it is to become a target. Don't worry, boss. Even if we are famous, we can still keep the fund secret. Willie Worth said with confidence. The Quantum Fund is an offshore registered fund, which does not accept the United States at all. In addition to the supervision of the Quantum Fund, outsiders know the reputation of the Quantum Fund. Unless the people inside the Quantum Fund come out to expose it, it is difficult to know the true situation inside. Zhou Hao waved his hand, because these things were not what he cared about most. At this stage, he was most concerned about the battle that had already begun. He said to Song Jiahao and Willie Worth, you two also have a holiday, but you can't do the same with the employees below to avoid contact with finance. After all, if there is any news, you still need to pass on it. The market was closed for these 2 days, and Zhou Hao and others had a rare free time. So Zhou Hao wanted his people to take this rare opportunity to relax, so as to better meet the upcoming hard fight. He Shuiyun handed them a check separately. Here is 100,000 US dollars, and it is considered your 2-day consumption. Thank you, manager. Song Jiahao laughed with Willie Worth. The employees are going on vacation, and the 2 big bosses, Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun, naturally have to take a break. After leaving the office, He Shuyan took Zhou Hao to the mall below to buy some daily necessities for him. However, when they took the elevator to the 5th floor, a foreign man in his 50s or 60s who walked in caught the attention of Zhou Hao and He Shuyan. Although this foreign man is just an ordinary old man in the eyes of ordinary people, Zhou Hao and He Shuyan recognized this guy because this man is Julian Robertson, who is called the Tiger of the financial world. In fact, Julian Robertson's appearance is not outstanding. At first glance, he looks similar to an ordinary American old man. The suit on his body that is known to be a high-end suit makes him different from ordinary people. If it weren't for someone who has a special research on investment and finance, I believe that even if Julian Robertson stood in front of him, he would not know that this is a super rich man with a net worth of more than 10 billion US dollars. Especially in Hong Kong, non-entertainment characters like Julian or Soros, as long as they leave the cover of the magazine, no one will recognize them even if they walk on the street in a swagger, without the troubles of those entertainment stars. And Julian Robertson seemed to enjoy this kind of role-playing very much, and his eyebrows rose, and he looked very happy. Zhou Hao and He Shuyan glanced at each other, both tacitly pretending not to recognize him, but stood silently behind him. Zhou Hao thought in his heart that even Julian had come to Hong Kong in person, and that this unpredictable battle might be more intense and unpredictable. But in his previous life, he heard that although Soros and Julian are two big beasts on Wall Street side by side, they often cannot pee in a pot, and sometimes even secretly do something to fight for benefits. Huh? Isn't this Miss He Shuyan, the big daughter of the He family? A greasy woman's voice pulled Zhou Hao's thoughts back, and followed the sound to look at the source of the sound, only to see the woman who was next to Julian, hugging Julian's arm intimately. As soon as I saw this woman, Zhou Hao felt dumbfounded. Compared with Julian's low-key, this woman seemed to attract more attention. At least, as soon as this woman appeared in a public place, it would immediately attract reporters. Because she is the kind of entertainer who is very eye-catching. Although Zhou Hao has never been in contact with this woman, she has some connections with Zhou Hao and He Shuyan. In the previous life, the reason He Shuyan and Su Jinxing finally divorced was to a large extent on this woman, who was Li Jiesin. But now due to Zhou Hao's intervention, the fate of He Shuyan and Su Jinxing has also suddenly changed 180 degrees. He Shuyan, of course, got rid of the shadow of the Su family as soon as possible and broke up with Su Jinxing, and Su Jinxing became a de facto eunuch because of Zhou Hao's revenge, and he was cut off from Li Jiesin. At this time, Li Jiesin was hugging Julian's arm very closely and unusually, which was completely different from her usual cold and proud image in front of the media. Just now, when she and Julian entered the elevator, she didn't pay much attention. It was through the smooth and shiny elevator door that she saw He Shuyan standing behind her. Today's He Shuyan is very different from the previous Mrs. Su's image. He Shuyan is seen in a high bun, with a pair of fine gold glasses on his slender face and a beige executive suit, full of intellectual charm. He Shuyan saw Li Jiesin look at her with arrogant and contemptuous eyes, even with a taste of demonstration. It's no wonder that Li Jiesin, after getting together with Su Jinxing and making the relationship semi-public, many media and people commented that she is 1,000 miles away from He Shuyan in appearance, temperament, or talent. Su Jinxing is often in front of her. He said that He Shuyan was not, but Li Jiesin could see that when Su Jinxing slandered He Shuyan, it was inferiority and helplessness that appeared in the depths of his eyes. Su Jinxing also liked He Shuyan, but he didn't get the favor of He Shuyan to fill the void with her. So after Su Jinxing became a waste person, she kicked him away without saying a word, without any nostalgia. From outside comments to Su Jinxing's wrong words, Li Jiesin is extremely jealous of He Shuyan, especially in her eyes. He Shuyan is born noble. There is no need for them to do everything they can to get into the rich. When I was with Julian, I ran into He Shuyan. How could Li Jiesin let go of this opportunity to exhale and raise eyebrows? He Shuyan has always had no affection for these shameless actors, but he would not be rude, nodding tepidly and smiling. Hello. Li Jiesin glanced at Zhou Hao again. Her eyes were very arrogant, because she is very familiar with many rich people in Hong Kong and the Pearl River Delta. After all, there is no way to tell who will become her potential customers. Among the wealthy people she knows, Zhou Hao is not the number one, and Zhou Hao is tall and handsome. So her first impression of Zhou Hao is the little white face raised by Hishuyun. However, after a while, she recognized Zhou Hao as the Mr. Z who had been heated up. Although she was a little surprised, she was even more sure that Zhou Hao was the little white face raised by Hishuyun. She just heard her chuckle and said, "Isn't Ms. he who doesn't like people in our showbiz all the time? Why now?" She also deliberately looked at Zhou Hao a few times, which means that Hishuyun is nothing, but it's the kind of male thieves and female prostitutes. Please pay attention to your words. Hishuyun's soft and polite face sank suddenly, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. If Li Jiasin ridiculed her, Hishuyun would not be so angry. She has a way to deal with these women. But what Li Jiasin said clearly meant that Zhou Hao was the kind of male prostitute who betrayed his hue. When Zhou Hao was involved, Hishuyun would not be so polite. Li Jiasin was happier after seeing the anger between Hishuyun's eyebrows, and he covered his mouth and smiled. My words? What's wrong with my words? This should be the famous Zi Jun. Isn't he in the entertainment industry? People? And Mrs. Su. Oh no, it's time to call you Miss He. Are Miss He and Mr. Z's boyfriend and girlfriend? Haha, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your relationship. Zhou Hao frowned. This Li Jiasin was really an unforgiving master, and he arrogantly rose next to Julian. Huh? Michelle, these two are your friends. Julian also noticed the conversation between Li Jiasin and Zhou Hao, but he didn't understand Chinese like Soros, so he didn't know what Li Jiasin and the others were talking about. But when he turned around to see Hishuyun, Julian was surprised and couldn't help but admire. My God, what a noble and beautiful lady. I didn't notice you miss you when I just came in. Michelle, please introduce me to your two friends. Witnessing Julian's amazing look when he saw Hishuyun, Li Jiasin felt gloomy again in his heart, resenting how Hishuyun could steal his limelight every time. However, Julian couldn't afford to offend him, so she had to honestly introduce him. Mr. Robertson, this is Miss Hishuyun. He is the daughter of Macau, He Hong's son. Oh, it turned out to be Stanley's daughter. I only visited him the other day. Why didn't I see you at that time? Julian smiled enthusiastically. Zhou Hao knows that He Hongsen's English name is Stanley, and when he heard that Julian had met He Hongsen some time ago, Zhou Hao had to pay attention, because He Hongsen is just as ambitious as Julian or Soros. To say that financial speculators like Soros Julian have harmed many people through speculation, but He Hongsen has run casinos for decades, and countless people have been ruined because of him. If you really want to count who has committed the most sins, He Hongsen is better than Soros and others. And the contact between Julian and He Hongsen had to remind Zhou Hao of this financial war. If He Hongsen were also involved, the situation would be more complicated and changeable. Seeing Zhou Hao's frowning expression, Hishuyun immediately guessed Zhou Hao's thoughts. But for He Hongsen's feelings, Hishuyun is now much more indifferent than before. Even if Zhou Hao really wants He Hongsen to become nothing, she will not there be any more psychological baggage. At this time she smiled slightly at Julian. Because my father and I don't meet very often, I didn't have a chance to get to know you, Mr. Robertson, and didn't expect my father to know the big boss of Tiger Fund. Since Hishuyun is He Hongsen's daughter, Julian was not surprised to recognize Julian, and his gaze shifted from Hishuyun's face to Zhou Hao. This is my boyfriend, Zhou Hao. Hishuyun introduced, neither humble nor overbearing. Li Jiasin, who was next to Julian, immediately added, Zhou Hao can be regarded as a person in the entertainment circle, and he is more popular than many big stars. Oh, Julian raised an eyebrow. There are many people and things you can come into contact with in the entertainment circle, but it's a good place to exercise. But, Ms. He, do you also have investment projects in the entertainment and media industry? He said that the entertainment industry is an exercise place, but Julian is insinuating that the entertainment industry is a big dirty tank. Hishuyun shook his head and said with a smile, Zhou Hao is not a person in the entertainment industry. He is the same type of person as you, because he is also a professional in the financial field. Huh? Is there such a thing? Julian heard the words and looked at Zhou Hao a little more interested, but the contempt in there was even greater. As the saying goes, if it is a talent in other fields, Julian may still respect some. But in the area of finance, he is already a top person, and he will not treat Zhou Hao as an unknown person. In the eyes, Just like the Uranus superstars in the entertainment industry, they rarely take those slogans into their eyes. It is precisely because Julian is a leader in this area that he didn't care much about Zhou Hao, the known nameless man. On the contrary, he was puzzled about where he could actually climb. Of course, he didn't know that Zhou Hao hadn't climbed the He family at all. On the contrary, he brought He Shuyun out of the He family. Naturally, He Hongsen would not tell Julian about this kind of family shame. While Julian was still waiting for Zhou Hao to show respect for him, a financial leader, and pretending to be noble, Zhou Hao didn't speak again after shaking hands with him. His posture was more reserved than Julian. Julian couldn't help but yelled Zhou Hao as elm bumps in his heart. It is also expected that this kind of incomprehensible guy will certainly not have a good future in the financial world. Li Jiasin has been in contact with many wealthy people and has developed a pair of eyes to see and see. From Julian's slightly changed look, he can see that he is dissatisfied with Zhou Hao. While secretly proud, he also deliberately smiled at He Shuyun. It's better to have a chance encounter. Let's go have a drink. Anyway, Mr. Robertson and I are a little tired from shopping. He Shuyun looked at Zhou Hao and agreed to Li Jiasin's invitation when he saw that he had no objection. So a few people came to a chic and sentimental bar in the landmark to take a break, and Zhou Hao also saw several men and women also walk into this bar after them. There were white, black, and yellow people. Although these guys were in groups or alone, they looked no different from ordinary guests. But Zhou Hao noticed that these people were paying attention to Julian's side consciously or unconsciously, and the seats they were sitting on were surrounded by them. Sure, who is around Julian? Even Zhou Hao found at least 3 positions to shoot at himself. As long as he moved slightly, at least 3 pistols would attack him at the same time. So these people are obviously Julian's bodyguards, and like Gu Pingyan and others, they should all come out of the army. This situation is not surprising, because Julian is not only a super rich man with a net worth of over 10 billion, but also because of his financial operations, he must have provoked many enemies, such as those countries in Southeast Asia that have been hit by the financial turmoil. I am afraid that many people want this tiger head. It's just that Julian's bodyguard is not as ostentatious as Soros, which can see the difference in behavior between the two. The stocking milk tea here is very good. Is Mr. Robertson interested in trying it? Zhou Hao smiled. Julian also smiled. Well, I wanted to try Hong Kong's very famous stocking milk tea a long time ago. This small bar not only has a variety of different flavors of coffee, but its stocking milk tea is also very authentic. It is very famous here in the landmark, but it is now during work hours, so there are fewer guests. Julian tasted it and praised. The taste is really good, Zhou Hao. Miss, he said that you are also engaged in finance. Then you work in a securities firm or an investment bank? Investment bank. Zhou Hao answered honestly, because Xinghe is indeed an investment bank, not a securities company. Which aspect did you invest in? Venture capital or something else? Julian laughed while tasting milk tea. Although Julian's tone was very peaceful, much like a small chat between friends, Zhou Hao could feel the arrogance in his bones, but Zhou Hao still smiled and replied, venture investment. Then Zhou Hao, you have to consult Mr. Robertson. He is the helm of the venture fund on Wall Street, as famous as Soros. Li Jiasin said with a smile on his face. I know Mr. Robertson's deeds and have read his autobiography. Zhou Hao cocked his legs and put his hands on his knees. Li Jiasin thought to himself that you didn't know it, and smiled. Oh, so you know Mr. Robertson for a long time, and even read his autobiography? Then you must be familiar with the legendary deeds of Mr. Robertson's life. Up. With Julian's status and wealth today, he is no longer the kind of person who is complacent because of his small achievements. But being able to stand in front of 2 beauties is also very pleasing, and the corners of his mouth are not slightly tilted. When he got up, a faint smile overflowed. Zhou Hao glanced at Li Jiasin for a while, thinking that this woman really has 2 brushes to please men, but it sounded like a girl in a brothel to please the guests, and it was very distracting. Yes, Mr. Robertson has some classic investment cases in the past. When I was studying before, my classmates also talked about them and respected Mr. Robertson very much. Zhou Hao laughed. The smile at the corner of Julian's mouth grew stronger, and Li Jiasin also looked at He Shuyun triumphantly and almost said, Look, your man is too far behind my man. However, Seeing He Shuyan still tasting tea in such a quiet and tranquil way, it seemed that Zhou Hao was the only one in his sight, and Li Jiasin was not moved by Li Jiasin at all. I heard Zhou Hao continue to say, I personally admire Mr. Robertson's value investment concept. No matter how restrained Julian is, after hearing Zhou Hao's words, he couldn't help but shook his eyebrows, and his perception of Zhou Hao was much better. After all, what makes people happy than others praising your most proud work? However, I don't agree with Mr. Robertson's investment style. Zhou Hao changed his words. I have studied Mr. Robertson's past investment cases and found that Mr. Robertson has a bad habit when investing. That is, he is personal. Likes and dislikes have too much influence on his investment behavior. To be honest, Mr. Robertson often invests entirely based on personal preferences. Julian's face became stiff. It's not that Zhou Hao was wrong, but Zhou Hao was too right. Although Julian didn't want to admit it, whether it was some traders in the Tiger Fund or some enemy friends outside, they often said that he invested when I was too paranoid and obsessed with my own likes and dislikes. It's true that Mr. Robertson's personal analytical skills are top-notch even in the world. Most of the projects he is optimistic about have great development potential, and when the news of which project Mr. Robertson is optimistic about goes out, that project, no matter it is good or bad, it will always attract everyone's attention. Julian did not speak, but Li Jiasin was unwilling to be lonely. Zhou Hao, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that Mr. Robertson's success is due to fluke? Humph. Do you know how many times Mr. Robertson has done it in his life? Is it called a miracle project investment? It's because Mr. Robertson, the Tiger Fund, which had only $8 million in registered capital, now has more than $20 billion in capital. All of this is the credit of Mr. Robertson. Dare you say this? Also a fluke. Li Jiasin has also worked. Julian's background and experience. Knowing that this seemingly ordinary old man is actually a giant who can turn the tide in the international financial market. A little white face, in Zhou Hao district dares to provoke Julian like this. Li Jiasin was both contemptuous and happy, wishing that Zhou Hao completely offended Julian so that he was so happy. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao was not a little cowardly in front of Julian, but was calm and calm. He didn't rush to explain when he heard Li Jiasin's deliberate instigation. He even nodded and smiled. Yes, in my opinion, Mr. Robertson has invested many times. Lucky factors account for a large part of the success of the behavior. Before Julian could speak, Zhou Hao looked at him and said, in fact, when investing in this thing, it is difficult not to mix my personal feelings into it. Just like me, as long as I can scratch Japan or South Korea, no matter it is, I will not let go of any opportunity. Even if it is a non-profitable harming others' behavior, as long as the other party is Japan or South Korea, I am willing to do it, because these two countries are very annoying to me. However, there must be a degree in everything. It is good to have self-confidence, but nothing is too late. Listen to the opinions of others and try to avoid the situation of arbitrarily acting. It is good for both individuals and the company. In many cases, too, it is not good to be arbitrary. Julian's face was already very gloomy at this time. If these words were spoken from top figures like Warren Buffett or even opponents like Soros, Julian wouldn't feel too uncomfortable even if he didn't humbly accept them. But in Julian's eyes, Zhou Hao is an obscure little person, which is like a dragon without a line to teach Anthony Hopkins that his acting skills are not enough. Li Jiasin, who was next to him, was very happy, secretly saying that this living treasure is so cute. I am afraid that only Zhou Hao would dare to criticize the founder of the Tiger Fund. I saw that Julian's eyes suddenly burst into a terrifying light. He squinted at Zhou Hao. The smile on his face was very cold. Then with your opinion, how can it be improved? In all fairness, your personal abilities are extremely strong. I am afraid that even George Soros is slightly inferior. Zhou Hao seemed to have not noticed Julian's gloom and talked freely. But the Tiger Fund has now reached a bottleneck. If not timely reform, I am afraid that we will go downhill next. Then what do you think should be reformed? In the current situation of the Tiger Fund, the funds it can mobilize are indeed very large. After leverage, it can even have an influence of more than $100 billion. But the ship is difficult to turn around. Such a huge amount of funds is inherently difficult to control. Plus, Robertson, you often don't listen to your subordinates' advice. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "So now the Tiger Fund situation is like the Titanic. Even if you know that there is an iceberg ahead, it's hard to turn." You turned. Titanic was still a movie released last year. At that time, Zhou Hao went to each other with the confidence around him to enjoy this classic love movie. With Zhou Hao accompanied to watch this kind of super tear gas film, even if it is a mature superwoman like Zhao Yuqin or a naturally optimistic girl like Yang Jiabao, they cried in a mess after watching it, not to mention Yan Qingqing or Wang Shijuan's sentimental nature. The girl out. But, of course they enjoyed an emotional feast. Zhou Hao is miserable, because watching 2 or 3 times can be said to be a revisit. But Zhou Hao accompanied the women to watch more than 10 times. Even the movie, the lines and dialogues of the heroes and heroines in the movie can be memorized. Regarding this world-famous love movie, Julian has been 60 years old, but he has accompanied his lover to watch it once, and he naturally knows the plot inside. Now that Zhou Hao said that the Tiger Fund was like the Titanic, the ship had to turn around in a disaster. Knowing that there was an iceberg ahead, Julian couldn't help but get angry. He snorted, "If my Tiger Fund is really a ship, then it is not an oil tanker, but an icebreaker. Even if there is an iceberg in front, I can smash it to pieces." Zhou Hao didn't speak anymore, just looked at Julian with amusement. Julian's face suddenly blushed, because Zhou Hao just said that he was stubborn and unable to accept other people's advice. No, although Zhou Hao's words were sharp, they were not without the intention of advice. Julian refused as always. The arrogant and domineering personality is present. "Mr. Robertson, the waves of the sea are hard to predict, and the financial market is more ups and downs than the sea. Even Buffett, known as the stock god, dare not assert invincibility." Zhou Hao is still so calm and calm. Moreover, at the turn of the century, many things are undergoing rapid development and change, including the financial market. The old operating methods of you and Soros have fallen behind. If you don't fight for change now, keep pace with the times. Flexibility, the Tiger Fund and the Quantum Fund, the 2 most famous ships on Wall Street, are just around the corner. Not to mention He Shuyun, who is smart and well-informed. Even Li Jiasin felt that at this moment, the status of Julian and Zhou Hao seemed to be reversed. Previously, Julian was a great figure above all else, while Zhou Hao was just an unknown pawn. Julian didn't talk to Zhou Hao with an equal attitude from the beginning. But now, Zhou Hao has unknowingly turned to the active position, and every move of the tiger, Julian is more or less caught by Zhou Hao's nose. And Zhou Hao's remark just now is not alarmist, because in the original history, Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund began to decline in 2000 after the Asian financial crisis, especially Julian's Tiger Fund. Because of Julian's series of investment failures, the assets of the Tiger Fund have shrunk from more than $20 billion in its heyday to $6 billion, which is not enough. In the end, it ended up in liquidation and bankruptcy. "Julian, I can only keep more than $1 billion. To be a wealthy man who is not considered a prominent person will no longer have the power of being in all directions in the stock market." Although Julian is by no means a kind person, he and Soros are after all legends that Zhou Hao has admired in his previous life, and now it's a matter of doing everything to remind him. But Zhou Hao didn't really want to help Julian and his Tiger Fund tide over the difficulties, because he was familiar with Julian's character. Just like most other high-ranking people, they never like to be splashed with cold water on their heads when they are most proud of themselves. The so-called good medicine is the most bitter, and the truth is the most unpleasant. Zhou Hao expected that Julian would definitely not follow his advice. He was a kind of stubborn rock that didn't hit the south wall and didn't look back, so there was no need to worry that he would change his strategy, which would cause any variables to this financial war with Hong Kong as the battlefield. Julian also figured it out. The iceberg Zhou Hao mentioned earlier is probably the Hong Kong he has to deal with now. He also subjectively thought Zhou Hao was warning him not to attack Hong Kong again, otherwise it would be a shipwreck. The ending. He. I can't see it. You guys were so good at giving offenses, I was almost shaken by you. Julian suddenly sneered. "I think you are not working in a venture capital company, and it's the Hong Kong government or the people of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange." Julian, who thought he had the same joints, let out a big sigh of relief at this time, because Zhou Hao's tone and eyes had a strange charm when he said that, as if it would make people convince him without knowing it. Julian's always cold and iron heart was inevitably shaken, which made him inexplicably fearful. Of course, Julian didn't know that Zhou Hao was a master in martial arts who reached the realm of translating meaning into form. His mental power was so powerful that ordinary people could hardly imagine it. He inadvertently brought this mental power in his words and deeds, which made it easy for people. Can't help but convince him. I saw Julian move his hips and leaned more comfortably on the wicker chair. He thought he could see through everything and sneered at Zhou Hao. Now you and I know what's going on in the financial market. We talked to Hong Kong. It's unavoidable that you're going to persuade me to get out and leave on your own. You're too high on yourself. Zhou Hao didn't expect that this tiger, who was dominating the stock market, would think of it so far. He couldn't help but smile. The financial crocodile George Soros, and now the stock market tiger Julian Robertson, have come into contact with him. I also found that they are not as mysterious and unfathomable as the rumors. On the contrary, there are obvious character shortcomings. To put it bluntly, these two people are just old men with talents and control of huge funds. They were not in their previous lives. It is people who have deified these two speculators a lot after experiencing the Asian financial turmoil. He spread his hand and said, I don't mean to persuade you to leave. Marx said that capitalists are not afraid of hanging after seeing 300% profits, and the leverage of your Tiger Fund and Quantum Fund is at least it's 8 times the profit. Even I won't let it go. Then what's the purpose of what you just said? Julian asked again. It's just a reminder. If this can convince you, then you are not Julian Robert. Ha 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 ha. Young man, I am more and more interested in you. Julian squinted at Zhou Hao. I know that I work in the government's financial department or the stock exchange. There are a lot of them. A little carelessness will touch the boundaries of the law, which is not interesting at all. Otherwise, how about you come to my Tiger Fund? I can consider letting you be the manager of my Asian Regional Investment Department. Fixed the annual salary is $2.5 million plus commissions. In other words, even if you fail to do a single business in the whole year, you can still get $2.5 million in salary. Li Jiesin took a breath, because she knew that this is a dream job for any financial professional. Although after a long period of communication, Li Jiesin has also gained a lot of wealth from many rich people, and even her current net worth is several hundred million Hong Kong dollars. But she also knows that the investment managers of those big funds are all it is not difficult for a fat and oily rich man to earn $100 million in a very good year. Just like Christopher Atkins, the general manager of the investment department of Quantum Fund, he can earn hundreds of millions of dollars every year. From the bottom of her heart, she prayed that Zhou Hao would not agree, because she didn't want He Shuyun's man to stand out. Mr. Julian, thank you very much for your appreciation, but I am very sorry. I can only appreciate your kindness. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. Li Jiesin over there also secretly relieved. Julian continued to stare at Zhou Hao for a while, and finally shrugged. If you don't want to, just forget it. But let me remind you that in this battle, like anyone else, I will not be merciful. You must be careful. That's a bit. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. If you buy any stocks or futures in Hong Kong, let them go now. Otherwise, it will be unsightly if you go bankrupt one day. Especially don't hurt Miss He. Thank you for your advice. Zhou Hao smiled slightly and found that this old man was also cute sometimes. Without saying a word, Julian got up and left. Li Jiesin took a deep look at Zhou Hao and He Shuyun and quickly followed. The bodyguards around also left. He Shuyun took a sip of milk tea and smiled at Zhou Hao. As the saying goes, gold will shine everywhere. I didn't expect Soros and Julian to invite you to their company one after another. If you let people outside know, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble, especially those headhunting companies. I am afraid they will treat you as their prey. Zhou Hao was also a little dumbfounded, but Soros and Julian were very knowledgeable. I'm thinking now, did Lu Wanhong hook up with Julian? Zhou Hao said with his chin propped up. This Li Jiesin was originally Su Jinxing's lover, and later followed Lu Wanhong. But now he is so close to Julian. According to me, look, it's not that simple between Lu Wanhong and Julian. Also, your father He Hong's son and Julian seem to be cooperating too. Alas, it's tricky. He Shuyun held Zhou Hao's hand. Just do what you think you should do. Anyway, I have nothing to do with them. If he really colludes with outsiders to harm his country's interests, no one will pity him. Zhou Hao knew that she was letting her put aside her psychological baggage. After all, the financial market had already set off stormy waves at this time, and a little hesitation would be the end of ship destruction. Facing such a thrilling battle, Zhou Hao couldn't help being distracted. "Don't worry, I know the importance." Zhou Hao patted He Shuyan's hand. The melodious music suddenly sounded, but it was He Shuyan's call. He Shuyan took out a look and smiled at Zhou Hao. "It's that girl Jianying. Why did she call me?" After saying that, she put the phone to her ear. "Jianying? You have something to do with me? Well, right. Drink something with me." Yes. I'm already busy. Okay, let him talk to you." Then He Shuyan handed the call to Zhou Hao and said with a smile, "She is afraid of interrupting your work, so she dare not call you directly." "Silly girl." Zhou Hao chuckled softly and said to Situ Jianying on the phone, "What's the matter, my eldest lady? Do you want to eat Bingji's wonton noodles again? Let me pack it back for you." Situ Jianying on the other side said, "What do you think of others? Do you only know how to eat? I'm in trouble with Shijuan." "Trouble? What's the matter?" Zhou Hao also put away his joking mentality, because Situ Jianying knew that she and Wang Shijuan were secretly protected by people with Pluto around her. If something troublesome happened, Situ Jianying could also let them help. Since all the calls were made to Zhou Hao's side, it meant that the trouble could not be solved by the Pluto guards. Shijuan said she wanted to buy some prose and lyrical novels from Hong Kong, so today I accompanied her to the Sanlian bookstore. Situ Jianying explained, but it didn't take long before we met Lu Mingwei. That guy, Shijuan is not clear about that guy's real face, and thought he was a gentle and polite brother. I was afraid that it would arouse Shijuan's suspicion, and I didn't let the guards get that guy away. What should I do? I just met Lu Luanhong's mistress, Li Jiesin, and now Lu Mingwei has come out again, and he obviously hasn't given up on Wang Shijuan. The incidental encounter with Wang Shijuan in the Sanlian bookstore was clearly his intention. Of course Zhou Hao didn't. We'll be happy. Speaking of it, the Julalu fire that was directed by Zhou Hao to deal with Lu Mingwei has not yet subsided. Because of the resolute testimony of Sango and others, and the company's accounting of Chinese real estate, there are indeed some problems. So Hong Kong Law, the political office, formally charged Lu Mingwei. Although Lu Luanhong has prepared a very professional team of lawyers for this purpose, and even prepared people who can commit crimes for Lu Mingwei's future is still not optimistic. The court has opened, and both the prosecution and the defense have listed a lot of evidence. The situation is basically in a balanced state. It is not clear whether Lu Mingwei will be convicted in the end. The next court will be opened in half a month, and Lu Mingwei he was also on bail, and his passport was collected by the police to prevent him from absconding. Zhou Hao did not expect that at this juncture, Lu Mingwei would still entangle Wang Shijuan with all his heart. It seems that this guy can't stay, and the plan for their Lu family should be speeded up. Zhou Hao said to himself. The Sanlian bookstore where Wang Shijuan and the others are located is on Queen Victoria Street in Central. He Shuyan knew that Zhou Hao was going to act as a flower protector and was not his light bulb, so he drove back by himself. Sanlian bookstore is one of the largest and most famous chain bookstores in Hong Kong. It has a rich collection of books and good services, as well as many out-of-print literature books in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Wang Shijuan loves literature, so there is nothing wrong with where he wants to go on Taobao. Before coming to the bookstore, Zhou Hao made a phone call before walking inside. He quickly found Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan and Lu Mingwei, who seemed to be discussing literature in front of the bookshelf over there. With their backs to Zhou Hao, neither Wang Shijuan nor Lu Mingwei saw Zhou Hao come in. Situ Jianying hurriedly took Zhou Hao's hand and snarled at Lu Mingwei's back, without hiding the disgust on his face. Seeing Lu Mingwei, who was chatting with Wang Shijuan happily, Zhou Hao also frowned. Previously, Lu Mingwei deliberately ran to Xiangqing in order to get close to Wang Shijuan. He also wanted to create a series of plots of heroes saving the United States, but he failed because of Situ Jianying's detection. Also because Lu Mingwei never showed up at that time, and in order not to burden Wang Shijuan, neither Zhou Hao nor Situ Jianying told her these things. Therefore, Wang Shijuan, who is of pure character, always thought Lu Mingwei was a gentleman, a courteous gentleman. However, Zhou Hao had already sentenced Lu Mingwei to death in his heart. Not to mention that this guy hired a killer to try to assassinate himself not long ago, and because he wanted Wang Shijuan badly, Zhou Hao couldn't keep him. At this time, Lu Mingwei was discussing with Wang Shijuan about the modern female writer Lin Huayin's essays. It can be seen that Lu Mingwei also has good accumulation and knowledge in literature. It is right to put it, and it really has the taste of literary youth, which makes literature lovers. Wang Shijuan was attracted by his topic. As soon as Zhou Hao approached Wang Shijuan and Lu Mingwei, a man suddenly stopped him with his hand and looked at Zhou Hao with full alertness. At first glance, he knew that this person was Lu Mingwei's bodyguard, but he was far different from those of Dong Chunlin and Gu Pinggan. Huh? Sanlian Bookstore still has protected cultural relics here. Don't let people approach it. Zhou Hao smiled. Hearing Zhou Hao's voice, Wang Shijuan, who was originally immersed in the literary topic with Lu Mingwei, immediately withdrew his mind. When he turned around to see Zhou Hao, his face immediately showed surprise. But seeing that man stopped Zhou Hao, her delicate and beautiful eyebrows lightly frowned. Lu Mingwei noticed that Wang Shijuan frowned and was surprised at her inadvertent coquettishness, but also secretly screamed. He didn't want Wang Shijuan to think of himself as the kind of domineering rich man. Therefore, even though he was extremely disgusted with Zhou Hao, he had to pretend to be angry and scolded himself with a bodyguard. "What are you doing? That's Shijuan's friend, get out." The bodyguard stepped away angrily. Wang Shijuan immediately walked over and grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and said softly, "Why are you here? Aren't you busy with work these 2 days?" It can be seen that Wang Shijuan is very happy with Zhou Hao's arrival. The heartfelt joy that exudes is like a flower blooming under the spring sun, completely forgetting the existence of Lu Mingwei, as if only Zhou Hao is left in the whole world. Lu Mingwei looked surprised and jealous. "Just finished. I heard Jianying say that you are here in Central. I will come to see you." Zhou Hao smiled, and then looked at Lu Mingwei over there, the smile on his face still bright. "Oh, Mr. Lu, it's also a coincidence." Wang Shijuan didn't know about the festival between Zhou Hao and Lu Mingwei, and said with a smile, "Yes, it's a coincidence. I ran into Brother Mingwei when Jianying and I were reading here." "Zhou Hao, you don't know. It turns out that Brother Mingwei, I also studied literature when I was in university. Just now he said he would give me a collection of out-of-print essays by Lin Huaying." The claim of Brother Mingwei sounds very harsh to Zhou Hao. It seems that Lu Mingwei wants to approach Wang Shijuan as brother first and then pursue other purposes. He may even want to find someone to assassinate Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao really had any surprises, he could use the name of this brother to comfort Wang Shijuan and take advantage of the futility. Wang Shijuan is simple and kind, but how can he guess Lu Mingwei's sinister intentions? Zhou Hao's smile remained the same, but his gaze at Lu Mingwei was a little colder. This man, scheming and tactics are much stronger than Su Jin's voice, especially when it comes to treating women. He knows how to do what he wants and is good at trying to figure out the psychology of girls. If it were not for his own reasons, Wang Shijuan would really be taken aback by this guy. Wang Shijuan, in his previous life, probably didn't get a response from his many years of love and affection, and finally married him under Lu Mingwei's method. "Since Shijuan called your elder brother, I was the same year as Shijuan, so I should call you brother." Zhou Hao's smile looked very sincere, like his eyes, but the emotions revealed in his eyes were as cold as frost. Lu Mingwei naturally knew that Zhou Hao would never really make friends with himself, but in front of Wang Shijuan, no one could tear his face. He smiled and said, "Hee hee, let's each make our own friends, but you can also call me Brother Lu." "Brother Lu, do you have a collection of out-of-print essays by Lin Huaying?" Zhou Hao deliberately smiled. "Shijuan likes literature very much. If you really give it to Brother Lu, then I really want to thank you for her. Will you send someone to us?" The muscles at the corner of Lu Mingwei's mouth twitched slightly, because he originally planned to invite Wang Shijuan to his house with the reason of sending a book. But Zhou Hao's words completely ruined his plan, and he could not refuse in front of Wang Shijuan. I can only smile and say, "Of course it's okay. I'll send it to you later." "Thank you, Brother Lu. We still have things. It won't prevent Brother Lu from reading here. Goodbye." After that, Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying and turned and walked over there. Wang Shijuan waved to Lu Mingwei and hugged Zhou Hao's hand intimately, chatting with him happily. Situ Jianying also quietly looked back at Lu Mingwei's expression and then leaned into Zhou Hao's ear and smiled. That guy must be so angry that the 3 corpses are exploded now. Lu Mingwei looked at Zhou Hao, who was leaving with the 2 daughters, and the anger in his eyes was also blazing, and the collection of essays in his hand was also wrinkled by him. The bodyguard next to him was also a look-in-seeking person. Seeing his master's appearance in anger, he leaned in and said, "Mr. Lu, should we find someone to teach him?" Lu Mingwei gave him a slap in the face. The killer he hired before could not hurt Zhou Hao anymore, and he still didn't know what the result would be, let alone those bodyguards who were not very capable. He waved his hand and hummed, "Let's go." Accompanied by his bodyguards, he had just walked out of the door of the bookstore and was about to get in the car, but suddenly a figure appeared next to him. He firmly grasped Lu Mingwei's hand and pulled him into the back alley next to him. Before Lu Mingwei could react, he was pushed against the wall. He immediately took a heavy punch in his lower abdomen. The pain made him shrunk like a shrimp, but he was immediately grabbed by the other party and his hair was picked up and shown on the lower abdomen. 2 more punches came. Heh! Suddenly receiving a heavy blow, Lu Mingwei vomited out his bile. After a few sighs, he had time to see clearly that the person who attacked him was actually a bereaved dog. Happy, my eldest son Lu." The lost dog sneered sullenly and pinched Lu Mingwei's chin severely. "I said you rich people are really hearted. First of all, they told me to set the fire, desperately trying to get rid of my relationship with me. Now that I am a taint witness, how dare you send someone to kill me?" Lu Mingwei's face changed color. When the bereaved dog was originally in custody, he paid for the people in the jail and wanted to get rid of the bereaved dog in the jail in order to get rid of the witness who was most unfavorable to him. However, after the court was open, the mourning dog could be released on bail awaiting trial, just like Lu Mingwei. So Lu Mingwei opened a dark flower on the underworld with Lu Wanhong's acquiescence, allowing those desperados on the underworld to hunt down the mourning dog. Even if the mourning dog dies, his biggest beneficiary will be suspected, but the mourning dog is a gangster in the underworld, and his enemies are too many to count with both hands. As long as there is no evidence, the police can't help Lu Mingwei. Recently, however, he received news that the 14K, one of the 3 major societies in Hong Kong, wanted to protect the dog from death. Thanks to the protection of the 14K, the dog was saved. For this reason, Lu Mingwei also entrusted 2 uncles on the road to negotiate with Enlongji of the 14K, but Enlongji flatly refused. For such a powerful organization like the 14K, Lu Mingwei still didn't dare to completely offend him, so he had to temporarily relax the hunt for the bereaved dog. He did not expect that the bereaved dog would emerge at this time. "What are you talking about? When did I send someone to kill you? Don't slander me." Lu Mingwei stiffened his neck. The mourning dog grabbed Lu Mingwei by the collar. "I can see the faces of you people thoroughly. Lu Mingwei, let me tell you, don't expect me to change my confession. My nickname is not for nothing. I will kill you. Hey, let go of Mr. Lu." Lu Mingwei's bodyguard also rushed over and took out his pistol. The mourning dog received a letter from a 14K person saying that Lu Mingwei was here and came here to find him just to beat him up. If Lu Mingwei let the bodyguard shoot him to death in the name of legitimate defense, then it's too wrong. Just about to turn around and escape, Sango saw that the bodyguard paused for a while and then fell softly. I was greatly surprised. Sango took the bodyguard and looked at him. He deliberately lifted him with his toes. Finally, he squatted down and touched the bodyguard's neck. He felt his pulse still beating. Then he was sure that this guy was just fainted. Although I don't know why this bodyguard was suddenly unconscious, the bereaved dog didn't care about this problem at all. After thinking about it, he took the gun from the bodyguard and returned to Lu Mingwei, who hadn't recovered yet. Ian smiled and said, "Hey, Mrs. Lu, your bodyguard wouldn't be like you drunk too much and made his body imaginary." Lu Mingwei had just been punched by Sangu, and he has not recovered yet. After all, he is spoiled and spoiled. So how can he bear the fist of Sangu, who has been on the underworld for most of his life? At this moment, he bitterly looked at the bereaved dog arrogantly in front of him and said coldly, "What do you want? I tell you, deliberately hurting people can also be sentenced to severe punishment. Prince Lu, when it comes to this law, I am more familiar with the bereaved dog than you. so you don't need to worry about me." The bereaved dog shook the gun in his hand. "I lost my dog and got out of me. You have been prepared since the day you lived as a gangster. But you, Mr. Liu, are different. You still have tens of billions of assets in your family waiting for you to inherit. You are destined to be a rich man in the upper class from birth. Hey, you are the finest porcelain, and my bereavement is just a rotten crock tile. I won't suffer when this crock tile touches white porcelain." Listening to the words of the mourning dog, Lu Mingwei was really scared. He knew that a person like the mourning dog could do anything if he was pressed, not to mention the fact that the mourning dog had suffered his life before, just because of evidence. The shortcomings were only released. With his resentment towards himself now, it is not surprising that he wants to kill himself. Lu Mingwei immediately softened. "Brother Sangu, don't be impulsive, calm down. Let's talk about something, okay? If you kill me, you won't be able to leave. Talk. What else is there to talk about? I won't be fooled by you again." Sangwa smiled viciously. "But don't worry, I won't kill you now, because I want you to follow me. Go to jail like a rotten pot. Daddy Lu, you don't know what it's like to go to jail when you grow up like this. Hey, that's an interesting experience. Also, how do you say I lost my dog with you, Daddy Lu? For a master and servant. Even if I enter, I will definitely apply to be transferred to your prison where Mr. Lu, and take good care of you." After speaking, the lost dog put away the pistol and kicked and punched Lu Mingwei. He has more fighting experience than Lu Mingwei eating, and he naturally knows where the pain is the most painful. Lu Mingwei has suffered a lot. At the end of the loss, he kicked Lu Mingwei's right knee fiercely. "What?" Lu Mingwei let out a stern scream, and the piercing pain told him that his right knee had been crushed. You have money and you can buy any organ for transplantation, but the knee can't be cured. Daddy Lu, you can taste the feeling of being a lame." Sango smiled proudly. Then he looked around and ran away in a hurry before no one noticed the situation in the back alley. On the other hand, Lu Mingwei hugged his knees, rolling back and forth on the ground in pain, with tears on his face, and the screams made his scalp numb. He knew that at this time, he was really going to end up with a disability, because a broken kneecap is extremely difficult to cure. After all, no matter how rich he is, he can't promote the remarkable development of medicine. And Lu Mingwei would never know. Just opposite the exit of this alley, in a black Mercedes-Benz sedan, Zhou Hao was looking at Lu Mingwei in the alley with cold eyes. Sitting next to him was Situ Jianying, and Wang Shijuan was there early in the morning. He was sent home by Zhou Hao. That mourning dog is really cruel. Now Lu Mingwei is really going to become lame. Situ Jianying was also looking at Lu Mingwei in the distance, with a gleeful smile on his face. "But you? Chunlin's marksmanship is so accurate that he can hit 100 shots at such a long distance." Dong Chunlin in the front driver's seat smiled and said, "It's a small point. Shooting non-moving targets at this distance, let alone me. In the past, any soldier in our reconnaissance company could do it." It turned out that when Lu Mingwei's bodyguard wanted to stop the betrayal, Dong Chunlin fainted him. He used a special anesthetic bullet. This anesthetic bullet melted into the body without causing any trauma to the human body, and the effect was extremely fast. It can make an adult man unconscious within 2 seconds and never wake up afterwards. Hard to find any traces. The mourning dog was also called by Zhou Hao to inform Enlongji before entering the Sanlian bookstore. The reason why the 14K wanted to protect the mourning dog was also Zhou Hao's private confession to Enlongji. The 14K, under the rule of Enlongji, a genuine MIT graduate, has obvious signs of corporatization in the operation of its associations, and the transactions may have changed a lot from all previous methods of settlement by force. Development has also accelerated a lot. Today, 14K has an investment principal of more than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in Zhou Hao's Galaxy, and also benefited from the investment of Galaxy, which has brought abundant returns to Enlongji. Moreover, Enlongji, who was born in a professional class, also admired Zhou Hao's talent in the financial market. So he had to do everything he could to explain to Zhou Hao, in order to get closer to Zhou Hao. Glancing lightly at Lu Mingwei in the alley, Zhou Hao said, "You don't need to be merciful to this kind of people who don't know good or bad, not to mention that he is looking for someone to chase and kill the bereaved dog. I want to teach him a little lesson this time." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Dong Chunlin could not help but secretly gossip because of his murderous style. Lu Mingwei paid the price of a leg for this little lesson, and he also vaguely knew that Zhou Hao would never die. By letting off Lu Mingwei in this way, it can be seen how Zhou Hao will end up if he provokes him. Fortunately, I am from the chief's side. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Dong Chunlin said to himself in his heart, and at the same time, under Zhou Hao's instructions, slowly started the car and ignored Lu Mingwei over there. Boss, they have started, and they have dumped Hong Kong dollars on a large scale in the market. When Zhou Hao and Su Lin were having breakfast, Song Jiahao suddenly called. At the time, Zhou Hao was looking at today's financial newspaper, which reported that the U.S. stock market had further weakened. The Dow Jones Index even dropped by nearly 300 points at the close. Japan's stock market is also in a mess. Coupled with the financial turmoil on the Asian side, it can be said that the entire international financial market is bleak. At this moment, Julian and Soros once again launched an attack on Hong Kong, and this day was August 5, 1998, which was also the day when the financial war in history officially started. Listening to Song Jiahao's report on the phone, Zhou Hao thought in his heart that history seemed to have returned to its original history. Before Soros and the others had a warm-up match with Hong Kong in July, Zhou Hao meant today's history. It has been completely changed due to my arrival and intervention, but now it seems that the track of history has slowly returned to the original development line. However, no matter how the history develops, Zhou Hao is ready to meet all challenges. After all, he is no longer the little figure in his previous life who will not cause any disturbance even if he dies. He is qualified to meet all challenges. Also have that confidence. What's the matter? Seeing Zhou Hao answered the phone, the girls frowned deeply and couldn't help asking. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. The battle has started again. Haha. If it was the opener at the end of July, this time it was head-on. All the women know that Zhou Hao is now busy with financial affairs, especially He Shuiyun and Su Lin. He Shuiyun only heard He Shuiyun say, "The market in Hong Kong has not yet opened. If Soros and the others start to sell Hong Kong dollars on a large scale now, there will be a plunge in the stock market from the beginning." It's possible. Zhou Hao deeply believes that. And he also knows that the scale of the sale of Julian and others will never be smaller than that of the previous few days, and it may even have passed, and the Hong Kong government will not fully follow it is still unknown. The two little girls, Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan, don't know much about financial matters, but they can also feel the gloomy atmosphere of Hong Kong these days when they go shopping outside. In order to understand Zhou Hao, the two women have been reading books and news about finance and economics in the past 2 days, so they still know some of the financial knowledge. Wang Shijuan asked worriedly, "How? Then do you need to do something?" However, Zhou Hao spread his hands and smiled and said, "Everything to be prepared is ready, and the settlement day in Hong Kong is August 28th. Everything will not be finalized until that day. What can I do?" Su Lin gave Zhou Hao a blank look. "I haven't seen you so careless. You have invested tens of billions of dollars in there. If the Hong Kong government loses to the other side in this battle, I'm going to ruin my family if I'm afraid." Holding Su Lin's hand with a smile, he kissed the delicate and white skin on the back of his hand. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "If I become a pauper, then I can simply let you support me." Said I was the little white face you raised. You think Xiao Bai Lian is so easy to do because they make hard money. He Shuiyun also blocked Zhou Hao. The two women naturally knew that Zhou Hao would not be a pauper, because even if his tens of billions of dollars were gone, there would still be investment from Russia, not to mention that Polaris and Tianhe did not rely on Xinghe funds to maintain their operations. Yes, with these two large groups, Zhou Hao will not have to worry all his life. Wan Zhou Hao's companies are gone, and Yin Tong's Tongguan Catering Group is also a large-scale enterprise with assets of tens of billions of yuan. Zhou Hao can still go back to become a rich second generation. Wang Shijuan didn't know so much inside information. When Su Lin said about the risks of this investment, he seriously said, "Zhou Hao, don't worry. If you really lose all your money, I can also support you." For the article I published on Young Guards, the cost of the manuscript has been returned, which is more than 2,000 yuan. If I work harder in the future, it will be no problem to maintain a basic life. Youth Guards is an influential half-monthly magazine in southern China. which publishes articles by young authors. It has a very good reputation in the industry and sells well in the southern region. Seeing Wang Shijuan's charming and serious look, Zhou Hao was moved in his heart, touched her head, and smiled. "Silly girl, I'm joking. No matter how poor I am, I can really be the soft rice king without a waist." Under Zhou Hao's almost doting pity, the smile on Wang Shijuan's face became more innocent and coquettish. As long as she was with Zhou Hao, she would not mind whether life was rich or poor. After a warm breakfast, Zhou Hao and He Shuyun went to the office of Galaxy. Although the current battle mainly depends on the confrontation between Hong Kong and Soros and others, Zhou Hao could not do nothing after all. In the event of unexpected changes, he always tries his best to make the situation develop in the direction he wants. How is the situation? As soon as Zhou Hao entered the office, he sat at his desk, and He Shuyun immediately helped him organize the information. Willyworth handed him a piece of data and explained, "So far, the Hong Kong dollar sold by the other party has exceeded 10 billion. Just after Hong Kong opened, the Hang Seng Index plummeted by more than 300 points. The foreign exchange market is also very unstable, and the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government has not yet expressed any opinions or actions." What are they doing? Zhou Hao frowned, because at this time, the Hong Kong government should eat the Hong Kong dollars sold by the other party as soon as possible, because the longer the delay, the outside speculation about the policies of the Hong Kong government and even the central government. There will be more and more, and the adverse effects on Hong Kong stock and foreign exchange markets will be greater. With the Hong Kong dollars sold by Soros and others, the Hong Kong government should use the exchange fund and the land fund. These two are decided by the chief executive Dong Jianhua and the financial secretary Zheng Yingquan. A consensus has been reached, and the malicious selling of those international speculators will follow one by one. How can something change now? Song Jiahao said at this moment. "I have received news that many people in the Hong Kong government seem to oppose the use of the exchange fund and the land fund. A few days ago, Secretary Zheng used these two funds to buy more than 40 billion Hong Kong dollars in the market. Many people from the Hong Kong government have already raised questions." Hearing this, Zhou Hao's brows frowned more tightly, and the doubts in his heart became even greater, because at this critical juncture, maintaining consensus is very important. If you can't even unite yourself, then others will defeat Hong Kong. The government is even easier. Seeing Zhou Hao's brows furrowed, Willyworth also disgusted those officials who disagreed. He said, "They all oppose the decisions of the chief executive and the financial secretary on the ground that the exchange fund and land fund are fundamental to the Hong Kong economy and cannot be used casually. Now Chief Executive Tung and Secretary Zheng are afraid of causing a rebound from those officials, so temporarily suppressed this resolution." Although Zhou Hao was not in the game, he knew that the relationship was complicated and it would never be so easy to straighten out. I don't know if this happened in the original history. He thought of the offensive steps of Soros and others. Pressing harder, Hong Kong stock and foreign exchange markets are in precarious conditions, so I can't help but hate. A mediocre official has missed his country. It's a mediocre official who has missed his country. He Shuyun was also puzzled by the attitude of those officials and said, "In this situation, anyone who is sensible should be able to see the severity of the situation. If you hesitate further, Hong Kong's economy will really collapse." "Willyworth, is there anything else inside?" "Manager, you guessed it right." Willyworth nodded. "Since the government has this kind of disagreement, I have secretly sent people to investigate the officials who opposed the most fiercely. I also found that they had been with He Hunsen in the past 2 days. Lu Luanhong or Su Jiaming have met, and a few have been very close to the British government before the return of Hong Kong. I am afraid they are the remnants of the British government in Hong Kong." Bang! Zhou Hao slapped the table fiercely. Judging from this situation, He Hongsun, Lu Luanhong, and Su Jiaming are all connected with Soros, especially Su Jiaming, who had secretly formed a private overseas fund, joined the opponent's camp. "Okay, very good." Zhou Hao almost gritted his teeth. "Since they don't know what the righteousness of the country is, don't blame my ruthless men. Zhou Hao, prepare the car. You and I will go to meet Chief Executive Dong and them. Xin, you and Willyworth stay here and sit behind." So Zhou Hao and Song Jiahao came to the Hong Kong government and informed Zheng Yingquan. At this time, Zheng Yingquan was studying countermeasures with Chief Executive Dong and other assistant consultants in the chief executive's office. Hearing that Zhou Hao was about to come, Zheng Yingquan sent someone to greet him immediately without hesitation. Chief Executive Dong knew Zhou Hao's background. He had met him a few times before. He was very curious about Zhou Hao, a young but energetic Junyan. He also heard Zheng Yingquan talk about the battle in previous years. Hao suggested that the government eat up all the Hong Kong dollars sold by Soros. Zhou Hao took Song Jiahao into the office without being polite. He asked straightforwardly in the first sentence, Chief Executive Dong and Director Zheng, what are you going to do? Can you eat the Hong Kong dollars that the other party sold out? Zhou Hao's straightforward opening made Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Ying a little unprepared, and the assistants or consultants who were present saw such a young man so direct and approached Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan with a nearly questioning attitude. They couldn't help being stunned. After all, it is not a private discussion, so Zheng Ying carefully considered the language and said, our government's foreign exchange reserves and land funds add up to hundreds of billions of Hong Kong dollars. It is no problem to eat the Hong Kong dollars sold by the other party. However, our government does this. Many people on the side oppose the use of the exchange fund and land fund, saying that this will shake the foundation of Hong Kong's economy. They're bullshit. Zhou Hao fiercely waved his hand, gritted his teeth, and said, if the offensive of Soros and Julian is not contained now, it will be the root of Hong Kong's economy. The people present, even Dong Ti's capital, were shocked, and they dared to criticize those officials who disagreed with dissenting views for being bullshit. They felt that Zhou Hao was too tough. The corners of Chief Dong's mouth turned up, and immediately thought that he was a member of the party who could not detract from his image, so he quickly suppressed the smile. However, Chief Executive Dong admired Zhou Hao's straightforwardness very much, because he himself was extremely disgusted with officials who arbitrarily oppose him. But for the sake of the overall situation, he could not use tough methods to push them all down. As the first chief executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government, he has to deal with the remaining forces of the British government while also making Hong Kong a smooth transition. Chief Executive Tung is facing pressure that outsiders can hardly imagine, especially the decision this time. Not a small number of officials joined forces to oppose, and immediately caused Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Ying to restrain themselves. I heard Zhou Hao say, you should all know the current situation. You know how much the stock market in Hong Kong has fallen, and the situation in the foreign exchange market is not optimistic. If this continues, then there is no need to argue anymore, because Hong Kong's overall economy has collapsed, and it's no use arguing. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, one of Zheng Yingquan's assistants couldn't help but speak for Chief Executive Dong in them. This gentleman, although I don't know who you are, you don't understand the inside story. Please don't put all the blame on it. Chief Executive Tung and Chief Zheng are also very embarrassed. Hong Kong's economy is now facing an extremely severe situation. Why don't the Chief Executive and Chief Zheng want to save the water and fire? But those officials who disagreed said that the Chief Executive was in it endangers Hong Kong's economy. He also said that if the Chief Executive uses the exchange fund and land fund, they will file a complaint with the central government. What do you ask the Chief Executive and Director Zheng to do? They also have their difficulties. At this time, Zhou Hao's anger towards those mediocre officials had calmed down a bit, and his mood had calmed down. After taking a deep breath, he said to Zheng Yingquan, Uncle Quan, it seems that you have a good subordinate. Zheng Yingquan gave the assistant a glance, but he was also a little touched. After all, every leader would like to see the support of his subordinates. They want to file a lawsuit to the central government, so let them go and see what the final result will be. Zhou Hao smiled, because he knew that the central government supported Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan's decision-making. The current situation in Hong Kong must be clear to the central government. The reason why Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan have not dealt ruthlessly with the opposition is that they have not yet received a clear attitude from the central government and dare not act rashly. In the officialdom, the most important thing is to figure out the true meaning of the superior. If you act recklessly before you clearly understand the meaning of the superior, or if you misunderstand the attitude of the superior, it is often bad. With this in mind, Zhou Hao also guessed the concerns of Chief Executive Dong and Zhang Yingquan. After all, Hong Kong has received attention from all over the world not long after its return. Any mistake may be infinitely magnified, especially this is Hong Kong's first government team. The pressure is even greater. In fact, Chief Executive Dong, you don't have to worry about it. Zhou Hao said, I think the central government will definitely support your decision. What you have to do now is to cut the mess quickly and stop Soros as quickly as possible. They're offensive. Chief Executive Dong and Zhang Ying are all aware that Zhou Hao is the son of Mr. Zhao, and it is not surprising to know some wind directions on the central side, so the credibility of what he said is still very high. But the central government has not given us clear instructions yet. Chief Executive Dong frowned. Knowing that he still had concerns, Zhou Hao shook his head. Then ignore the attitude of the central government. If the opposition of your government changes its attitude, can you make a decision to mobilize the exchange fund and land fund? This is okay. If the government can reach a consensus, the effect will be different. Zhang Yingquan said. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and said, well, I will help you balance those opposition parties. You should stabilize the stock market first. Otherwise, once the stock market crashes, it will take a lot of effort to save it. After a pause, he said, if you believe me, then don't hesitate anymore. Chief Executive Tung and Zhang Ying looked at each other. It is impossible for them to mobilize Hong Kong's huge reserve fund based on Zhou Hao's words. After all, this matter is of great importance and cannot be arbitrarily decided. It's just that Chief Executive Dong and Zhang Ying all know that Soros can't let Soros sell the Hong Kong dollar maliciously and remain indifferent. They originally had that idea. Now they are persuaded by Zhou Hao, and they are more determined. Old Dong, do it, you can't delay any longer. Zhang Yingquan gritted his teeth and said. Chief Executive Dong also nodded heavily and immediately ordered the assistants and consultants present to carry out this resolution. Song Jiahao, who was next to Zhou Hao, also hurried over to help under Zhou Hao's instructions. Then Chief Executive Dong raised his head and asked Zhou Hao, what can you do to convince those opposition parties? I think they may have an interest relationship with a certain party. Otherwise, it is impossible to oppose so resolutely for no reason. Zhou Hao sneered. If those are good officials, then of course I won't use excessive means, but unfortunately they are not. Fortunately, this is Hong Kong. Your politics is more enlightened than the domestic ones, so I can let go of my hands and feet. I did it. But it won't happen if it's in the country. After all, as long as the party makes up its mind, not many people will dare to confront it. Hearing what Zhou Hao meant, it seemed that he had to use extraordinary means to deal with those opposition officials. Chief Executive Dong was worried. Zhou Hao, you have to grasp the importance. At this critical period, a little bit of trouble can make big waves. Zhang Yingquan over there said, Old Dong, just because it's a critical juncture, let's not let those guys mess around. The so-called strong medicine is used to cure severe illness. Sometimes, tougher methods are necessary. Looking at these two high-ranking officials who will be in charge of Hong Kong for more than 10 years, Zhou Hao felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that Zhang Yingquan, who is usually tepid, would be very tough once he gets angry. He smiled. If you want to go smoothly, you two have to cooperate with me. Next, Chief Executive Dong and Zhang Yingquan used their power to disregard the opinions of the opposition and secretly mobilized funds to eat the Hong Kong dollars sold by Soros and others. At that time, a senior official of the Legislative Council was being interviewed by TVB to comment on the current Hong Kong financial crisis. The young and beautiful female host of TVB asked him, Dr. Leong, there is news that the government intends to use the exchange fund and land fund to deal with those speculative funds that are maliciously speculating on the Hong Kong dollar. What do you think of this? I saw Mr. Leong shook his glamorous suit and said to the camera, the government does have this plan, but I and a large number of other colleagues think this is not a wise choice. We are also in the Legislative Council. Officially objected to it because we believe that using Hong Kong's exchange fund and land fund is tantamount to giving money to George Soros's gang. The government thinks that buying the Hong Kong dollar that the other party sells can save the situation. In fact, this idea is wrong. Do you think people are just shorting the Hong Kong dollar? Moreover, once the exchange fund and land fund are used, Hong Kong's economy will be shaken at all. As long as Soros and the others spot this opportunity and make a sharp blow, Hong Kong's economy will inevitably collapse. However, now that the Hong Kong dollar has been sold in a large amount in the market, Hong Kong's stock market and foreign exchange market have been greatly affected. The hostess said, "From your opinion, Mr. Leung, what should the government do to reverse this situation?" "What?" Mr. Leung touched his chin and said, "The only feasible way now is to increase the cost of speculation by Soros and the others through interbank interest rates and raise interest rates as before, so as to effectively reduce our Hong Kong loss." And just when TVB interviewed senior officials like Mr. Leung, their opposition put more pressure on Chief Executive Tung and Zhang Yingquan. The news program on ATV also opened, but ATV did not respond to the current situation. What comment was made on the financial situation of Hong Kong, but a series of news that could stir up the entire Hong Kong? The news reporter of Asia TV said in a rigorous tone, "Hello, everyone in front of the TV. This reporter has just received the news that the Hong Kong Independent Commission Against Corruption has received evidence that several current officials of the Legislative Council used their powers to accept benefits." Related staff also revealed that the Independent Commission Against Corruption has already investigated these cases. Because the amount of benefits received by the officials involved in the case is huge and the impact is extremely bad, the Independent Commission Against Corruption attaches great importance to this case. It is reported that the ICAC Commissioner Tang Chulian has conducted urgent consultations with the chief executive and has also sent the special personnel investigated this case. The host in the TV news said solemnly, "This reporter has been confirmed by the Independent Commission Against Corruption." The officials involved include the current Legislative Council member Liang Yusheng, known as the Voice of the Citizen, and He Fu, Director of the Bureau of Commerce and Economic Development. Lan Su Longhang, Deputy Director of the Housing, Planning and Lands Bureau, and so on. The broadcast time of this news program of Asia TV happens to be the same as that of Wuxia TV's interview program, which is obviously to be against TVB. And Mr. Liang Yusheng from TVB has just finished criticizing Chief Executive Tung and Zhang Yingquan's plan to use the Exchange Fund and Land Fund. ATV has exposed the news that he has been investigated by the Independent Commission Against Corruption. This is not only aimed at Liang Yusheng, but also Wireless TV also has the meaning of the tip of the needle. The shocking news revealed by ATV at this time. Even Liang Yusheng, who is the person involved, didn't even know. When the ICAC team led the team to the TVB live room, Liang Yusheng was still talking to the camera. It has been widely commented that Zhang Yingquan advocates using Hong Kong's reserve fund to ignore the vital interests of the Hong Kong people. What are you doing? I am Liang Yusheng. I am a member of the Legislative Council. When the ICAC guy was about to handcuff Liang Yusheng shouted, "You have no right to arrest me. I have personal immunity. None of you have the right to arrest me without the permission of the Legislative Council." Seeing that the head of the ICAC officer showed two certificates with the badges of the ICAC and the Legislative Council respectively, he sneered to Liang Yusheng, "Mr. Leung, you better cooperate. These two are our ICAC and your legislation. The arrest permit that will be expelled has the autographs of our director and your Legislative Council chairman." When Liang Yusheng saw that there was indeed the signature of the president of the Legislative Council Fan Bowie, he felt that the whole person was softened, and he had to be supported by the ICAC officers on his left and right to stand. By the way, Mr. Leung, although we belong to different departments, but as members of the government, I can remind you. The integrity officer just now mocked Leung. Now Next Magazine, East Weekly, Entertainment Express, and many other magazines have published photos of you and two underage girls fooling around in the Oriental Hotel. According to those magazines, it seems to be 2 years ago. I think except for our Independent Commission Against Corruption. In addition to you, you will be prosecuted by the police. Oh, and I believe there must be a large number of reporters waiting for you outside now. As a rule, I should also ask you, do you need a hood? Upon hearing this, Liang Yusheng's entire face turned pale, not at all the arrogance he had before. Seeing Liang Yusheng, who was still undergoing a live interview just now, was taken away by the ICAC in front of the camera, the host and the staff were stunned, because both their careers and the history of TVB this situation has never happened before, and I don't know how to deal with it." In the end, Fang Yihua, who received the news, urgently ordered the interruption of the interview program, immediately issued a statement stating that Liang Yoxing's views had nothing to do with TVB, and quickly rebroadcast other TV shows. Even so, TVB, which has recently made great efforts to regain some advantages in the competition with ATV, its reputation has been greatly affected by this incident, and the audiences who were watching this program have also turned to pay attention. ATV reported about this official bribery case. No one knows how much impact this sudden change will cause in Hong Kong. However, the officials who have gone wrong are the typical opponents who oppose Zheng Yingquan and others to use the Hong Kong Reserve Fund because they are in the eyes of the public. The image of Zheng was instantly destroyed, causing their previous remarks to be rejected by most citizens. And these few people will not be all members of the opposition, but other officials who hold opposition can also see it. It seems that there is an invisible big hand manipulating the plot of official bribery, although they suspected Chief Executive Dong, as well as Zheng Ying's whole body. But no one dared to use the excuse of political struggle to stand up for the officials who have been brought to the ICAC for investigation, because the evidence is too sufficient and conclusive, and the ICAC is absolutely absolute before it is sufficiently certain. It would not be such a high-profile arrest of the person involved. Since the news was exposed by ATV, this incident has almost become an iron case. Some more powerful people in the opposition received news. The Independent Commission Against Corruption suddenly received reports from a large number of people, including a series of very powerful evidence, and even Liang Yoxing's very secret overseas account was unearthed. Especially when the Independent Commission Against Corruption took action, other scandals by those officials were also exposed, including prostitution of underage girls, cohabitation with certain female celebrities, affair, etc., which led to their work and private life. Or the moral image has been devastated, and it will definitely be overwhelming. Such a tough and iron-fisted method has made those who were resolutely opposed to Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan retreat one after another, because they know their own affairs well, and if they are exposed like Liang Yoxing, no one can escape. And they also firmly believe that the mastermind behind this incident is Zheng Yingquan and others, and the purpose is to remove the obstacles to their governance. Zheng Yingquan and Chief Executive Dong, who are considered to be the masterminds behind the scenes, watched relevant reports on this incident in front of the TV at this time, especially when they saw the residences of several Liang Yoxing being stoned by angry citizens. The back was cold, and the two looked at each other. Chief Executive Dong had some sore teeth and said with a bitter smile, "Yingquan, Zhou Hao's trick is too ruthless. You can't kill but not. Now Liang Yoxing, they are being pushed down. The abyss will never be reincarnated forever." In order to cooperate with Zhou Hao, the two of them contacted Tang Chulian of the Independent Commission Against Corruption and Fan Bowie, chairman of the Legislative Council, so that this arrest of Liang Yoxing had sufficient legality. When they did not expect that Zhou Hao would dig out all the scandals of those Liang Yoxing and expose them to Hong Kong citizens, causing such a sensational effect now. Zheng Yingquan also shook his head helplessly. Although he also advocated severe punishment for the black sheep who disregarded Hong Kong's interests, he couldn't help feeling sad when he saw that they were really cursed by thousands of people and said, "I don't know. Where did he get those photos? It's really better than the paparazzi." What I admire most is that he can find evidence that Liang Yoxing and others have received benefits. Even Liang Yoxing's overseas account was uncovered, and those who reported it, I don't know how he convinced them. Chief Executive Dong exclaimed, "You deserve to be the son of Standing Committee Zhao. The people of the Zhao family are really extraordinary." Zheng Yingquan took a sip of tea. Although Xiao Hao's method is a little bit spicy, the effect of killing chickens and monkeys is extremely obvious. The few people who opposed the most fiercely before have called one after another, and their attitude has changed. What else to say is that the overall situation is the most important thing, or to support our plan. It sounds really nice. Chief Executive Dong waved his hand. Regardless of them, the most important thing now is to fight this battle well. The results of our Hong Kong struggle for decades should not be ruined by Soros's greedy guys. Zheng Yingquan nodded. As Xiao Hao said, for those who disregard national interests, wait for the financial turmoil to pass. then slowly concoct them and stew them like sirloin. At the same time, by the swimming pool of a luxurious villa in Kingshuiwen, Lu Wanhong was applying sun oil to a tall woman, and a pair of fleshy hands stroked the woman's smooth back and stretched out from time to time to attack their soft meat. Jiasen, are you still having fun with Mr. Julian these days? Lu Wanhong said while applying sunscreen to her. This woman was Li Jiasen. She was lying prone on the bench, resting her arm comfortably, and wearing a pair of big sunglasses on her face. Hearing Lu Wanhong's words, she smiled and said, "It's okay, he's quite generous. I can buy everything I think." Lu Wanhong hurriedly said, "Jiasen, didn't you have a fancy to the diamond necklace from Cartier before? How much is it? It's more than 6 million, right? Haha, I'll call the person from the jewelry store now. Bring that necklace here." Li Jiasen was overjoyed in her heart, but her face remained calm and continued, "The old man Julian is very generous. It's just a little harder to wait, and the old man still has body odor, so I can't stand it anymore. You are young." "Really? Haha, but Jiasen, you have to wait for Mr. Julian carefully. After all, the funds he controls now are as high as hundreds of billions of dollars." Lu Wanhong was jealous, but he still had to keep a look. Deputy smiling face. "By the way, has he said what action will be taken next?" Li Jiasen shook his head. "He didn't tell me about this, but all the people on the government side suddenly changed their attitudes. They supported Zheng Yingquan and others using the reserve fund to eat the Hong Kong dollar in the market. This made Mr. Julian very dissatisfied. What can he do if he is dissatisfied with me?" When this matter was mentioned, Lu Wanhong was also very annoyed. Does he want me to force those guys to continue to oppose Zheng Yingquan's decision? He thought that all the officials here would follow you. Are they as mindless as Americans? Seeing that Lu Wanhong suddenly had such a big temper, Li Jiasen also constrained immediately, because she also knows that this matter is too much trouble, let alone Lu Wanhong. Even if the 10 major chaebols in Hong Kong jointly go to Bao Liang Yuxing and others, I am afraid it will be fine. Moreover, during the investigation of Liang Yuxing and others, it is still unknown whether Lu Wanhong will be involved. Li Jiasen knows more or less about Lu Wanhong's role in this incident. "Wanhong, I heard that Julian seemed to have called someone before, saying that they would continue to sell Hong Kong dollars." Li Jiasen kindly told Lu Wanhong that he had eavesdropped back. "It's amazing, just here. In half a day, they sold short for almost 30 billion Hong Kong dollars. Looking at Lu Wanhong, she tentatively asked, "Wanhong, did you also invest a lot of money in it?" Lu Wanhong glanced at Li Jiasen vigilantly and said noncommittal, "I and Julian are just a cooperative relationship. You know my style. There is no absolute certainty. I would not put my wealth and life in the same basket. Rather, I heard that you even mortgaged the house that I gave you before. Wouldn't it be that the mortgage in exchange for the loan was thrown into it? Well, I can't blame me. Julian and Soros are manipulating hundreds of billions of huge funds, and you are a stock sniper to join, even if the Hong Kong government has the hundreds of billions. The Hong Kong Dollar Reserve Fund, I'm afraid I can't resist it." Li Jiasen turned around and shook her imperfect, deliberately. He smiled confidently. "The so-called good birds choose trees to live. I don't follow the trend of you to mix some soup and drink. Do you want to throw money into the sea? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Although I am 70 to 80% sure that the Hong Kong stock market will collapse this time, the ones you buy are futures. He. Although the margin system for futures can be small, but if you lose, you can't afford to sell yourself the money you owe." Lu Wanhong squeezed Li Jiesen's face and smiled. Li Jiesen slipped into Lu Wanhong's arms. "Even if I really lose, don't I still have you? Would you just watch me die?" After that, he showed a pitiful expression. Lu Wanhong reached under her bikini swimsuit and rubbed it vigorously, then squinted his eyes and said, "It seems to be a little bigger. It's not because it was touched by Julian's old man." "What are you talking about?" Li Jiesen gave Lu Wanhong a pretentious look and sighed softly. "How can he compare to you? Every time people can't get out of bed." Although knowing that such a woman would never speak out of sincerity, not many men are immune to such compliments, and Lu Wanhong is no exception, smiling and continuing to violate the woman in his arms. "Oh, I forgot that Julian invited me to the Regent Hotel. It's almost a point." Li Jiasin suddenly broke free from Lu Wanhong's arms and hurriedly walked into the house, turning back to Lu Wanhong while walking. Wanhong, I'm going to meet the old man Julian first, and I don't have to wait for me tonight. The old man seems to say there will be a dance tonight. Go. Be careful not to offend Mr. Julian. Lu Wanhong smiled and waved to Li Jiasin. After Li Jiasin left the villa, Lu Wanhong also returned to the back room, took out a bottle of Martell from the wine cabinet, and poured himself a glass. At this time, a man in a suit and leather shoes walked in from the outside. He was Ma Shijun, the executive director and operating director of Chinese Land, and he was also the most respected right-hand man of Lu Wanhong. Lu Wanhong glanced at him lightly and continued to pour the half cup of Martell into his mouth. Here. Ma Shijun looked at the empty living room and said, Miss Li is gone. That itch. Lu Wanhong narrowed his eyes, and his voice sounded negative. I think she must have taken a fancy to Julian's worth of more than 20 billion US dollars. She wants to be the old golden man from now on. Huh. What a? Who sees money open? Feeling Lu Wanhong's hostility, Ma Shijun dared not answer his topic. In fact, Ma Shijun knew that Li Jiasin was given to Julian by Lu Wanhong himself. He didn't know whether Lu Wanhong took the initiative to find Julian or Julian found Lu Wanhong first. Anyway, later, Lu Wanhong gave his favorite Li Jiasin to Julian's warm bed in order to get closer to Julian. Although Lu Wanhong is a well-known rich man here in Hong Kong, let alone in the world, even in Asia, there are many people who are wealthier than him. Compared with Julian, who has more than 20 billion US dollars in assets, he is naturally far behind. After Li Jiasin discovered that Julian was a higher quality stock than Lu Wanhong, he planned to make a rabbit move. Lu Wanhong poured another glass of wine and asked Ma Shijun, How is the situation outside? The sell-off of the Hong Kong dollar continues, but the Hong Kong government is also very determined and rapid in buying the Hong Kong dollar, and the stock market has rebounded a lot as a result. Ma Shijun said, As for Liang Yusheng, I heard that Lao Lian, ICAC. The investigation was so tightly covered that they did not leak any news. Our people on the government side could not find out any news. However, in my estimation, Liang Yusheng is in a very bad situation because they are in a bad situation. The style of is not sure enough to arrest people casually, and it has made such a high profile. The chief executive just issued a statement saying that those black sheep who corrupt and violate the law will be severely punished. This is clearly referring to Liang Sheng. Lu Wanhong waved his hand. Liang Yusheng and the others were so miserable. Obviously, it was Lao Dong and Lao Zeng who wanted to kill chickens and monkeys. Look, other people are now turning to support them to use the reserve fund. He turned his chair and looked at Ma Shijun. In order to prevent Lao Lian from checking and finding us, you should hurry up and get rid of the people who were responsible for contacting Liang Yusheng and them before, and let them leave Hong Kong. It's okay to send them to the Philippines, or even. He scratched his right hand in front of his neck and said grimly, Anyway, I will cut the clues to them. By the way, be careful that Liang Yusheng will bite us back. You find someone to do something and let him know not to talk nonsense. Since Lu Wanhong cooperated with Julian and the others, it would certainly not allow Hong Kong's financial and economic stability. So he secretly contacted Liang Yusheng and other officials with the cooperation of Julian and others to prevent Hong Kong from using reserve funds to counter their selling Hong Kong dollar. Don't worry, boss, I know what to do, Ma Shijun said hurriedly. In fact, we don't have to worry too much. We never come forward with Liang Yusheng's contact with them, and I have given relevant evidence to others. Dealt with it. Even if Lao Lian can find those people, it won't help us. As for Liang Yusheng, he should know what to say and what not to say. He knows that he has no room for recovery. He won't be stupid enough. Let my family be buried together. Well, I always feel relieved when you do things. Lu Wanhong sighed. How's the matter with Mingwei? Did you find the mourning dog? I saw Ma Shijun shook his head. We have found the best orthopedic doctor for Wei Xiao, but those doctors have said that Wei Xiao's kneecap was severely injured. The original comminuted kneecap fracture. Although the treatment is a bit more troublesome, it takes a little longer, but generally it can be cured, and it is not as difficult to recombine and become lame as ordinary people imagine. However, The doctor said that Wei Xiao's bone seems to have some kind of disease, resulting in broken bones. If it doesn't heal normally, and it takes too long, it really won't cure. FCK it. Lu Wanhong swept all the bottles and glasses on the bar on the floor. In fact, he had known these things from the doctors, but even the top orthopedic doctors could not find Lu Mingwei's bones. The doctor told him that there was a disease that caused the bone to fail to heal. Even if Lu Mingwei's bone can now heal and receive treatment, the possibility of becoming lame is as high as 70%. Have you not found the bereaved dog? Thinking that his son would become disabled, Lu Wanhong gritted his teeth with hatred for the culprit of the bereaved dog. Ma Shijun wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. We have already sent out 1,000,000 shadow flowers on the road, and we have talked to the people of the 14K. The people of the 14K promised not to prevent us from looking the bereaved dog, but we have not found him until now. Maybe the bereaved dog has left Hong Kong secretly. Damn, if you let me find him, I must break him into pieces. Lu Wanhong roared. After Lu Wanhong's mood calmed down, Ma Shijun said again, "Boss, Su Jiaming has asked you to meet at the Arc de Triomphe tonight." I definitely want to inquire about Julian's news from me, that old fox." Lu Wanhong sneered. "I thought I didn't know that he had made a venture fund overseas to join Soros and their camp to fish in troubled waters. By the way, Shijun, what happened to my personal account in Cayman? It's almost there, and now I have used that personal account to join the financial speculation here in Hong Kong." Ma Shijun replied. Lu Wanhong pointed to an old-looking wine bottle in the wine cabinet and said to Ma Shijun, "Don't you always want to taste that 1964 French red wine? Go get it today. I will try it with you." Ma Shijun's face flashed with joy, and he hurriedly opened the glass door of the wine cabinet and carefully brought down the bottle of red wine inside. He took out the corkscrew and opened it, poured 2 glasses, and handed one of them. Lu Wanhong gently shook his cup at the same time, then leaned in to smell it, and immediately revealed an intoxicated look. "I spent more than 3 million to photograph this bottle of wine, but I have never tried it. Today is considered breaking the fast." Lu Wanhong smiled, took a small sip, and frowned slightly at random. "Well, it's sour and astringent. XO or Martell are strong. Don't know why you people like to drink red wine so arty." Ma Shijun didn't care that Lu Wanhong laughed at himself arty, enjoying the mellow and fragrant syrup that had been drinking for decades. The flow of funds in that personal account was not discovered by Julian. Lu Wanhong asked Ma Shijun, who was immersed in the wine. "Boss, don't worry. Although Robertson's trader is great, our people are not bad. They can't find it," Ma Shijun said while drinking. "But boss, you put most of the funds into it's in that account. It's okay. After all, Amigo and Chinese land properties still need a lot of capital turnover, and the money you need to invest in cooperation with Julian is not a few, so it's divided into several pieces. Is it okay?" Lu Wanhong shook his finger towards Ma Shijun. "That's why I said that you can only become a chess piece, not a real chess player. In the current situation, even though George Soros and Julian Robertson have squeezed a lot of money, $100 billion US, and Hong Kong's reserve fund does not add up to $100 billion US. At a glance, George Soros and the others have an absolute advantage in capital, and they are the main attacker and the defender. Many people, they all think Hong Kong is dangerous this time, isn't it?" Ma Shijun turned his head, questioningly. "Hong Kong's reserve fund is less than $100 billion US, but don't forget that Hong Kong has the central government behind it. Their foreign exchange reserves are now ranked 2nd in the world. However, the central government has not made it clear about the Hong Kong financial turmoil now," Ma Shijun said. "And isn't there news that the renminbi will depreciate? Before, even some central government officials said that the renminbi would depreciate. Pressure. Although the spread of these news is also fueled by Soros and Julian, the central government has not made a clear statement, which means that the renminbi is indeed likely to depreciate. After all, the influence of the financial turmoil is increasing. If we can grasp this opportunity, China is likely to become the most important economic circle in Asia." Lu Wanhong shook his head. "Those are actually pretends. You see, the United States and Europe have speculated on the policies of the central government for so many years. How many times have they actually guessed the correctness before the policy announcement? I dare say that the RMB is absolutely correct. There will be no devaluation, at least in the past few years. There is no possibility of devaluation. Ma Shijun was puzzled and did not understand why Lu Luanhong was so confident. You must know that although Lu Luanhong has the nickname of Stock Sniper, he has strong analytical and operational capabilities in the financial market. But the more such a master, the more he knows. The sea is unpredictable, and any guesses that have not yet become established facts are still subject to change until the end. At this time, I heard Lu Luanhong say, with the support of the central government, it is difficult to tell who will win or lose in this battle, so I can't put all the eggs in the same basket and invest in two lines. Two-pronged approach. Even if one line is gone, there is still a way to go back. After a pause, Lu Luanhong held Ma Shijun's shoulders. But you must watch that person's account carefully for me. After all, the risk of operating ultra-short is much higher than that of futures. You must be careful and then careful. Ma Shijun nodded solemnly. He knew that although Lu Luanhong was also a master of ultra-short line, in the current battle between Hong Kong and Soros and others, a little carelessness was the end of the dead. By the way, the boss, in addition to Su Jiaming, also registered a venture capital fund overseas. I suspect He Hongsun also got one. Ma Shijun said, although no clear evidence has been found, I think He Hongsun must also participate. This time it's time. Unexpectedly, Lu Luanhong smiled. Look at the appearance of Su Jiaming's old guy and old god. You know that he must have relied on, otherwise, with a small Su family, he would dare to venture so unscrupulously. Enter this game of chess? Now it seems that the old guy Su Jiaming must have convinced the evil wolf He Hongsun. Speaking of this, Lu Luanhong frowned and touched his face, seeming to be muttering to himself. But what I don't understand is why He Hongsun wanted to get involved. Not to mention that this battle is unpredictable, but the Macau side he will return soon. If the Central Committee knows that he is hooked up with Julian and the others, then he will definitely not have a good fruit to eat. This is not worth the gain. Boss, I heard the wind outside. Ma Shijun lowered his voice. I heard that the reason why He Hongsun joined Su Jiaming this time is because of his daughter, He Shuyun. He Shuyun? Lu Luanhong said in a puzzled way. Didn't she just divorce Su Jinxing? It was Su Jinxing's greedy and ugliness that made it like this. It stands to reason, with He Hongsun's face-loving character, it's more to be wrong with the Su family. I don't know this, but I heard that the cause of the matter was He Shuyun. Ma Shijun shrugged. It doesn't matter. Anyway, neither of these two old foxes are good men and believers. It is okay to cooperate with them, but not too close, otherwise they will easily bite back. Lu Luanhong waved his hand. On the other side, in the new TV city of Tsiangquan O of ATV, Zhou Hao is with Su Lin. Well, no one dares to say that ATV's news is distorted. Zhou Hao sat on Su Lin's chair of the general manager and smiled. Because of the corruption and bribery cases involving the officials of Liang Yuxing, the ratings of Asian TV, which was the first to expose the news, have been rising. On the contrary, the interview with Liang Yuxing was conducted on the live broadcast, but was led by the Independent Commission Against Corruption. The TVB that went away was also embroiled by the corruption scandal, and its interview program was also seriously questioned by the audience. Su Lin helped Zhou Hao bring a cup of Sprite, and said, "You are so true. I just said not long ago that we should keep a low profile and don't get too stiff with the wireless network to avoid the central government's suppression. I am afraid Run Shaw is now complaining to the central government. I'm standing upright and walking upright, so I'm afraid that he will file a lawsuit. What's more, the arrest was ordered by the Independent Commission Against Corruption. What is it to do with me?" Zhou Hao said nonchalantly. Furthermore, this time it involves in the face of economic fluctuations in Hong Kong. The central government will no longer use that set of checks and balances against me, at least at this stage. If the central government is really dissatisfied with his actions this time, Mr. Zhao would have come to beat Zhou Hao to remind him to pay attention, but Mr. Zhao has not called now, which means that the central government has no control over him. Why is there any dissatisfaction? What's more, Zhou Hao had figured out the attitude of the central government beforehand. I believe the central government will also find it an eye-opener to Liang Yuxing's group of oppositions who obstructed Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan to protect the Hong Kong economy. Now Zhou Hao uses such vicious methods to deal with Liang Yoxing's people. The fundamental purpose is to harmony. Not only will the central government not blame Zhou Hao, it will also arouse praise. For this kind of advance and retreat in the political arena, Su Lin is far behind Zhou Hao. As long as Zhou Hao plans to do what he wants to do, he can do his best to cooperate. Just listen to her saying, "By the way, although the Blue Life and Death we are currently broadcasting is very popular, Blue Life and Death is a tragic drama. I think Hong Kong is now being saddened by this financial turmoil. Yes, if the tragic drama is broadcast again, I am afraid it will not have any positive effect on the mood of the audience." Wang Zhongjuan mentioned this question to me before. Zhou Hao said with a smile, "I'm afraid you two have passed the anger a long time ago. Star River TV just finished Soldier Assault. Wang Zhongjuan means in China and Hong Kong. Release and broadcast at the same time." Su Lin laughed and said, "I have seen this Soldier Assault with Xian Zhuwei and Liang Jiaxu. It is really good. I think it is the best war TV drama filmed in the past 10 years. And this Soldier Assault, very inspirational, especially for male audiences. Even old men like Liang Jiaxu are very excited. If this drama is broadcast in Hong Kong, it will not only let the audience in Hong Kong know our TV series on the subject of civil war, but it will also cheer them up in the current decadent atmosphere. Yes, people here in Hong Kong generally don't look at our Civil War-themed film and television works very much. They think the plot is too formative and unartistic." Zhou Hao said, "This Soldier Assault is just for them to see. By the way, there is no need to specialize in Cantonese dubbing for this drama. Hong Kong is back anyway, and Mandarin will become more and more important like English, and the original plot is better." In fact, Zhou Hao also believes that most of the domestic TV dramas or movies on war theme are indeed old-fashioned, blindly praising the party and army, and in a certain way, it has indeed lost the diversity of art, resulting in the exception of the old one. The audience of generations is surprised, not many young people will like it now. In his previous life, Zhou Hao didn't like watching that kind of war-themed film and television works very much. Until the appearance of Soldier Assault, Zhou Hao also became interested in that theme and said that Soldier Assault was an inspirational piece. The work is also indisputable, although it does not render the spirit of the bright sword as an indicative spirit like the bright sword. It also injects a fresh and joyful water into the war-themed film and television works. Hong Kong is now shrouded in grief and grief. The launch of this Soldier Assault is also the right time. You can use the steel will of assault soldiers and the spirit of hardship to reinvigorate Hong Kong citizens. By the way, I can also promote domestic war-themed works. After all, this will be the first war-themed TV series produced in Hong Kong to be introduced and broadcast completely domestically. Oh, ATV has our family Su Lin watching. I am most relieved. Zhou Hao grabbed Su Lin's smooth jade hand, pulled her into his arms, and let her sit on her side. Lap. Su Lin pushed his chest hard to keep him from getting close to him, and said, "Oh, you. Don't you do this. I stay here with you alone. People outside will gossip." Zhou Hao did not wrinkle. "You are the president of ATV. Who dare to say your gossip? Did you hear which guy is chewing his tongue?" Immediately fired him, and it turned him back. "It's not that anyone is spreading my gossip. It's just that people like me and you are alone here in the office. The number of times is too high. I always feel that the eyes of the employees below look at me weird. Who would dare to look at you with that kind of eyes? They are all fired. We don't lack those few people," Zhou Hao said domineeringly. Su Lin didn't push Zhou Hao anymore. He naturally hooked Zhou Hao's neck and said, "That would make it even more guilty that we are guilty of conscience. Besides, in their hearts, I don't think I am like those secretaries. It's the same with your boss, but your little white face was taken care of by me. After all, few people below know that you are the boss of ATV." As Su Lin said, he squeezed Zhou Hao's face with a grin. "Looking at you. This face is really white. No wonder you are often misunderstood that you are the little white face we raised. Enough. I'm very helpless, okay? Speaking of this, Zhou Hao is really powerless, whether it is going out with Zhao Yuqin, He Shuyun, Su Lin, Yin Qing, or Li Ruolin. There will always be people who think that they are a little white face who has been nurtured. It's also because Yin Qing and their images are getting closer to professional women. But the problem is that Zhou Hao even going out with Situ Jianying will be regarded as a bad guy who deliberately approached Situ Jianying. Seeing Su Lin's gloating smile, Zhou Hao was annoyed for a while, so he put his face under her neck and gnawed a few times on the snow-white skin that was still there, and said, "It's up to those people to look at it. Well, it's better to let them know that you are my woman, lest some guys who don't know what to do come to pester you." Su Lin giggled because of Zhou Hao's gnawing, twisting and groaning. "Oh, don't. Stop making trouble. It's itchy." At this moment, Zhou Hao was holding the strap around Su Lin's shirt collar, and it was untied with a slight pull. Su Lin's chest was half exposed, and Zhou Hao's eyes were gleamed by the snowy white and smooth spring. He leaned into Su Lin's ear and said, "Xiao Su, we don't seem to have played here in the office since that time." Su Lin knew right away that this guy was ill-intentioned, and he struggled to escape Zhou Hao, but where he could escape, he didn't care about being shy. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't, really don't. You always get people away. I have to be soft and unable to move. If it is seen, how can you let me, the president, have the face to direct their work in the future?" Last time there was a big fight with Zhou Hao in the office. Su Lin, who was so soft all over his body, had to rely on Zhou Hao to help him to leave. Dare to face the strange eyes of those people. Hum, who would laugh at us if there is always the Soviet Union. Then let him roll the paved back home. Zhou Hao's mood, and why would so easily give up? Taekwondo time. I was already unbuttoning Su Lin's suit jacket. In the end, Su Lin complied with Zhou Hao's wish after half pushing, and as a result, he was soft and unable to stand up. And this time she said she would not go out with Zhou Hao like this. She just shrank into Zhou Hao's arms and refused to move. Zhou Hao was so happy too, stroking Su Lin's thighs wrapped in black stockings with aftertaste. "Don't tease me. You have been tossing for so long. You are still not satisfied." Su Lin, with messy temples, leaned softly in Zhou Hao's arms and groaned, and did not have the strength to push away Zhou Hao's demon hand that was raging on his thigh. "How can I be satisfied with a beauty like you?" Zhou Hao smiled happily, kissed her ear beads, and asked, "When do you plan to go back to Shanqing? Sister Lan is very I miss you." Speaking of Li Ruolin, Su Lin is a bit afflicted because she always thinks that she has an affair with Li Ruolin's man and feels guilty in her heart, so she has never dared to face Li Ruolin. "I don't force you anymore. Anyway, I know that even if Sister Lan knows, she won't blame you," Zhou Hao said. "However, she knows that you are rich now and may let you sponsor Tiana's school tens of millions." Now Li Ruolin has really become the person in charge of those charitable organizations. Although the Tianhe school has very strong funds as a backing, she still asks people to donate money whenever she has the opportunity, which makes Zhou Hao dumbfounded. Su Lin hugged Zhou Hao even more tightly. "If you can really spend tens of millions, you can get Ruolan's forgiveness. I'm willing to sponsor as many times as possible." "Okay, don't think about it so much. I said I won't force you. Even if you don't want Sister Lan to know for the rest of your life, I will try my best to accompany you." Zhou Hao touched her forehead paternally. "By the way, don't your parents want to come back to visit you from the United States? Did you let them come here in Hong Kong?" "Yeah." At this moment, Su Lin is hiding in Zhou Hao's arms like the most gentle little woman. Zhou Hao will take care of everything for her. This feeling of being protected really makes her very much. Happiness is very enjoyable. Zhou Hao stroked her pink back and said, "Then, have you mentioned me to them?" When Su Lin heard this, he poofed and smiled. "Why? I'm afraid my parents would really think you are a little white face." "What's the matter? I'll just tell your parents directly. I'm the little boy raised by your daughter. How about it?" "If you dare to say that, I will. Su Lin couldn't find anything that could threaten Zhou Hao for a while. When he was anxious, he violently grasped the thing in his crotch, blushing, and said, If you dare to say that, I will castrate you." Zhou Hao smiled. "I'm afraid you will not bear it." In this regard, Su Lin really can't say the word willing to be willing because she knows how good the thing she has in her hands is coveted. If she doesn't want it, He Shuiyun, Liang Xiaobing, Situ Jianying, and even Wang Shijuan will probably be happy to deal with it. It's dominance. Su Lin's parents arrived in Hong Kong around 7 o'clock in the evening. and it was the opportunity that Zhou Hao and Su Lin went to pick them up together. Su Lin's father is Su Zhaoyuan, and his mother is Wei Liqing. The couple had run a construction company in their early years. They were not large in scale, but their qualifications were very good. After making enough money, they immigrated to the United States to live a leisure life. Since I haven't seen my daughter in a year, I made a special trip to Hong Kong to see Su Lin. In fact, Su Lin's family situation is also very good. As long as she is willing, she can immigrate to the United States with her parents. However, after graduating from university, she was self-reliant, relying on her own to find a job and living, and did not rely on the shadow of her parents. This is what Zhou Hao really appreciates. Su Zhaoyuan is about 45 years old, with a face with Chinese characters, a long body with straight features, and the charm of a mature man, while Wei Liqing is also a slim figure and full of charm, with exquisite features and 6 points similar to Su Lin. It can be seen that she must be a big young girl. Beauty. When Zhou Hao saw them, he knew that they were the kind of intellectuals, and they weren't the kind of highly educated people with less and less gold content nowadays, but the top talents who were practical and practical. Su Zhaoyuan was still a bit literary. Zhou Hao couldn't help but think of whether he was a member of a poetry club when he was in college. If that is the case, I am afraid that Su Lin's father was also a master of love when he was young. Hi, Uncle and Auntie, my name is Zhou Hao, and I am Su Lin's boyfriend. In the first sentence of the meeting, Zhou Hao directly stated his identity, without fear or flattery. It is neither humble nor overbearing. Easy to feel good. Su Zhaoyuan smiled heartily. Very energetic young people. Our family Lin Lin has never dealt with anything before, so Lin Lin and my mother were worried about what kind of person Lin Lin's boyfriend would be. Wei Liqing glared at her husband. It's just that you are worried. I have always been confident of our Lin Lin's vision. Seeing this couple getting along well, Zhou Hao smiled sincerely. Su Lin's parents are worthy of friendship. Of course, Zhou Hao didn't dare to take Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Liqing to the villa in the mid-levels, because even if Su Lin accepted Zhou Hao's life of embracing each other by default, he could not let Su father and Su mother know. Fortunately, there is a duplex unit in the staff apartment building in Seongkwan OTV City that is reserved for Su Lin, the president. Su Lin usually spends the night in that apartment unless he is too busy to go back, otherwise he rarely stays there. Now it is used to house Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Liqing. In front of Su's father and Su's mother, Zhou Hao did not dare to drive his Maserati out of the car, for fear that they would mistakenly think that they were the kind of dudes who were not doing business, so today he named the Xinghe a silver-gray Mercedes-Benz. It is out. It is both atmospheric and businesslike. In order to wait for the man-in-law, Zhou Hao also temporarily took the role of the driver today, with Su Lin sitting in the co-pilot, and Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Liqing sitting in the spacious back seats. Naturally, Su Zhaoyuan and his wife are not unfamiliar with cars like Mercedes-Benz, because they had the financial resources to drive Mercedes-Benz even in a country where tariffs were extremely heavy, not to mention the United States, where the price is much lower. However, the prospective son-in-law's ability to drive a Benz also shows his ability, and Su Zhaoyuan and his wife are very satisfied. Dad and Mom, look over there. It is the first phase of the International Finance Center, which was completed this year. Su Lin pointed to the high-rise buildings outside the window and introduced to his parents. After all, his parents rarely come to Hong Kong. In fact, He Shuyan once suggested to Zhou how to move the office of Galaxy to the first phase of the International Finance Center, but Zhou Hao did not do so because he wanted to move Galaxy to the International Financial Center that has not yet started. The second phase of the Financial Center is where Hong Kong's future business heart lies. Even the Hong Kong Monetary Authority occupies more than 10 floors as a workplace. Compared with Hong Kong's ever-changing urban scenery, Su Lin's parents, especially Wei Liqing, are more concerned about Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, how old are you this year? Where is your hometown? Where do you work now? Like most other parents, Wei Liqing was very nervous about the boyfriend her daughter chose and wanted to put Zhou Haozu in the 18th generation. Dig the bottom out. Mom, Su Lin groaned. Did you ask others that way? It's okay. Auntie, this is also a lifelong event that cares about you. You must have a reliable person to take care of it, right? Zhou Hao's words made Wei Liqing nod her head again and again. That's right. Xiao Hao didn't say anything. What do you say? Auntie, I'm from Xiangqing, Guangdong. I work in an investment fund now. Zhou Hao answered Wei Luqing's question while driving. That. I'm actually 1 year younger than Su Lin. Mind this. Seeing Zhou Hao's expression of composure and calm but nervousness, Su Lin in the passenger seat next to him almost couldn't help laughing, thinking that he was too good at pretending. He was 5 or 6 years younger than himself. He also deliberately pretended the tension of the son-in-law seeing the parents. The true and the false make people unable to tell the truth. Sure enough, seeing Zhou Hao's pretentious, calm, and actually worried complex expression, coupled with Zhou Hao's handsome appearance, which is very easy to arouse people's favor, Wei Luqing immediately suffered a maternal love, and again comforted Zhou Hao. Don't mind it. Mind, we are not that kind of old antiques. The age difference between these 2 years is not a big deal. I am afraid that you are younger than Lin Lin, and she will bully you. When did I bully him? It was obviously he bullied. Su Lin muttered blushingly, and saw Zhou Hao secretly making faces to himself. He really hated him in his heart. His own mother wooed him. Su Xiaoyuan was a little curious about Zhou Hao's work in an investment fund. Xiao Hao, you work in an investment fund? What position? Because I have invested money in those funds in the United States in the past or 2 years. You give me see details? It's just a small investment manager. Zhou Hao smiled. But these 2 or 3 years are really not a good time to invest in the financial market. Unless you are a very top insider, you can have fun or invest. Those very stable stocks. Otherwise, many people will end up losing money. Especially since the Asian financial turmoil last year, there are not a few people who went bankrupt because of the stock market. Su Xiaoyuan sighed. Yes, even those insiders are burnt to the ground. We laymen still break in blindly. I really don't know what is good or bad. Dad, did you buy stocks? Su Lin asked with a frown. She is not a specialist in finance, but she has been with Zhou Hao for a long time and often chats with He Shuyan. She has a better understanding of the current global financial markets. Ordinary people are much stronger, and they also know that for ordinary investors, stock markets around the world are veritable bear markets, which are definitely not something ordinary small investors can handle. Wei Luqing said, Lin, don't blame your dad. He also heard the deception of the fund manager at that time, saying that their hedge fund could make a profit by investing against the market during the financial turmoil. It closed down and took our money away. After listening to Wei Luqing's explanation, Zhou Hao learned that after Su Xiaoyuan immigrated to the United States, because of his rich experience in construction engineering, although he did not have an engineer license recognized by the United States, he was also favored by some small and medium-sized construction companies in the United States. In this way, even if the couple's original savings are not taken into account, they still have an income of $20,000 to $30,000 in 1 month. They are considered middle class in the United States. Having nothing to do and being influenced by some so-called elites in the United States, Su Xiaoyuan began to be interested in financial investment. Later, after his own study and research, he made a few small investments and made $10,000. For $1, Su Xiaoyuan's self-confidence rose, and the broker of the hedge fund made a point of speaking, so he put Su Xiaoyuan in. Dad, how much money have you been trapped in? Su Lin said nervously. Because he was afraid of scaring his parents, Su Lin only told Su Xiaoyuan that they were doing administrative work on ATV without letting them know that they were now. He is the top leader of ATV, with an annual salary of tens of millions, and the shares of ATV he owns are worth hundreds of millions and continue to appreciate. Su Xiaoyuan smiled and said, Lin, it's okay. Don't listen to your mother's exaggeration. Dad can handle it. You have always been independent and don't want to be a burden on the family. Dad can't give you a bad head. Dad, what are you talking about? Isn't it right for us to support our children? Su Lin said with a small mouth. Seeing her daughter's long-lost appearance, Su Xiaoyuan touched her head lovingly. Yeah. We Lin have grown up and can support our 2 old things. You're an old thing, I'm young. Wei Luqing was not happy. Zhou Hao said at this time, Uncle, in fact, Su Lin is right. It is a matter of course to support your parents. If you need help, just speak up. He can see that Su Xiaoyuan is the kind of self-respect and self-improvement. Su Lin's independence and self-improvement should be passed on from Su Xiaoyuan. If he insists on helping him, he will be angry, so Zhou Hao is not too big. Lon wanted to replenish him with the money Su Zhaoyuan lost in the stock market, but gave Su Zhaoyuan a vaccination and reminded him to remember to speak if he really couldn't handle it. Sure enough, Su Zhaoyuan's eyes on Zhou Hao suddenly changed, thinking that this young man really understood his heart. Bringing Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Luqing to the apartment building in TV City, the property manager and the ATV staff living in the apartment greeted Su Lin respectfully, and Su Lin introduced his parents to them. Since those people called Su Lin Miss Su, Wei Luqing and his wife thought that their respect for Su Lin was just out of courtesy, and they did not expect that Su Lin was actually the boss of those people. Su Lin's presidential unit on the top floor of the apartment building is a duplex, with a single floor area of more than 300 square meters. The furnishings are also luxurious and comfortable, with solid wood flooring, a full set of leather sofas, large-screen TVs, massage baths, and other luxurious facilities. There is everything, and there is a spacious sky garden above, overlooking the panoramic view of the entire TV city. If this unit is sold, it will cost tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars to buy it, even if property prices in Hong Kong have fallen sharply. When Su Zhaoyuan and his wife came in, they were shocked by the house. They originally thought that Su Lin's dormitory was just a small apartment unit. They never expected that she would live in this kind of apartment, which is also extremely expensive in the United States. Mansion. Lin. This kind of dormitory, I am afraid that the president of your TV station may not be able to live in it. Why are you? Su Zhaoyuan is still very knowledgeable, knowing that such a dormitory is definitely not a place for ordinary employees or middle managers. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Uncle and Auntie, Su Lin is actually the president of ATV. She is a great contributor to ATV's achievements today. What? Lin is the president of ATV. What's going on? Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Luqing were both taken aback and felt unbelievable. After all, ATV is a large-scale company and can achieve the position of president. Ordinary people can afford it. Seeing Zhou Hao put it through, Su Lin smiled and said, Dad, Mom, what's the matter? Isn't it your daughter if I became the president of ATV? You come to Hong Kong this time to enjoy the family relationship with me. It's fun, not worrying about my job. Furthermore, my position as the president is not secure. Su Lin deliberately glanced at Zhou Hao as he said, and smiled. The boss of Asia Television probably just uses me as a tool to manage the TV station. Let me do it, and when he gets upset, I, the president, will have to get FK'd. Zhou Hao really couldn't laugh or cry for Su Lin's defamation of herself, and Wei Luqing really believed Su Lin's words and nodded and said, Yes, the position of president sounds very prestigious. Isn't it for the boss to work? Let you go. When we lived in the United States, we did not rarely see those CEOs who were fired. Su Zhaoyuan also nodded. It's good for Lin to have a sense of crisis. Even if he is really fired, but with the experience of being the CEO, he will have a lot of advantages over others in working elsewhere in the future. When he said that, he laughed. Actually, what can we do if we want so much? Now, if you want to enjoy it, just enjoy it, and it's nice to have a president's daughter. I can ask for some free TV tapes. Ha. Uncle, your easygoing attitude is free and easy. Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing. Wei Luqing gave Su Zhaoyuan a hygienic eye and said with a smile, I'm afraid he is too free and easy. After helping Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Luqing to pack their luggage, Zhou Hao suggested that everyone go out to eat together. Su Zhaoyuan and his wife also readily agreed to obey Zhou Hao's quasi-son-in-law arrangements. Driving by car, a group of 4 people came to Aberdeen's Jumbo Seafood Boat because it best reflects the cuisine characteristics of Hong Kong and even the Pearl River Delta region. Since coming here to taste it before, Zhou Hao has never forgotten it. After opening a seat, Su Lin and Wei Luqing went to the bathroom to clean up their appearance, leaving Zhou Hao and Su Zhaoyuan here. Zhou Hao understood that Wei Luqing had whispered to her daughter, and to make herself pay for Su Zhaoyuan was also asking Su Zhaoyuan to interrogate her situation. Xiao Hao, how long have you known Lin? Zhou Hao poured tea for himself, the quasi-Taishan, and replied with a smile. It's been 2 or 3 years since I counted. I met at a classmate gathering. Su Lin hadn't come to Hong Kong yet. Here, what about you? You were still working in China at that time. Su Zhaoyuan naturally enjoyed the tea poured by the son-in-law. No. At that time, our company had business in Hong Kong, but I seldom came here at that time. It was only later that I focused my work on Hong Kong, so I could spend more time with Su Lin. Su Zhaoyuan thought for a while and said, "You can mobilize your work so freely, and you won't have a low position in the company if you want to come. Hee, if high is not low, you still need to fight." Zhou Hao smiled softly, seeing Zhou Hao's humility but not the slightest inferiority or discouragement. Su Zhaoyuan nodded secretly in his heart. As the saying goes, don't bully young people and be poor. After all, a person's achievements cannot depend on his youth. Young people's low starting point and insufficient conditions are important. The most important thing is to have the will to fight, be enterprising, and not to blame yourself. This is more important than wealth. I think that Su Zhaoyuan was also a poor and white young man. Su Zhaoyuan didn't know that with Zhou Hao's current strength, there was no need to be discouraged with inferiority. By the way, Xiao Hao, do you know what Lin Lin's current annual salary is? Su Zhaoyuan asked. Zhou Hao thought for a while and said, adding the bonus at the end of the year and the usual allowances, there will be about 50 or 60 million Hong Kong dollars in a year. This is Su Lin's annual salary on the book, which is not included. Su Lin owns the shares of ATV, and Su Lin puts his salary in Zhou Hao's Galaxy to get rich returns. Few people in the outside world know that Su Lin's personal assets have exceeded 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, and she is not a big or young rich sister. Su Zhaoyuan patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder and solemnly said, Xiao Hao, to be honest, I am quite satisfied with you, and I think you are a good match for our family Lin Lin. But Lin Lin's current salary, haha, I am afraid I am a bit scared. Although the current society has advocated equality between men and women, it is not uncommon for women to have higher incomes than men, but it is not so easy for ordinary people to accept. And Lin Lin is older than you. I am afraid that there will be a situation of female superiority between men and men, but you must not be discouraged. I believe that one day your career achievements can surpass Lin Lin's, and it is for us. Men fight for a sigh of relief. It turned out that Su Zhaoyuan saw that Su Lin has now become the president of a large TV station with an annual salary of tens of millions. So he was afraid that Zhou Hao would have an inferiority complex because his income was not as good as Su Lin. Su Zhaoyuan's ability to say this was also to Zhou. Hao Tan was happy, showing his appreciation and support for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded gratefully. Don't worry, uncle. I will try my best to make myself worthy of Su Lin. Hee, it's good if you can think about it this way, thinking that Su Lin and her mother were also a daughter, but I was just a poor boy who just came out of society. Su Zhaoyuan recalled the anecdote many years ago with a wide mouth, a thick smile. But in the end, Su Lin's mother was not caught by me. Who did you say was caught by your hands? Back then, I didn't know who was carrying a broken guitar and sang and strummed in my house every year, which made the neighbors feel resentful. Wei Liqing's voice suddenly came from the side. Only then did the two men know that Su Lin and Wei Liqing were back, and Zhou Hao also saw Su Lin secretly laughing. When Zhou Hao found that Su Lin's cheeks were red, he knew that Wei Liqing must have said something private to her that caused her red tide to not recede. I'm back. My uncle and I have already ordered food. Annie should like it. Zhou Hao smiled. Xiao Hao still has Aunt's heart. Wei Liqing smiled. The four of them chatted in harmony, talking about Zhou Hao and Su Lin's life here in Hong Kong, and talking about Su Zhaoyuan and their anecdotes in the United States. But the atmosphere was harmonious and interesting. Especially Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Liqing had been worried that Su Lin's boss was not young, falling in love, for fear that she would become an undesirable older young woman. Now seeing Su Lin and Zhou Hao's sweet and happy appearance, as parents, they are also relieved a lot. However, in such a harmonious scene, there are always people who do not know how to promote to destroy the atmosphere. Huh? Isn't this Mr. Su, our financial expert? This was a rough and blatant male voice, also in English with a strong American accent. Zhou Hao and Su Lin followed the sound. They saw an American man who was not tall, but was big and thick, with a red rosacea nose that was very conspicuous, but there was always a cunning smell in the eyebrows, which made it difficult. Feel good about him. At the same time, the American was dressed in glamorous clothes with a cigar in his mouth, and looked very vulgar, fearing that others would not know that he was rich. "It's you," Su Zhaoyuan replied naturally in English, and his eyes on the American man changed from surprise at the beginning to anger later. Zhou Hao also saw Su Zhaoyuan's two fists on the table clenched tightly, and he could see that he was trying to suppress his anger so as not to turn his face on the American in this public place. Regardless of right or wrong, the American man who angered the old husband, Zhou Hao had already sentenced him in his heart, and Wei Luqing also quietly explained the ins and outs of the matter next to him. "This guy is called Gordon James, who is the owner of the hedge fund that caused Zhaoyuan to lose money. At that time, he took away our clients. The money disappeared afterwards, but he did not expect him to come to Hong Kong." Su Lin frowned and asked, "Did the U.S. government not arrest him? He is illegal. Do you still need to ask? This guy must have something to do with the government, and even the government is his associate at all. In the so-called free and democratic country in the United States, this situation is more serious than in our country." Zhou Hao sneered. "Mom, how much did Dad lose?" Su Lin couldn't help but ask at this time, because she knew her father's temper. He had been in business for decades, and he smiled at everyone who was careful about harmony and wealth. Few people can make him so angry. Wei Luqing hesitated, but decided not to conceal her daughter anymore, and said, "Your father has been trapped in more than $500,000, which is most of the savings we brought in the past. Fortunately, your father now has a part-time job as an engineering consultant. The monthly income is a lot. Otherwise, we really don't know what to do. Mom, you should have told me this long ago." Su Lin said to Wei Luqing, both distressed and annoyed. Wei Luqing stopped speaking, her expression aggrieved, as if she had become Su Lin's daughter. Zhou Hao patted Su Lin's hand. "Su Lin, don't blame your uncle and auntie. They just don't want you to worry." At this time, the American man named Gordon James also saw Zhou Hao and Su Lin. Especially when he saw Su Lin, his eyes lit up and he said, "Su, who is this lady? Isn't it your daughter? Hey, I remember you seem to be holding the bank with more than $200,000. Or if you let your daughter be my girlfriend, I will pay you the $200,000. FCKU." Su Zhaoyuan immediately said a national curse from the United States, and then jumped up and threw himself in front of Gordon James. He threw his hand and punched him, hitting his red and big rosacea. "Oh!" This Gordon James screamed backwards a few steps, and bright red blood spurted from his vinous nose. Even the bridge of the nose was crooked, and Su Zhaoyuan's punch actually gave his nasal bones. Interrupted. Su Lin and Wei Luqing were both stunned by this sudden change, and Su Zhaoyuan didn't stop, punching Gordon James on the cheek again and knocking him to the ground, kicking again with his feet. His mouth was vicious. "Let you insult my daughter. Let you insult my daughter." Zhou Hao didn't stop the sudden madness of the old man. From Su Lin's previous recounts and his relationship today, Zhou Hao has a certain understanding of his old man. Su Zhaoyuan is a very kind person and has the gentleness of a mature man. Even if he is outside, he is a gentleman who is extremely attractive to women. Even if Gordon James caused Su Zhaoyuan to lose most of his wealth, he did not get angry on the spot. Only when Gordon James insulted Su Lin, Su Zhaoyuan couldn't help but broke out. This is to protect his family and defend their dignity. Zhou Hao admires his desperate courage. Not to mention that Su Zhaoyuan just beat Gordon James. Even if Su Zhaoyuan openly killed Gordon James here today, Zhou Hao would not stop him and would protect Su Zhaoyuan to the end. But this Gordon James obviously didn't eat here alone. Following his slaughter-like shouts, two big guys rushed here immediately, clearly his thugs. Zhou Haoxing was afraid that Su Zhaoyuan would suffer, so he pulled him away and said with comfort, "Uncle, calm down." Su Lin and Wei Luqing also stepped forward to hold Su Zhaoyuan. Although their mother and daughter are not the kind of people who like to cause trouble, they will never be afraid of retreating when big things happen, and they will guard Su Zhaoyuan at this time and face everything with him. Zhou Hao, who was also in it, also had to sigh that this family of three really is a model of family affection. If Zhou Liren could fight hard to protect his family like Su Zhaoyuan, he and his mother would not have fallen so much. Seeing that their boss had been beaten by Su Zhaoyuan, the two bearded Americans came over aggressively. It seemed that they were looking for Su Zhaoyuan to settle the accounts, and the surrounding guests knew that things were going to be a big issue, so they moved away from here. Some have already called the police. A manager of Jinbao's seafood boat also rushed over, looking at Zhou Hao and their eyes a little blame, and then quickly smiled at the lifted Gordon James in English. Mister, we feel sorry that this happened. Also ask you and your companions to keep calm and leave the matter to the police. Son of itch, someone at the hotel where you attack, you think you can escape responsibility? Gordon James, pointing to this manager, yells, and from the breast pocket took out a handkerchief and wiped his face the blood of two of their own that the thug shouted. Go and break that guy's leg. Damn, I want to complain to the embassy. See what you Chinese are. They were accustomed to domineering, and the two thugs didn't care if it was a public place. They pushed the manager away and walked towards Zhou Hao and the others with a smile. There were many tourists from Hong Kong or foreign countries. Although I didn't see the whole thing just now, seeing Gordon James so arrogant and domineering, they also felt bad for him. But at this moment, a sharp gunshot broke the rigid atmosphere in the hotel lobby, and the gunshot was not one shot, but 3 consecutive shots. Then everyone saw Gordon James and his two thugs. A blood flower bloomed on their right chest, screaming and falling down. Not only the people around, but also Su Jiayuan were shocked. Only Zhou Hao and Su Lin were calm. The manager was also so frightened that his legs fell limp and sat on the ground, staring at the 3 people who fell to the ground in a daze, shaking all over and couldn't speak. At the same time, there were several men over there driving away guests at the scene. The military is doing things. Please avoid it first. Please forgive me if there is any inconvenience. Su Jiayuan and Wei Lucheng looked over in surprise and saw that there were a few short but muscular men driving the onlookers, and 2 men who seemed to be their leaders came to Su Jiayuan and others. One of them also held a jet-black pistol in his hand. Mr. Zhou, the man who didn't hold a gun, came over and greeted Zhou Hao with a smile. Colonel Yin. Zhou Hao also smiled and nodded. Just now he saw Colonel Yin and their companions. Colonel Yin is an officer of the Hong Kong garrison. He had met Zhou Hao several times with Liu Jinwu and Hong Jiren, the political commissar of the main Hong Kong army. Then several of Colonel Yan's men came to the injured Gordon James and the 3 of them who fell to the ground and looked at their situation very unceremoniously, because the gunmen only hit their right chest with every shot. No injuries. And their lives. So although the 3 Gordon James were seriously injured, they are not in danger for the time being. The manager finally calmed down and said to Colonel Yin with a pale face, Here, this big brother, you guys. We are in the Hong Kong garrison. These people have just attacked Chinese soldiers with the intention of harming the lives of Chinese soldiers. As a last resort, we can only shoot to stop them. It belongs to the category of legitimate defense. The officer who fired the gun said grimly. The manager of Jumbo's seafood boat was startled. Injury? Hurt the Chinese soldiers? Well, you have to testify on the spot. The officer nodded and leaned over to take the thug's serrated saber, and then stabbed his right arm hard without changing his face, and even took his own. The right arm was stabbed and crossed, and then pulled out with a swift sound. The blood was splashed on the manager's face, and the officer did not snort it, as if the stabbed was not himself. Its cruelty makes people afraid. Because he is so cruel to himself, you can imagine how cold he would be to his enemies. Then, the manager of seafood boat, Su Jiayuan, and others watched the officer put the knife back into the hand of the thug, and deliberately held his hand on the handle of the knife and pressed it, printing the fingerprint and palm print on it. The officer turned around again and said blankly to the manager, You have seen what happened just now. These 3 Americans attacked our Chinese soldiers on excuse, and then we shot them to stop them. Right. Also, don't wipe the blood on your face. That's evidence. The manager stopped the hand he was about to wipe his face. His mind was blank, and he didn't know how to react. He just nodded subconsciously. The officer returned to Colonel Yin and said with a serious look, Chief, it's okay. Colonel Yin nodded, seeing that the blood on his right arm had stained the entire sleeve red, and said, It's almost done. Let's bandage it. I know, the officer replied. Even the bandaging of the wound was executed by the superior's order, and a companion immediately used a clean napkin to help him bandage the wound on his arm. Colonel Yin, this is my personal phone number. I will come out for dinner together in the future. Zhou Hao smiled and smiled. Su Lin next to him handed Colonel Yin a simple business card with Zhou Hao's name and a telephone number. Mr. Zhou is polite. Colonel Yin was overjoyed, suppressing his excitement, and carefully put Zhou Hao's business card in the inner pocket of his clothes. Although he is not very clear about Zhou Hao's true background, the two giants of his army, Lu Jinwu and Hong Jiren, are very close to Zhou Hao, especially Lu Jinwu. Anyone who knows the inside knows that he is one of the backbone of the Zhao faction. The future in the army is very broad, and such senior generals are also commensurate with Zhou Hao as brothers, and Hong Jiren, who is not inferior to Zhou Hao's background, also attaches great importance to Zhou Hao. If Colonel Yin is like this, he would not see Zhou Hao. It's unfathomable. It's hard for him to sit in this position. He was elevated to the position of colonel when he was under 40, and he was rarely seen in the army, but he knew it himself. And to be promoted to a colonel, or even a general, he knew that in addition to his own abilities, the relationship was also a big deal. The key is that if you can get close to the big ship of the Zhao faction, your career will be much smoother. Today he came to eat here with some of his colleagues, and happened to ran into Zhou Hao. After nodding to Zhou Hao, Gordon James happened to pick up trouble with Zhou Hao. Colonel Yin quickly judged that this was the case. When he had an opportunity to please Zhou Hao, he gave Zhou Hao a severe lesson to Gordon James. After the police arrived, Colonel Yin and others showed their official certificates and explained the facts to the police. The manager of the jumbo seafood boat naturally became the most powerful witness. Although guests who were driven outside may get some different confessions, as long as Colonel Yin and the others insist on the facts, the police can only act on these facts, not to mention the development to the end, Gordon James. The three people are likely to be handed over to the military for disposal. Looking at Colonel Yin and others who actually compliment Zhou Hao while talking and laughing with Zhou Hao, Su Zheyuan's eyes were a bit complicated, because only then did he vaguely realize that his quasi-son-in-law might not be as good as Su Lin in income. But in other aspects, the energy he can use is unimaginable for ordinary people. Just like this incident, the three of Gordon James have been sent to the hospital in a coma, and as the first to do it, he was completely outside the world and became one of the witnesses of the police. When this happened, the group's desire to have a meal at Jumbo Seafood Boat was naturally frustrated. Fortunately, the police leader who came after receiving the report also recognized Zhou Hao and knew that he had friendship with Deputy Director Zhang Yingpei. It's not shallow, so I didn't ask Su Zheyuan to go back to the police station with them. All he had to do was to give a confession at the scene, which saved Zhou Hao and his party a lot of time. Mr. Zhou, go slowly. When leaving the Jumbo Seafood Boat, the police officer also personally sent Zhou Hao and the others to the door. His attitude was very enthusiastic, and it was almost impossible to tell whether this was the policeman or the Jumbo Seafood Boat waiter. Uncle, why don't we go to eat somewhere else? There is a good food stall nearby. After busying for a while, Zhou Hao knew that everyone was hungry, so he proposed. Su Zheyuan nodded with Wei Luqing, and a few people went to a nearby food stall again. Not to mention, although the environment of this food stall is not as good as Jumbo Seafood Boat, and it can't eat rare seafood such as abalone or dragon boat, the food here is hot. It has a strong taste and is very appetizing, which makes Su Zheyuan and Wei Luqing enjoy it. But after eating and eating, Su Zheyuan was still brooding about what happened just now and asked Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, the officer and the police just now were all your friends?" Zhou Hao smiled. "I can't say what kind of friend it is, but I have met a few times and have some friendship." What he said was also the truth. Colonel Yin was okay. After all, he had also eaten together, but that enthusiastic police officer, Zhou Hao, didn't even know his name. It was because Zhou Hao had been to the bureau more often before he was recognized. Although Zhou Hao said lightly, Su Zheyuan understood that the inside story was definitely not simple, especially that the officer named Cologne Yin made such a big movement and beat all three of Gordon James into a coma. He also allowed himself a subordinate to harm oneself and others. If he and Zhou Hao were just ordinary friends, they would never be willing to sacrifice so much. And that police officer, Su Zheyuan, knows the integrity of the Hong Kong police. And that police officer exempting Su Zheyuan from the previous bureau formalities is obviously also selling Zhou Hao's face, which makes Su Zheyuan have to produce energy that Zhou Hao can mobilize puzzled. It's just that Zhou Hao didn't take the initiative to say it, and Su Zheyuan was embarrassed to keep asking. Besides, those officers and police officers were upright official figures, and they weren't unscrupulous people, so Su Zhaoyuan didn't have to worry about Zhou Hao getting together with any criminal group. That Colonel Yin beat the three of Gordon James like this, and they are Americans. Is there anything going on? Wei Liqing asked with some worry. After all, she had not encountered such a situation. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "My okay, Annie. Those three guys attacked the People's Army, and it doesn't matter to us if anything happens. What about the Americans? This is not theirs in the United States or elsewhere. This is our Chinese place, and they offended the military again. Haha. This time they will feel better." Hearing this, Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Liqing looked at each other a little bit. After all, they caused the incident, but in the end, all the Chinese military came out. It was equivalent to someone from the military helping them wipe their buttocks, and what caused this situation was Zhou Hao. "Come on, uncle and aunt, the salt and pepper mantis shrimp here is very good. Try it." Zhou Hao smiled and put the mantis shrimp that he peeled by himself into the bowls of Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Liqing. Although he was still puzzled about Zhou Hao's energy, the two elders were relieved to have such a caring son-in-law. That night, Su Lin naturally spent the night with his parents in the apartment in Seongkwan, OTV City. Zhou Hao could not stay there, so as not to leave a bad impression on the old man. As for Su Zhaoyuan, the two elders would definitely interrogate Su. Zhou Hao could not interfere with Lin's own affairs, but just let the flow go. The next day, Zhou Hao took a cameo role as a tour guide and took Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Liqing on a tour in Hong Kong. He also found that the two elders had a more affectionate attitude towards him. Obviously, Su Lin told them what they said last night. The experience of Jinbao seafood boat made them feel Zhou Hao's reliability even more. While Zhou Hao accompanied the two elders on the streets and alleys of Hong Kong, Zheng Yingxuan's sudden call ended his trip today. "Xiao Hao, where are you now? Can you come to the HKMA? The chief executive has something I want to discuss with you." Zhou Hao knows that Hong Kong's financial market today is filled with more stormy waves than the previous 2 days. In the past few days, George Soros and Julian Robertson have sold more than 20 billion Hong Kong dollars each day, and the Hong Kong government has taken over. With most of them, the linked exchange rate system in Hong Kong is well stabilized. However, Zhou Hao knows many of the dangers. Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan, who are in charge of the overall situation, are even more busy. At this critical time, Zheng Yingquan also called Zhou Hao himself. It can be seen that they must have called Zhou Hao. "Important things. Uncle and aunt. I'm sorry. I have something to deal with temporarily, you see." Zhou Hao was about to leave halfway, so naturally he had to ask for permission from father-in-law first. Wei Liqing smiled and said, "Business matters are important. It's good to have Lin with us. Go ahead and don't delay your work." "Oh, then shall we have dinner together tonight?" Zhou Hao smiled. After obtaining the permission of the two elders and seeing Su Lin's empathetic eyes, Zhou Hao nodded and then stopped another taxi and went to the Monetary Authority. In the end, he met Chief Executive Tung and Zheng Yingquan in a spacious reception room of the Monetary Authority. Also present were the Director of the Monetary Authority Ren Jikong and the Director of the Financial Affairs Bureau Su Shuren. There are also several men and women. Among them, two middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes attracted Zhou Hao's attention. It is not how special their appearance is, but the temperament of these two people is very calm, and there is a hint of superiority in them. The general demeanor. The two middle-aged men also looked at Zhou Hao at the same time. Their eyes were meaningful, as if they knew Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, let me introduce you." Zheng Yingquan stepped forward and smiled at Zhou Hao. These two are Mr. Qin Donghai Qin and Mr. Bai Zhongnan, who are the vice-governors of the People's Bank of China. Hearing Zheng Yingquan's introduction, Zhou Hao was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect these two to come from such a big background. He knew early on that during the financial turmoil in Hong Kong, in order to fight against George Soros and Julian Robertson and others, the Central Committee sent two central bank deputy governors to Hong Kong to help Hong Kong weather the storm. Zhou Hao hasn't heard of any movement from the central government recently. He originally thought it was his involvement in history that caused a certain degree of change in the central government's decision-making. He did not expect that these two vice presidents finally came today. The People's Bank of China is not an ordinary bank, but a financial institution that centrally manages banks and the domestic economy. It is one of the departments directly under the State Council. Its president is a veritable ministerial-level official, and these two vice presidents are also vice presidents. Senior officials at the ministerial level are not inferior to Chief Executive Dong or Zheng. Zhou Hao. I've heard of my name for a long time. Bo Zhengnan held Zhou Hao's hand tightly, with a gentle smile on his face. Qin Donghai also smiled at Zhou Hao. I often hear your name, but I don't have a chance to meet him. How can I let the two of you praise me so much? Zhou Hao was so humble. In fact, he also knew that after all this series of things, his name would have spread in a small area in the center. The first and second leaders of the department should all be aware of the existence of his number. In particular, Mr. Zhao's love for Zhou Hao is not at all as low-key as before Zhao Dingzhou or even reprimanded in front of others. Instead, he praises him for having Zhou Hao, a good son, and many people are very like seeing Zhou Hao, the young man who made Mr. Zhao full of praise. Qin Donghai said. This time Hong Kong was able to respond to the first wave of the enemy's offensive so quickly. Chief Executive Dong and Director Zheng have already reported to the central government in detail and said that it was you who had resisted all opinions and recommended Chief Executive Dong. The two Hong Kong dollars, who decisively sold the enemy maliciously, are next. Regarding this Zhou Hao, I really didn't dare to be, and quickly said, the two really praised. In fact, Chief Executive Dong and Director Zheng have already made countermeasures early in the morning, but I can't calm down and become anxious. I must thank both of them. The elders forgive me for my frizz. In the last sentence, Zhou Hao was already testing the central government's attitude toward himself using harsh methods to Liang Yuxing and others, because since Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan reported the matter to the central government, the incidents of Liang Yuxing and others must have been recorded. In their report, young people are full of blood, and it is inevitable to rush a little bit. The most important thing is the patriotic heart of the boxing. Bai Zhengnan smiled very kindly and indirectly expressed the central government's attitude towards this. In the past, Zhou Hao hated such circumstantial speech, especially those in officialdom. There are 8 or 9 sentences out of 10 that are incomprehensible. It is only now that Zhou Hao really understands the profoundness of this official culture, and the common people also knowing that every person only speaks three-pointers, let alone in officialdom with deep taboos. Looking at these two officials who can contain the national economy, Zhou Hao smiled and asked, this time the central government sent 2 people to Hong Kong. It must be because of the financial turmoil in Hong Kong. Haha, there are 2 of them sitting here, Chief Executive Dong. You can breathe a sigh of relief with Director Zheng. As far as Hong Kong's economy is concerned, the 2 of you are like ballast stones. To say that Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Ying can all breathe a sigh of relief does not mean that after Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan are in control, Chief Executive Dong and the others can sit firmly on the Daitai. In fact, although Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan have outstanding abilities in economic regulation, their overall view is far from comparable to that of ordinary officials. After all, it is extremely difficult to cope with the work of coordinating and managing banks across the country without sufficient ability. But after all, Hong Kong is different from China. Even if Hong Kong's economy is striving to be compatible with China, it is unrealistic to let Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan fully support Hong Kong's sales as soon as they come. The arrival of these 2 central bank vice-governors was not only to assist Chief Executive Tung Yingquan to weather the storm, but also an attitude expressed by the central government. The central government is telling Chief Executive Tung that they will become a solid backing for Hong Kong, and it is also an affirmation of their use of Hong Kong's reserve fund to fight. At this point, Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan's previous worries have been wiped out, and there is no need to be afraid of those clowns who want to obstruct them. With the central Shangfang sword in hand, they can be said to be encountering gods. Kill the gods, meet the Buddha, and kill the Buddha. At the same time, Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingquan also value Zhou Hao even more, because when Zhou Hao first suggested that they use the reserve fund to fight, they said that the central government would support them, and now the central government has stated its attitude, regardless of whether Zhou Hao relies on his own reasoning. The intelligence network behind it knew the attitude of the central government and Chief Executive Dong, and they had to admit that Zhou Hao's energy was enormous. I also heard Bo Zhengnan introduce several other younger men and women to Zhou Hao. These are good players in various departments of our central bank. This time they have been selected to assist everyone in their work. Chief Executive Dong smiled and said, with the help of the two presidents and the help of the experts, Hong Kong will definitely survive this crisis safely. Chief Dong, please don't put all your hopes on us. We are here only to try our best to assist you. The most courageous still needs you two mainstays to support it. Qin Donghai smiled heartily. In fact, we came here with a learning mentality, because in the days to come, our financial economy in mainland China will become more and more open, and the challenges and difficulties we will encounter will become more and more severe. Some wolves and ambitions covet our economy and deliberately come to destroy it. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, we have to learn from each other's strengths so that domestic finance can catch up with the international ones as soon as possible. After all, Hong Kong is a world-renowned financial city. Zhang Yingquan and Chief Executive Dong humbly gave in, while Bai Zhengnan patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder and said to Zhang Yingquan and them, "The chairman and the prime minister let us tell you too. What are the difficulties in this battle? In fact, you can ask Zhou Hao more. Although we old guys have been involved in the economy for a lifetime, we are still far behind the financial wizard Zhou Hao." What Bo Zhengnan said was not only Zhang Yingquan and Chief Executive Dong, but even Zhou Hao himself was taken aback, because the chairman and the prime minister could not be regarded as a joke. What the two spoke out was instructions. If you encounter difficulties, ask Zhou Hao more. This has elevated Zhou Hao's status to an incredible height, and can even be understood as a teacher who can help Chief Executive Dong and Zhang Yingquan teach their careers. How is this? That's great. From another point of view, the words of the chairman and the prime minister are equivalent to placing Zhou Hao in a higher position than the two vice presidents of Chief Executive Dong, Zhang Yingquan and Qin Bai. To a certain extent, it is in the financial affairs that happened in Hong Kong this time, serving as the commander-in-chief in the war. If such a thing is known to outsiders, it will definitely cause an unimaginable uproar. The West may even mistakenly think that Zhou Hao is the future leader of China, and this Hong Kong war is an opportunity for him to exercise. So not only Chief Executive Dong and Zhang Yingquan, but even Zhou Hao felt unbelievable. Zhou Hao even had a tingling scalp, because it was tantamount to betting the entire future of Hong Kong on himself, which is the same as before. Totally different. Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan stopped talking and asked Chief Executive Zhang Yingquan to slowly digest this earth-shattering news. They should know that they were received by the chairman and the prime minister and asked them to convey this sentence whether it was a joke or a serious one. His mouth has not been able to close for a long time. When Chief Executive Dong and Zhang Yingquan calmed down, Zhang Yingquan's first reaction was to step forward and punch Zhou Hao in the chest and said angrily, "Are you kidding something to hide from us? Look at you. It's all crawling on our heads. Isn't this a lively juvenile commissioner?" His remark was of course a joke. Zhou Hao also wryly smiled again and again. "Uncle, I don't know this thing myself. Who would have thought that the chairman and the prime minister would like me so appreciated? In fact, you don't need to be so surprised, because Zhou Hao had the experience of coordinating huge amounts of money to operate a country's financial market before." Bo Zhengnan continued to say amazing words. Zhou Hao's heart jumped. He knew what Bo Zhengnan was talking about, which was his own attack on the Indonesian stock and foreign exchange markets the year before. At that time, after he proposed the plan for Indonesia to the central government, he was responsible for the part of the plan to deal with the Indonesian financial market. Zhou Hao's own personal funds from the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, plus the 50 billion yuan secretly allocated to Zhou Hao by the central government, have accumulated nearly 100 billion US dollars. And even though the money is owned by the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce and experts sent by the central government to assist in the manipulation, but Zhou Hao is responsible for the overall control at the top, because he is the original planner of the Indonesia plan. He is very clear about the details of the plan and knows how to cooperate with the military's actions. After a series of meticulous deployments, the Suharto government in Indonesia eventually fell apart under the Indonesia plan of Zhou Hao and others, and Wiranto and Prabowo, the two most powerful competitors for the presidency, also fell. With the halves of the sand, Even East Timor officially broke away from Indonesian control with the support of the Chinese military, allowing the Chinese Navy to truly take a step toward expanding the sea. Until now, the Indonesian-Chinese Chamber of Commerce, with the secret support of China, has penetrated into all levels of the Indonesian economy. The spokesperson of China and the Chinese Chamber of Commerce has finally taken the position of President of Indonesia, and the social status of Indonesian Chinese has also become stronger than before. Great improvement, and even the first Chinese political party in Indonesia has emerged. In this, Zhou Hao has also gained great benefits. In addition to the huge amount of wealth that the Suharto family had corrupted, it was allocated to Zhou Hao's share, and the right to develop Indonesia's rich natural resources also fell into China's hands. Zhou Hao also owns a large share of shares in it. Although there is no obvious interest yet, it is a real golden mountain. It was also because of the incident in Indonesia that Zhou Hao truly entered the sight of various officials of the central government and became a force not to be underestimated. It also increased the strength of the Zhao faction a lot tangibly or invisibly. When Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan told Chief Executive Zheng Yingquan about the Indonesian affairs, both of them were dumbfounded, especially Zheng Yingquan, who was involved in finances himself. At that time, he also did research on the situation in Indonesia. In analysis, we know that George Soros and others were busy hyping the financial economy of Thailand and Malaysia. They did not put their focus on Indonesia at all, and the disturbance caused by Indonesia was bigger than any other Asian country. Even the country is divided. Zheng Yingquan has never understood why such drastic changes occurred in Indonesia, and thought that East Timor's independence was only supported by the Chinese Navy at the right time. But unexpectedly, there were so many amazing inside stories, and Zhou Hao, who he often met, unexpectedly, it also played an irreplaceable core role. I only heard Qin Donghai say, the 50 billion that the central government secretly allocated to Zhou Hao was drawn by us and the president from several major domestic banks. In order not to attract the attention of the outside world, it went through multiple procedures and even let that money be crowned the name of the Three Gorges project. In fact, many people in our central bank didn't understand the decision of the central government at that time, especially those of us who knew the inside story. They knew that the money was actually transferred to an offshore registered private company. I even made a bet with Old Buy that this former will not come back eventually, and it will become a big bad debt for our central bank. Who knew that this money not only came back in the end, but also brought back a few huge profits? That's it. Bai Zhengnan nodded repeatedly. Later, when things went smoothly, we learned from a big man that the man who manipulated this huge sum of money at that time turned out to be a young man who was less than 20 years old. That is, Zhou Hao thought that what he heard was Tian Huangyi talk. Qin Donghai patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Now you know that we just said that we were not polite to your long admiration. Zhou Hao scratched his head shyly. He knew that he had achieved that kind of results at that time because he opened the Goldfinger cheat device, and he followed Soros and the others secretly to fish in troubled waters and wait for Indonesians. The economy showed signs of collapse and then gave a fatal blow before it was successful. Among them, there were too many factors of luck, and Zhou Hao did not expect to make himself a reputation as the boss in the Central Committee. With Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan coming with the support of the central government, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region governments will to resolutely fight against Soros and others has also reached a consensus. Before, because they did not see the situation clearly, they did not dare to act rashly and stand in line. Neutral officials are now leaning on Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan. As for the opposition, they also know that their side is over and cannot stop the administration of Chief Executive Dong and others. In this atmosphere, the operational efficiency of the SAR government has improved a lot, and the purchase of Hong Kong dollars sold by international speculators has also become more decisive and rapid, keeping the Hong Kong stock market above the 7,000 mark. Chief Tung, now that the government has decided to fight Soros and Julian with all its strength, shouldn't it also show to the people of Hong Kong that it will stabilize the people's hearts? We must know that many people outside still don't understand the attitude of the SAR government. People are panicked under the lack of security. Zhou Hao said, although the chairman and the prime minister said that Chief Executive Dong, and they have any difficulties they can ask Zhou Hao, Of course, Zhou Hao himself will not be really stupid to be this inexplicable teacher, lest any change will happen and become the target of public criticism. This is not correcting himself. The position has been exceeded. However, Zhou Hao, who should be reminded, still wants to remind that, after all, Hong Kong is now at a critical juncture, and it should not be dragged down by being too obsessed with customs. Chief Executive Tung and Zheng Ying both nodded their heads. It should be so, especially Soros and the others continue to encourage rumors to undermine the confidence of our Hong Kong people and other investors. It is also time for us to make it clear that our attitude has stabilized the people. Immediately, the people in the chief executive's office told the operation to contact all parties and hold an official press conference, and the first media to be invited was the news department of Asia Television, and had the right to ask the first 3 questions, which was considered correct. Zhou Hao's surrender was rewarded. At the press conference, Chief Executive Dong, Zheng Yingquan, and Qin Bai, 2 central bank governors, all attended. As for Zhou Hao, naturally, he would not appear in public. Chief Executive Dong also introduced at the press conference that Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan are the vice governors of the People's Bank of China. Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan only nodded towards the camera and said something like, "To Hong Kong and the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, the government is confident." Although Chief Executive Dong and Qin Bai did not say anything clearly, anyone with a discerning eye can see the central government's support for Hong Kong. This will play a great role in the confidence of the Hong Kong people and other investors. After an official explanation, reporters from many media on the scene raised their hands one after another, wanting to ask questions to the officials. A female reporter from TVB even wanted to rush to Chief Executive Dong and bring him the microphone. However, he saw Chief Executive Dong glance around the many media in the audience, then set his sights on the reporters of the Asia Television News Department, smiled kindly, and accepted his questions with gestures. The reporter from ATV is also not welcome because he was greeted by the station before he came. At today's highly anticipated press conference, he will ask the first 3 questions by himself. After being secretly surprised by the energy his company had used in the government, he immediately displayed his professionalism and immediately asked the first question. "Chief Dong, the other international speculators have sold a lot of Hong Kong dollars for many days. There is also news in the financial market that the renminbi will depreciate. Many people are worried that Hong Kong's linked exchange rate will be volatile or that the currency will collapse like Thailand the year before. What do you think of this?" The reporter's question is very sharp. It does not mean how sharp or direct his question is. It is because he brought together 2 seemingly unrelated things, namely, the selling of Hong Kong dollars by international speculators and the rumors in the financial market. It is easy for people to subconsciously think that the rumors in the financial market are made by the international speculators, and he said whether Hong Kong would be like Thailand before, and secretly pointed out the intention of the international speculators to make Hong Kong into just like Thailand. It should be punishable. Zheng Yingquan, who was sitting next to Chief Executive Dong, looked at the ATV reporter and gave a wry smile. He secretly said that none of Zhou Hao's men are good men and believers. In normal times, the official will be very serious about such hidden evil intentions questions. The answer is rigorously considered, so as not to cause any disturbance. However, the Hong Kong government and Soros and other speculators have made it clear that they are hostile. Qin Bai and the 2 central bank governors used the word enemy to describe Soros and Julian and others from the beginning, so the official does not need to be ambiguous. Acted ambiguously. Sure enough, Chief Executive Dong smiled at the reporter and said, "Our government's attitude towards the financial turmoil that occurred in Hong Kong is clear and resolute, because everyone should know that the Hong Kong dollar that was dumped in the market, our government will soon buy it. As for the rumors in the market that the renminbi will depreciate, you can ask us President Qin and President Bai." I saw Bo Zhengnan huddled in the microphone and said to the people in the audience, "Our central government has stated many times that the renminbi will not depreciate. On the contrary, there is still pressure for the renminbi to appreciate, so you can let go of your concerns." Chief Executive Dong added, "There are also those rumors in the financial market, which are actually spread by people with ulterior motives. The purpose is to undermine the confidence of our Hong Kong people and other investors, so as to achieve their sinister purpose of undermining our linked exchange rate system. Speaking of this, his eyes became firm and sharp. Facing the camera, he said almost every word. We are absolutely capable and determined to maintain the linked exchange rate, and we can definitely do it. As the concluding remarks of this press conference, Chief Executive Dong's words that can almost be regarded as declaring war on Soros and others received enthusiastic applause from the media. The attitude and posture of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government in this battle was also formally displayed through various media in front of the world. While Chief Executive Dong and Zhang Yingquan were busy with such national events, Zhou Hao, the imperial minister personally appointed by the chairman and the prime minister, was busy dealing with personal affairs of his children. Originally, Zhou Hao wanted to witness this SAR government's press conference, which is equivalent to declaring war on international speculators. Even if he can't appear in front of the media, he can at least witness a historical event on the spot. However, he suddenly received a call from Zhao Yuqin. Without any advance notice, Zhao Yuqin chuckled at Zhou Hao on the phone and said, "Xiao Hao, sister is at the airport in Hong Kong now. My sister doesn't know what car to take to the city. You can come and pick it up." Sister. After receiving this sudden call, Zhou Hao was really surprised and happy, because before discussing with Zhao Yuqin, she was originally scheduled to come to Hong Kong a few days later, but now she came so quietly that she only gave it after she got off the plane. Zhou Hao called. "I haven't seen the beauty of my wife and sister for some time. Now that she knows that she is in Hong Kong, Zhou Hao can't even witness the press conference." He immediately drove his Maserati to the Hong Kong airport. There is no need to search hard to find Zhao Yuqin at the airport, because with Zhao Yuqin's stunning appearance, standing in the crowd is like standing out from the crowd, and you can recognize it at a glance. I saw Zhao Yuqin wearing a pink and purple dress, an elegant and decent coat, a slim and slender middle skirt, and slim black stockings, and a pair of pink and purple heel shoes, which made Zhao Yuqin's already tall beauty even more outstanding. Zhou Hao didn't hug Zhao Yuqin like he did at the Beijing airport before, but suppressed the hard thinking in his heart for Zhao Yuqin quickly and simply helped her take the duffel bag and led her to leave the airport and get into the car. Because Zhao Yuqin was already eye-catching enough, and Zhou Hao, Mr. Z, was extremely popular in Hong Kong. If people were to recognize it, it would be difficult for them to leave the airport. After returning to the car, Zhou Hao, who was a little relieved, caught Zhao Yuqin's tender and depressive gaze and took a breath of air, because Zhao Yuqin's face could really be called the four words Tianzi Guisei. Especially when she looked at Zhou Hao with this kind of resentment but soft gaze, Zhou Hao would feel like her heart was being grabbed by an invisible hand, and she couldn't help her life or death. Xiao Hao. Zhao Yuqin's eyes were curved like crescent moons, and he made a usual call, but it seemed to contain 1,000 words. Zhou Hao couldn't help it anymore. He stretched out his hand and took the beautiful woman in front of him into his arms. As soon as he lowered his head, he sucked her flaming red lips fiercely and tasted it wantonly. Woo! Of course, Zhao Yuqin would not refuse, just want to meld into the arms of this little man who has great magical powers on him. For a long time, the two people were willing to separate slightly, and Zhao Yuqin's delicate lips were also swollen by Zhou Hao, and looked even more charming, especially with the red glow of her face and the hazy eyes. Zhou Hao was almost provoked beastly when the water vapor was in the air. With a sly smile, Zhao Yuqin slightly stretched out the tip of her small tongue, and the sharp corners of her eyes moved a little, teasing Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was very excited, and he leaned in and rolled her cloves into his mouth. Then there was another battle of swords and tongues. "Sister, I miss you. I really want to think about it." Zhou Hao buried his face in Zhao Yuqin's pink neck, which was filled with the delicate fragrance, and gently kissed the white skin on it. Bad guy." Zhao Yuqin murmured to Zhou Hao's hair as he stroked Zhou Hao's hair. "Xiao Hao, what are you thinking? Why are you absent?" Su Zhao Yuan's voice sounded from his ears. Zhou Hao immediately recovered. Just now Zhao Yuqin's plump and attractive figure appeared in his mind, and he was unconsciously distracted, forgetting that he was about to have dinner with Su Lin's parents. After picking up Zhao Yuqin from the airport earlier, Zhou Hao originally wanted to send her back to the mid-levels villa. After all, Zhao Yuqin first bought the villa to give Zhou Hao a comfortable home in Hong Kong. But Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were both in the villa, and Zhao Yuqin wanted to spend a night or two with Zhou Hao in a two-person world. So instead of going to the villa, he went to another unit that Zhao Yuqin bought in Hong Kong. A duplex unit located in the Arc de Triomphe high-end residential area. After Zhao Yuqin settled down, Zhou Hao was kicked out. First, she knew that Zhou Hao had made an appointment with Su Lin's parents for dinner. But because she came to Hong Kong to meet Zhou Hao as soon as possible, she gave Tina Beverage Group. The matter was handled well and finally handed over to Shangwan Zongzi. Only then did she come to Hong Kong by plane from Liaoning, and she was not used to sleeping on the plane, so she was very sleepy now and had to make up for a sleep. Hearing Su Zhiyuan's words, Zhou Hao naturally couldn't say that he was thinking of another woman, so he explained with a smile. Haha, it's nothing, but there are some things at work that need to be thought about. Hehe, I don't forget to work after I go home. I'm afraid your boss is very happy to have an employee like you. Su Zhaoyuan smiled and said, there is nothing wrong with work, although I am not expert in finance. I was cheated just now. Most of the net worth, but in business, even in different industries, many principles are still the same. It is always okay to give you some suggestions. Zhou Hao certainly does not think that Su Zhaoyuan is bragging, because in the domestic business of construction projects, contacts and skills are indispensable, and Su Zhaoyuan can break through for many years and retreat in rapids. His experience and life are very desirable. It's like this. Our company has a competitor. Well, it's more appropriate to say that the enemy is because the other party's behavior is not only in the scope of competition, but also maliciously dumping our company's stock and suppressing our company's reputation. Zhou Hao explained with a smile. Although our company is strong and well-known in the industry, the funds of the other party should not be underestimated. The key is that there are several banks with special purpose behind them, and those who do not want to see us. As the company develops, it has always been wary of our organization, and those who want to see us making a fool of ourselves have played more or less roles in it, and cheered for the enemies of our company. Moreover, this enemy of our company is fierce and scheming. Not long ago, it brought back a few small companies that were growing fast but had unstable foundations. He was telling Su Zhaoyuan about the overall situation outside by analogy. In fact, the situation in Hong Kong and Soros and others is also an enlarged commercial war. Just listen to Zhou Hao continuing to say, our company's department in Hong Kong is responsible for handling and communicating international business. It is a very important gateway for our head office, and the enemy of our company is trying to destroy us. This portal is used to harm our company's interests, and even use it as a breakthrough point to aggressively invade our company's established market. For this reason, the department on the Hong Kong side fought back. I also wanted to contribute my own strength, so I took the initiative to come to Hong Kong. Su Zhaoyuan listened quietly, feeling that the financial company Zhou Hao worked for should be very large. Perhaps I did something for the head office in the past and got the attention and appreciation of the head of the company and several big bosses. No, the people sent by the head office to assist the Hong Kong branch brought the boss's oral instructions, saying the director of the Hong Kong branch can ask me if he encounters any difficulties. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. Although I am familiar with the situation on the enemy side, the head office put the Hong Kong branch on my shoulders. I feel a lot of pressure. I don't know if the head of the branch will what do you think of me. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Su Zhaoyuan chuckled and said, you kid is really true. It's another young man. If you can get such an opportunity, it's too late to be happy, but you are afraid of it. Oh, because the scale of our company is really big, and none of the important positions in it are mediocre, and my qualifications are so low, I can't bear heavy responsibilities. Zhou Hao said. And, honestly, uncle, in fact, one of the top executives of the company who has a great influence on the company is my godfather. More or less I rely on the relationship of godfather to be able to get in the company like a duck. I am afraid that if things go wrong, I will be exhausted. Daddy lost the face of godfather. Actually, you are right to worry. Su Zhaoyuan comforted. But since the company has entrusted such a large responsibility to you, it means that the company attaches great importance to you. You should not think that if you do something wrong at first, well, what you are thinking about now is how to get things done well. Would you still harm your own company? While talking, Su Zhaoyuan sighed. Many people say that there is no evil no business, no business, no evil, but they blindly rely on the sidelines to do business. Although they have small achievements, they will not make big achievements in the end. It will last for a long time. In this respect, being able to have a clear conscience is a great achievement in itself. Let others say things. I will stand still and do my job well. What else is there to be afraid of? Su Zhaoyuan talked about this from an ordinary business perspective, but he gave Zhou Hao's insight into it. At this time, Zhou Hao remembered the various ways of advancing and retreating contained in the letters of the official Zheng Wenzheng, and his heart gradually became clear. What are you two talking about? Come over for dinner. Wei Luqing and Su Lin, who were preparing dinner in the kitchen, brought the food to the table and waved to Zhou Hao in the hall. Su Zhaoyuan patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder and smiled. Okay, since I'm back at home, I should get along with my family members. I can only think about things about work when I work. Zhou Hao nodded and went to dinner with Su Zhaoyuan. After a warm dinner, the relationship between Su's parents and Zhou Hao became more harmonious and intimate. Su Zhaoyuan and Wei Luqing also became more and more of Zhou Hao as a rare benefactor, worthy of Su Lin's life. Even if Su Lin does not want Zhou Hao, their two elders not allowed. After that, Zhou Hao left. After all, it is not easy for Su Lin to meet his parents. Now he should cherish the time spent with them. In addition, Zhou Hao rushed back to see the sister who made him dream. The Arc de Triomphe is one of Hong Kong's newest and most high-end properties. In the current situation of the property market plummeting, the price is as high as tens of thousands of yuan per square foot. That is, the price per square meter exceeds 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. The duplex unit that Zhao Yuqin bought, with a total area of more than 300 square meters, was purchased for more than 40 million yuan. When he came here, Zhao Yuqin was lying halfway on the long deck chair on the terrace reading a book. She was wearing a silk nightdress that was as thin as a veil, wrapped around her plump jade body, with curvy lines, and two slender snow-white legs stacked together at random to outline an extremely attractive line. As she looked down and read, her hair was drooping, and her slightly curly hair hung over her chest casually, letting the spring light loom in the back. Everything was stirring Zhou Hao's heartstrings, especially Zhao Yuqin seemed to have just woke up, with a lazy and hazy smell on her face, and her charm was even more deadly. Zhou Hao couldn't help but think, the Egyptian demon queen who can cause a national war is probably at the level of her sister. He tiptoed to the back of Zhao Yuqin, and then suddenly climbed from the back to the reclining chair, just like this, and beside Zhao Yuqin, he immediately ran into Zhao Yuqin's extremely flexible body. Ah! Zhao Yuqin, who was caught off guard, was taken aback by Zhou Hao, then closed the book in his hand and patted Zhou Hao's forehead lightly. Little villain, I don't know how to do something good. Zhou Hao hugged Zhao Yuqin's slender willow waist, arched in Zhao Yuqin's plump chest like a urchin, and smiled. In front of my sister, I only think of doing bad things. You are all 18 years old, and you will be an adult in the future, and you will still be such a fool. Zhao Yuqin was reluctant to push Zhou Hao away. On weekdays, he is much older than those 18-year-olds. I don't know. Which is your true side? Zhou Hao smiled and said, when I take off my clothes, won't my sister know the truest side of me? I knew that I was playing a gangster in front of my sister. Zhao Yuqin clicked on Zhou Hao's nose, then smoothed the hair around his ears, and asked with concern, How is it? How are you doing in Hong Kong? Not good. Zhou Hao immediately shook his head. It's not good to go anywhere without my sister by his side. Are you coaxing sister again? Knowing that Zhou Hao was talking sweetly, Zhao Yuqin didn't have the slightest immunity. With so many girls by your side, do you remember your sister? Of course I remember. Zhou Hao's entire face fell on Zhao Yuqin's chest. I can't sleep even if my sister wants to eat. Zhao Yuqin wanted to knock on this guy's head a few times, but after all, she was reluctant, so she had to hug him softly and said, This time the Hong Kong incident is very involved. You have to deal with it carefully. I don't know how many people are watching. I'm worried that you can't handle it alone, so I came here to accompany you. Sister, do you know this too? Zhou Haofu asked on Zhao Yuqin's soft body. Zhao Yuqin caressed his increasingly tough and handsome face. This has all been spread in the standing committee. Many uncles don't understand what the chairman and the prime minister are doing. The uncles and uncles, she said, are members of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee. All of them are important heavyweights in the whole of China, and they are the optimistic pillars of domestic politics. Zhou Hao smiled. It's really strange that they can understand. The current situation is almost entrusting the victory or defeat of this war to themselves, and it is even related to Hong Kong and even China's hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign exchange reserves. Although Zhou Hao had captured William Rashid and those American biochemical fighters in the incident in Indonesia before and recently, many people in the central government valued him very much, but Hong Kong is the key to this vital gateway. Many people will inevitably feel relieved when handing it over to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and said, I am also annoyed by this. If it is done well, people may be jealous. If it is done well, it will definitely be taken out by many forces to sacrifice the flag. This is really a dilemma. Looking at Zhou Hao's frowning brows, Zhao Yuqin felt distressed, stroking Zhou Hao's forehead with care, as if trying to smooth the wrinkles on it. She said softly, So neither the chairman nor the prime minister passed any official documents to ask the two presidents Qin Bai to give instructions to the following. They only mentioned it verbally, and they couldn't really file it. The chairman and the prime minister, who would dare not take it seriously? Zhou Hao smiled. They did it, just because if I really messed up this matter, they would have a lot of room for transfer, and they would leave one for themselves. Retreat. Looking at Zhao Yuqin, he asked, What about Godfather? Did Godfather say anything? Zhao Yuqin hesitated for a moment, and said, Before I came to Hong Kong, he asked me to convey a word to you. The wind and the clouds will not move, and the water will not move the boat. Zhou Hao murmured and repeated this sentence suddenly, and every time it was repeated, the insight in his heart became deeper, which was similar to that of the letter from the house of Zheng Wanzheng, and its handwritten mysterious calligraphy. After a long time, he suddenly smiled and said, Godfather is Godfather, and he sees things far higher than ordinary people. Do you know what Dad meant? Zhao Yuqin asked. She had figured it out for a long time when she heard this sentence. She understands that this is the old man calling Zhou Hao, and she cannot directly ask the meaning of this sentence, because it is not good for Zhou Hao. In this situation, Zhou Hao still needs to experience and practice by himself. The father's words are the lights in the sea. Whether you can see and follow that direction to reach the other shore, it still depends on Zhou Hao's own ability. And this is also an opportunity for Zhao Yuqin herself. As a son and daughter of the Zhao family, she is destined to be extraordinary since she was born. Even if she does not join politics, after all, she cannot escape the influence of her family, so she must adapt to this influence, and in turn create their own influence on the family. Just listen to Zhou Hao smiled and said, The meaning of this sentence is not only to let me do things down to earth, ignore the gossip, but also to say that the father and the chairman and prime minister will act as my strongest backing. With the care of the three of them, even if the wind blows and the water pushes the boat, I can still look like it does not move. Seeing that Zhou Hao understood what the old man meant, Zhao Yuqin was also very happy. In fact, the old man will fully support Zhou Hao. This is a matter of course, because while Zhou Hao has become the target of public criticism, the Zhao family will inevitably become the focus of attention of many forces. Now Zhou Hao and the Zhao family are inseparable. The chairman and the prime minister did not use Zhou Hao as a shield, but believed in Zhou Hao's ability, valued Zhou Hao's talent, and provided him with an opportunity to spread his wings and fly high. If Zhou Hao gets things done this time, then when anyone looks at Zhou Hao, they will not just consider the Zhao family behind Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao himself will also become a force that cannot be ignored and cannot be underestimated. Anyone who wants to move must weigh it. Zhou Hao stood up and came to the balcony railing, looking up at the spectacular scenery below, smiling confidently. Like this financial storm, everyone says this is a big crisis, but crisis is dangerous. Opportunities come at the same time. Only those who can seize opportunities from danger and make the best use of them are the real winners. I will try the waters this time. Even if I fail, I'll just start over again. I have time and some opportunity. He had already figured it out, not to mention that the old man would fully support himself. Even if there is no support and help behind, he is confident to ride the wind and waves. Even if there is no way forward, he will kill a way out. Advance and retreat. I must retreat in the previous situation, but now, I will enter. Whoever blocks, I will destroy whoever. Zhou Hao pressed his hands on the railing and laughed heartily. Now, in the hand-copied version of the book of the official Zhengwenzheng appeared in his mind. Those mysterious words, sometimes implicit and introverted, and sometimes bold and unruly, as sharp as a sheathed sword. Combined with his current situation, Zhou Hao's experience deepened again, and he only felt that his chest was filled with indomitable courage and confidence. At the same time, the true qi in his body also circulates automatically. Every week it runs. The true qi becomes more condensed and clearer, which deepens the cultivation of Zhou Hao and martial arts. And Zhao Yuqin looked at Zhou Hao's upright back and listened to his confident words. He only felt fascinated. Confident men are the most charming, and Zhou Hao's self-confidence is not as blind and uncomfortable as ordinary young people. Capacity is the embodiment of one's own strength. Coming quietly behind Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin hugged Zhou Hao's waist and pressed her face to Zhou Hao's broad back. It is said that behind every successful man, there must be a woman who silently supports him. Now Zhao Yuqin is very proud of being the woman behind Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao turned around, he saw Zhao Yuqin slightly lifted his face to him. Her plump cherry lips were fascinating, and her breath was fragrant. His heart shook, and he kissed her naturally. After a while, he hugged Zhao Yuqin and walked towards the bed. Zhao Yuqin naturally knew what was going to happen next. The red tied on her pink cheeks, but there was no intention to stop her. Her arms were tight. Hooking Zhou Hao's neck tightly, his heart was beating fast. This lingering affection is not enough to be an outsider. Only know that Zhao Yuqin's high-pitched "een" has not stopped all night, and when she woke up from the bed, the outside sun also hung high in the middle of the sky. Quietly looked at Zhou Hao, who embraced him and closed his star eyes. Seeing his quiet and serene face, Zhao Yuqin was full of tenderness and affection. Even if he dedicated everything to this man, he would not hesitate. In fact, when she thinks of it, she feels strange to herself. Born in a prominent family like the Zhao family, is there any outstanding man she has never seen? But no matter whether it was the handsome young man, the talented young Junyan, the courageous and powerful generals, or even the great merchants sitting on Jinshan, they did not make themselves even the slightest heartbeat. The partial life was Zhou Hao, a teenager who was nearly 10 years younger than him. He was so obsessed with him that he was reluctant to leave him even knowing that he was bothered and untamed. He had to deliberately build a good relationship with his confidants for him. At the thought of Zhao Yuqin, she gritted her teeth a bit, hating Zhou Hao's insatiable dissatisfaction and annoyed by her own unsatisfaction. I couldn't help but look at the dreamy boy in front of me. His sturdy facial contours, aggressive sword eyebrows, loose nose, and stubbornly pressed lips all looked so charming and beautiful. Zhao Yuqin's heart is like a deer, and she actually gave birth to the shyness of a young girl in the cardamom years when she was first in love. It's a really harmful little enemy. Zhao Yuqin was involuntarily annoyed, but then secretly kissed Zhou Hao on the cheek, contented with this sweet little prank. This is a complicated and contradictory man, Zhao Yuqin sometimes thinks. With the maturity and even the old-fashioned that his age is impossible, he can give the people around him a very reliable sense of security, and unknowingly he becomes dependent on the squadron and is immersed in the feeling of being protected by him. By his side, as if the sky is falling, there is no need to be afraid, because he will bear it for you. But at the same time, he has the kind of innocence and innocence of a young man, with a little unpretentious innocence and childishness, which can completely arouse all the motherhood of a mature woman like her. Especially when he frowned, there was a melancholy overflowing inadvertently, which was definitely the most lethal weapon to her, which made her have an urge to do everything to solve all the things that bothered him for this man. Perhaps it is this kind of annoying, charming, and alluring complexity and contradiction that makes Zhao Yuqin deeply stuck with Zhou Hao's mud feet. Zhao Yuqin thought that a woman like He Shiyun could actually give up her husband, give up her family, give up her fame, give up everything and stay with Zhou Hao. I am afraid that she was also drawn into Zhou Hao's complex and contradictory charm vortex like herself. You often say that people are the evil spirits. I think you are the evil. Yes, you are the male evil spirits. Zhao Yuqin wrinkled at Zhou Hao, who had not yet woken up, wrinkled his nose and said, in Hong Kong's Victoria Harbor, a white yacht with a length of more than 30 meters gallops on the sea, cutting out a long white wave. This is a yacht produced by the British Sky Travel Company, which has a strong classical aristocratic atmosphere in both style and installation. And on this yacht, the world's top financial operations experts are gathering, which is the main attacker of this Hong Kong financial war, including George Soros of Quantum Fund, his deputy Christopher Atkins, and Tiger Fund. Of Julian Robertson, Robert Citron, head of emerging markets at the Tiger Fund. There are several other well-dressed middle-aged men, but they are managers or divisional presidents of several very famous investment banks in the world. This small gathering arranged on the yacht. The predators of all parties did not bring beautiful women to attend as before, let alone invite popular female celebrities to come as company, because they are talking about the absolute financial market. Confidential. Any word spread will cause an uproar in the financial market. Citron, your yacht is very good. Haha. The production of Tianlu is always reliable. A middle-aged man biting a cigar shook the alcohol in his hand and smiled. The man sitting next to Julian also laughed. Corver, you are deliberately taunting me. Who doesn't know that your Princess Alexander is the most expensive ship in the British Yacht Club? It took more than 3 years for the Princess Company to dare to ship to you, so as not to offend you, the god who held their lifeline in one hand. The man named Corver shook his head quickly after hearing Citron's words. Don't just wrong me. It's not me who holds the lifeblood of their princess. It's just our bank, and I'm just doing chores in it. In addition, the man with gold glasses and meticulously combed hair laughed. I said, Corver, don't be humble. Who doesn't know that you are the helm of JP Morgan's future? Hee, that's nearly $1 trillion. The assets are exciting to think about. Okay, Fox, your first Boston bank is not a fuel-efficient lamp, so let's not talk about anyone else. Corver cursed with a smile. Despite the fact that these people who will be the king of the financial market in the future wrestle with each other, Soros and Julian, who are the heaviest in this party, are silent and enjoy the wine. After bragging about each other, everyone knew that they were going to get to the point. After all, in their world, this field, partners, friends, and even family members are nothing more than a relationship of combination of interests. There is no real friendship at all. Business is business. Business is business. No friendship at all is the most respected code of conduct for these people. Mr. George, these days, the Hong Kong dollars we have released are almost 100 billion, but the Hong Kong government immediately eats it. If this goes on, we will not be able to shake their currency exchange rates. It was the investment of Merrill Lynch Bank. Department manager, a Japanese man named Ameda Abezuo. It was not Soros who responded to Ameda Abe's left, but Julian. He took a sip of his drink and laughed coldly. It's only a few days before you can't stand it? Or do you, Merrill, want to quit? Since the knife has been drawn, of course there is no possibility of retreat. Ameda Abe left with a heavy snorted. Our bank is most concerned about whether you can break through Hong Kong's defenses. After all, no one wants to do business at a loss. The people from the other banks also nodded in agreement. In fact, they are also a little anxious, otherwise they won't rush over as soon as Robert Citron sends out an invitation. Corver of JP Morgan Bank took the cigar in his mouth and said, I care more about whether China's currency will depreciate. At the beginning, you vowed that China's currency will depreciate to deal with this financial turmoil. But there is no movement in China. Their central bank has issued multiple statements stating that the currency will not depreciate. Also, as I read the news before, China sent 2 deputy governors of central banks to Hong Kong. It means that they will support Hong Kong to the end. Mr. Julian, China's foreign exchange reserves are second only to Japan and rank 3rd in the world. If Hong Kong's reserves are added, this country can mobilize the largest dollar reserves other than the United States. Julian glanced at Corver. What you said is the truth, but will China use all of its foreign exchange reserves to deal with us? If that is the case, I would agree with both feet. I will be the first, let the renminbi be sniped down. After a pause, he continued, whether the renminbi will depreciate or not will depend on the decision of the Chinese government. They have not made any policy actions on the renminbi, which surprised me. However, This it does not mean that we will be defeated in this battle. Earlier, I went to Shanghai with Cetron to observe China's economic situation. Speaking of this, he glanced at Robert Cetron. Cetron immediately understood and said to everyone, "We and Mr. Julian visited Shanghai Shipyard, an 8-share company listed in Hong Kong, and confirmed our previous analysis of red chip state-owned enterprise stocks in New York. Many of these red chip state-owned enterprise stocks are not as valuable as the stock prices they indicate. Take this Shanghai Shipyard as an example. Their ship is rusty, and the workers are just chatting in the factory. Everyone, this is not just a state-owned enterprise stock company. Most of the red chip state-owned enterprise stocks have big bubbles in their corporate stock prices, such as Shanghai Industrial, Everbright, Beijing Enterprises, and Tianjin Development, Costco International, and so on. Their stock prices have reflected the rapid growth that may be maintained through capital injection activities in the next few decades. But everyone knows that such large-scale capital injection activities are almost impossible. In addition, investors are the expectations of the management of red chip companies are too high. Many red chip companies are group companies that operate multiple businesses. It is unrealistic to expect red chip, Taipan, to quickly create value for shareholders. The Fox of the First Boston Bank said, "Citron, we all know these. The reason why we got together to fight this battle is because we saw business opportunities. Hong Kong's financial economy is full of bubbles that are about to burst. We are very clear about this situation. But what we care about is not the cause, but the result. Citron, we need to make money. Do you understand?" "Of course I understand. We also did so much for profit." Citron shrugged. At this time, George Soros finally spoke. "One door can't be opened. Just try another door." Everyone's interest was immediately attracted by Soros's words, and Abe Zuri-Ameda quickly said, "Mr. George, do you have any good ideas?" After George Soros said a word, he didn't speak again, and drank the wine leisurely again, with a tepid appearance, which raised the appetites of everyone else, but everyone was deep. Knowing his character, the more you ask him, the less he says it. In the end, it was Christopher Atkins who spoke for everyone. Everyone. Mr. George meant that since the Hong Kong government is keeping the Hong Kong dollar as a currency gate, we can attack them elsewhere. They can't take the entire Hong Kong financial. The economy is wrapped in copper and iron. Atkins, you don't want to talk about it. Just say it. Say it. Corver urged again and again. Atkins smiled and said, "In the beginning, we sold a lot of Hong Kong dollars. In addition to destroying Hong Kong's linked exchange rate, we also wanted to destroy Hong Kong's stock market because we also bought a lot. A short order for Hong Kong stocks." He said, "Originally, we planned to attack their linked exchange rate to affect the stock market and make the stock market fall sharply. Now that we can't break their currency door in a short period of time, we will simply attack their stock market and lift the stock high. Isn't it all our best to fall down hard? Especially those red chip state-owned enterprise stocks. The bubble is so big that it will explode with just one tap." Yutian Abe wiped the small goatee that wiped his chin and said, "This method is indeed feasible, but we can't behave and let people in Hong Kong take precautions. Well, the action on the Hong Kong dollar has to continue. First paralyze them, and then attack their stock market in one fell swoop, using the stock market to drag the Hong Kong dollar and its interest rates, so that our chances of success will be much greater." Mr. Yutian is absolutely right. Aiken smiled and praised. "Then who is the first one you want to deal with?" A voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. I saw an old man sitting on the other side of the deck, with no other bank or fund people to accompany him. He looked lonely, but just like this, when everyone looked at him, he suddenly felt that the aura in him was incredible. I looked down at it. It's faintly better than George Soros and Julian Robertson. Seeing the old man speak, Soros also changed his previous indifference, showing a gentle smile. "Mr. Ho, what do you have insight in this regard?" "I don't dare to take it seriously. It's just that I have a better understanding of the various stocks in the Hong Kong stock market than you are, so I can make some comments." This old man is He Hong Sun, who is known as the Gambling King. He Hong Sun is also sitting there as one of the giants on this yacht. In fact, the assets he controls are not less than anyone present, even though his business kingdom is better than those of multinational investment banks. In terms of strength and reputation, No one dares to underestimate this old man who is nearly 80 years old in the world. In this yacht rally, even Lu Luanhong or Su Jiaming, who also worked with Julian and the others, were not invited, especially Macau has not yet returned. The issues there are more sensitive to the central government than other places. If the central government knows that He Hongsun and Suwa, if the people on Rose's side are related, it will be harmful and unhelpful to He Hongsun. No one at the scene ignored He Hongsun's opinions and only heard Soros asked, "Mr. He, then do you think it's better for us to attack those stocks first?" He Hongsun immediately listed the names of several stocks, including the red chip state-owned enterprise stocks that everyone mentioned before, and some blue chip stocks with good performance reports, and Christopher Atkins temporarily acted as secretary. Record the stocks mentioned by He Hongsun in detail so that you can go back and analyze the investigation slowly. Mr. Ho, there are a few blue chip stocks with stable earnings. Are these suitable for us to speculate? George Soros asked. Because we secretly shorted some red chip state-owned enterprise stocks a long time ago, now it can also cause a major turmoil in Hong Kong's stock market. As for those relatively stable blue chip stocks, are they really worth our money? He Hongsun smiled and said, the blue chip stocks I mentioned have stable performance and good profitability. They are considered stable blue chip stocks. But I know that they have borrowing relationships with the three major note-issuing banks in Hong Kong. The debt ratio is not low, which means that the three major note-issuing banks in Hong Kong have a large amount of financial pressure on these companies. Both Soros and Julian's eyes lit up when they heard this, and He Hongsun continued, everyone should expect that if these companies collapse, how big bad debts will be caused to the three major note-issuing banks. At that time, these three banks are all weak. Wouldn't it be easier for you to attack Hong Kong's currency portal? Mr. He is really amazing. It's really right. Julian smiled. Then let's do a good show in the Hong Kong stock market. Hum. I haven't played it in a long time. It's a super short-term game. At this time, he looked at the people around him and asked, everyone, how much money do you have to provide us? Fox immediately smiled and said, Mr. Julian, you don't need to worry about this. As much money as you want. Our First Boston Bank will provide as much money. J.P. Morgan Bank and Merrill Lynch also immediately expressed their support for George Soros and Julian Robertson. The most important thing for their international investment banks is capital. After talking about the business, everyone began to have fun. A group of supermodel actresses came from another yacht to accompany these rich and powerful men. He Hongsun did not stay here to accompany them crazy, but boarded a smaller yacht and sailed straight to Macau. Seeing He Hongsun's yacht rolling away in white waves from a distance, Julian on the deck said to Soros, this old man, can you trust it? Who can really believe it? Soros sneered. At least, he has the same interests as us. We can't look at He Hongsun from the perspective of Chinese communism. After all, he was born in a capital society. Growing up and making a fortune, even part of the blood in his body belongs to the capital society. Moreover, he should have seen it himself. After Macau returns to China, his life will probably not be as comfortable as before. Don't make more money now. Some money. If anything happens in the future, then he will be in trouble. Julian drank a sip and smiled. That's right. This old man is the same kind of person as us, and even the blood is filled with the smell of greed, which is really exciting. Soros glanced at Julian lightly. Don't underestimate this old fox. He is not inferior to you and me. Most of the underground world of Macau is controlled by him. Through Macau, the whole world, there are also a lot of gangster forces within him that are affected by him. If he is forced to rush, neither you nor I will have a good life. I know. What should I say in the Chinese sentence? Julian shrugged and smiled. Well, yes, it is difficult to be a confidant and difficult to be an enemy, but this sentence seems more suitable for you and me. On the other side, He Hongsun, who keeps going away with his back to Soros and their yacht, is also looking at them with the same eyes in his heart. Dad, how did you talk to them? He Hongsun's eldest son, He Dunlong, was talking. He Hongsun sneered. It's just a group of wild dogs that are hungry and crazy. Tell them where there are bones. They still rush to bite like they are not crazy. He Chiolin, the second son, immediately showed joy when he heard this. Dad, did they agree to deal with the stocks we suggested? He Hongsun nodded. and his slightly narrowed eyes revealed a hint of coldness. They promised to be expected. Working with those people, there is no personal relationship at all. The prerequisite for cooperation with them is interest. The word benefit is the greatest bond between them. He Yunlin was deeply impressed by his father's words, especially that many of the stocks were the enemies of the He family in business, and now he can use this to strike at them without blood, to achieve the He family's attempt to kill people with a knife. However, He Qiulong said with some worry, "But father, those state-owned enterprise stocks and blue-chip stocks are all supported by the state. Soros and the others will destroy these stocks. If we let the Chinese government know that we are involved in it, will it treat us?" Family. Seeing He Hongsun's eyebrows raised, He Qiulong couldn't help shivering, and immediately lowered his head and dared not say anything. He Hongsun calmed down and said, "Do you think that if we don't do this, the Chinese government will not deal with our family? Let me tell you, over the past few decades, we have ruled and dominated Macau. The governor can't match us. Do you think the government will allow this situation to continue after Macau's return to China?" After a pause, He Hongsun sighed. From ancient times to the present, the ancient emperors, now in the center, are most afraid of the local sitting. Now the identity of the eastern coastal area, relying on the economic development in the high mountains, the emperor is far away. Some of the policies issued by the central government are sometimes violated. But even so, if the central government is ruthless to rectify, none of them can escape. Macau is far inferior to the developed coastal provinces. If there is any change, the central government only needs to move its fingers, and all the power of the underworld in Macau will disappear. Especially our gambling business. In recent years, how many officials from the mainland have spent public money in our casinos? The central government is watching all these situations. It's also the fault of me that I only cared about the petty gains and didn't take into account the central government's efforts. Now the central government has already made up its mind to act on us. Listening to He Hongsun's words, the faces of the two brothers He Xuanlong and He Xuanlin changed a lot, because they both knew that this was not alarmist. He Hongsun continued, "Adding to the previous incident of Zhou Hao, we were caught by Su Jiaming's old fox. I tore my face with Zhou Hao without clarifying the identity of that Zhou Hao, and it was too late to try to get it back. Heh. Our He family has provoked the Central Committee, and now we have offended the Zhao faction. When Macau really returns, our good days will come to an end." Speaking of Zhou Hao, the two brothers He Qiulong and He Qilin thought of He Xun's sister who was corrupting the family, and He Qilin said, "It is all to blame for He Xuan's prodigious woman. If she is willing to be her wife of the Su family honestly, she will have so many things come out." Okay. He Hongsun let out a low growl, and He Xuanlin stopped immediately. He Hongsun said, "Now that Soros and Julian guys want to fight Hong Kong and even China, if we take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters and earn as much as we can earn, there will be no such opportunity in the future. Alas, I have been entrenched here in Macau for decades. It seems that it is time for our He family to go outside." He Qiulong and He Qilin have a close relationship because they understand that the reason why He Hongsun did this is actually for them. He Hongsun has been full of legends throughout his life, and the He family has become the veritable Macau first family. He Hongsun does not want to when the He family's property is handed over to He Qiulong and the others. The family property will decline due to the pressure of the central government. It is precisely because of this that he has to prepare in advance to pave the way for his descendants. How is the development of casinos in Vietnam and Myanmar? He Hongsun asked He Xuanling. "Father, rest assured, the progress is going very smoothly. We have already connected with the government over there. They are also very interested in us developing the gambling industry over there. After all, they are close to China, and it is very promising to develop casinos in border areas." He Hongsun nodded and looked at He Yaolong. "Canada, don't relax there, because the future base camp of our He's family will be located there. We must be careful about everything, and we must also pay attention to the association with the Chinese gang there. Relationship, after all, in Canada now, the strength of the Chinese gangs is very large." No, Xiao Hao, this is the first few times. If this goes on, my sister is about to die in front of you." Zhao Yuqin was naked in Zhou Hao's arms, weak even when speaking. Now, as if the whole body was given anesthetic, Half of my fingers could not be moved. Zhou Hao gently stroked Zhao Yuqin's lavish pink skin with a lingering look on her face. In these 2 days, he hadn't seen anyone, so he stayed alone with Zhao Yuqin for 2 days. They are in this unit. They have never even been out of the door. Fortunately, the property management company of this Arc de Triomphe is very attentive. They are basically in line with service departments. Make a phone call. Whether it is fresh fish, meat, egg dishes, or ready-made meals, they can all be delivered in a very short time. Zhao Yuqin also enjoyed the 2-person world with Zhou Hao. The only downside was that Zhou Hao's physique was so terrible that he could almost do things like men and women without any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, it was Zhao Yuqin. They were all tossed so softly by him, and finally surrendered to beg for mercy. Just like now, while the whole body was soft, the crisp and numb sensation in the lower body was like ripples, rippling round and round, causing her to tremble. Sometimes she would complain why she couldn't be uglier. In that case, Zhou Hao would not be so interested in herself, and she could take a break. But she thought again, if Zhou Hao really didn't have any interest in herself, then she wouldn't have any interest in herself. After thinking about this, she had to grit her teeth and endure Zhou Hao's impact, and finally had to lose in a mess. Even now, Zhou Hao is still very attached to Zhao Yuqin's armpits, constantly rubbing, licking her sweet sweat that is like a jade liquid, smelling her refreshing fragrance. It really doesn't work, Xiao Hao, let go of my sister. Zhao Yuqin was overwhelmed and unable to resist, and could only beg for mercy. Or I will let Su Lin or Xuyun come over. You just let go, live sister. Zhao Yuqin cried and said with a sad face, but no one can be as horrible as you, so that people can't get out of bed. Zhou Hao's nose hummed twice and stopped talking, still holding Zhao Yuqin and stroking her pink back, but no longer teasing her. After all, he also knew that he had been tossing Zhao Yuqin so hard in the past 2 days. But I also blame Zhao Yuqin for being so beautiful that Zhou Hao can't help but greedy for love. By the way, Chief Executive Dong and Director Zhang seem to ask you to go to the HKMA with them tomorrow. Haha, you Commander-in-Chief has to do something. Zhao Yuqin shrank in Zhou Hao's arms and said, I will say, oh, tomorrow you can't refuse anymore, but you can't just ignore the serious things for the sake of your sister. This is a national event, and it's because of your indifference. Zhou Hao rubbed Zhao Yuqin's forehead. National events are not as important as my sister. I hate it, it's serious to tell you. Zhao Yuqin groaned, but her heart was sweet. Zhao Yuqin would ignore if such sweet words were spoken by others, but when Zhou Hao said it, she would feel as uncontrollably as the cardamom girl who fell in love for the first time. What are Chief Executive Dong and they looking for? Do you discuss countermeasures against Soros and others? Zhao Yuqin asked in Zhou Hao's arms while drawing circles with his fingers. Zhou Hao said, perhaps, who knows? Soros and the others are still selling Hong Kong dollars these days, but because they have bought so many Hong Kong dollars before, it is clear that they have already planned to make Hong Kong ideas. Zhao Yuqin said, who says no? But the Hong Kong government will follow as much as they throw in the past few days. Although there is some influence on the stock market, the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar is very stable. Soros and the others have no way to start. Zhou Hao said, but I think they will definitely not be that simple. Otherwise, they would not be the predators and tigers in the financial world. Zhao Yuqin wondered, could it be that they are doing some small tricks secretly to give the Hong Kong government a second concealment? It's not impossible, Zhou Hao said. I suspect that they have been ineffective against the currency door for a long time, so they have other ideas. The next day, Zhou Haoru, Chief Executive Dong, and Zhang Yingquan came to the HKMA with an appointment, and even Zhao Yuqin was dragged by him. Miss Zhao, it's been a long time since I saw you, so I don't want to tell us how to come to Hong Kong, so that we can do our best to be a landlord. Seeing Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao coming together, Chief Executive Dong hurried up and said hello with a smile. At the time of Hong Kong's return, Chief Executive Dong and Zhang Yingquan and many other high-ranking Hong Kong officials met Zhao Yuqin at a dinner celebrating the return. I still remember how many young talents from Hong Kong surrounded Zhao Yuqin that day, but they still couldn't get the princess. To his favor, several of Chief Executive Dong's nephews all beat their backs for this, and vowed not to marry Miss Zhao. In the face of Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan, Zhao Yuqin was also generous and decent, and at the same time greeted the two central bank governors Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan. Of course, Qin Bai knew Zhao Yuqin, and he was commensurate with him in Beijing. Chief Dong, uncle, is there something unusual with Soros and the others? Zhou Hao asked straightforwardly. Zheng Yingquan said, it is precisely because they did not move that we were surprised. Qin Donghai nodded and said with deep conviction, we all know that none of those guys are kind. They have been in a tug of war with us for so long. They will definitely not give up so easily. You must know about financial hedging. The most taboo thing about this is that the funds are constrained in the same place and cannot be flexibly flowed. Especially our backing is sufficient. Soros and the others should not fight with us for a long time. This is clearly to attack the enemy on their own shortcomings. Long is a taboo in the art of war. On the other hand, from this financial war, we have also seen that Hong Kong's linked exchange rate system is not as unbreakable as we thought. Chief Executive Dong said worriedly, several experts on our side have carried out this analysis, so we want to ask your opinion. Zhou Hao noticed that there were a few other scholar-like people present who thought they were the experts mentioned by Chief Executive Dong. And these few top experts who learned the rich and five cars were also looking at Zhou Hao with curious eyes. They were surprised when they saw Zhou Hao coming in. They didn't expect to be able to make Chief Executive Dong, Zheng Yingquan, and the person whom Qin Bai two central bank governors valued so much was actually a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. Perhaps scholars are more or less arrogant, especially those who have outstanding achievements in a certain field. They look at others more critically, saying that they are arrogant or stubborn and pedantic. In short, if without real materials, they will never get their respect. Zhou Hao knows that he must not show his timidity in front of these scholars and experts, and he must use real materials to show them his strengths. Otherwise, this will not only be Zhou Hao's personal honor or disgrace, but will also make Zhou Hao's transcendental consultant without prestige. In any case, it will even embarrass the Zhao family and even the two supporters of him. After thinking about it, Zhou Hao said, it is true that after this battle, whether we win or lose, but the linked exchange rate system of the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar has exposed our own weaknesses. We all know that Hong Kong's exchange rate the system adopts the linked exchange rate system, which is a form of the currency issuing board system. The core is that when a country or region wants to issue a certain amount of local currency, the currency must be issued with the support of foreign currencies of the same value. Take Hong Kong as an example. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority stipulates that $1 should be exchanged for 7.8 Hong Kong dollars. Accordingly, for every 7.8 Hong Kong dollars issued, $1 foreign exchange reserve must be used as support. When Hong Kong's HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Bank of China, the three note-issuing banks issue currency, they must deliver the US dollar to the HKMA in exchange for a certificate of indebtedness at an exchange rate of 7.8 Hong Kong dollars to $1 as a guarantee of currency issuance. At the same time, the HKMA must also ensure to the banking system that the Hong Kong dollars in all bank settlement accounts in the HKMA are freely convertible at the level of $1 to 7.8 US dollars. Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Ying both nodded, while one of the experts over there put on his glasses and said noncommittal, well, these are all well-known things. He also heard Zhou Hao said, the linked exchange rate system has contributed to the stability of Hong Kong's currency for more than a decade, but this system also has inherent defects. Although the cash in circulation in Hong Kong is backed by 100% of the US dollar foreign exchange reserves, bank deposits are not. This is not the case. The HKMA only allowed note-issuing banks to issue 7.8 Hong Kong dollars in cash after receiving $1 collateral. On top of this base currency, banks could use credit to create deposits in multiples. In 1997, Hong Kong's cash in circulation plus various deposits totals more than 17,700 billion Hong Kong dollars, while the amount of foreign exchange reserves converted into Hong Kong dollars is less than 700 billion. Obviously, if Hong Kong people lose confidence in the Hong Kong dollar, they demand that the Hong Kong dollar be converted into US dollars. The linked exchange system cannot be maintained. Moreover, in the face of a real crisis, Because of the mechanism designed by the linked exchange system, the interest rate of the interbank lending market will soar, and the Currency Operation Bureau system will not be able to perform the automatic arbitrage function during the crisis. Although the Hong Kong Monetary Authority requires banks to borrow Hong Kong dollars at the exchange rate of $1 to 7.8 Hong Kong dollars, this is mainly limited to the 3 note-issuing banks. It is also difficult for note-issuing banks to frequently borrow Hong Kong dollars from the HKMA on a large scale through the discount window to avoid being warned by the HKMA of interest penalty. For other non-note-issuing banks, the interbank lending market is nearly paralyzed. The entire financial system will be difficult to operate, and the stock market will also face the risk of a sharp drop. Finally, Zhou Hao let out a sigh of relief. Soros and the others saw this before they attacked Hong Kong aggressively. Zhou Hao's remarks made everyone present, especially those experts and scholars present, all face changed. Chief Executive Dong and others were naturally surprised by Zhou Hao's remarks, and at the same time, they had to think deeply about the current connections in Hong Kong. The pros and cons of the exchange rate system. Those experts and scholars are academic leaders in this area. What Zhou Hao just said is the conclusion of their research. However, it was a long period of joint research between them. Zhou Hao can rely on it. Li summed up their painstaking theoretical crystallization and had to surprise them inexplicably. Naturally, these people present would not know. Zhou Hao was tired of listening to the pros and cons of the linked exchange rate system in his previous life, but it was the experience summed up by many experts after the financial turmoil, although Zhou Hao listened. It's easy, but it is the experience that economists finally researched after a long period of research and based on the Hong Kong financial turmoil and the previous Mexican currency crisis. It is difficult for the linked exchange rate system to perform its function in the financial crisis. This is easily exploited by those speculators. Zhou Hao said, just as Soros attacked the Hong Kong stock market in late October of last year, and now they continue to sell Hong Kong dollars for example, if they short selling Hong Kong dollar futures in the market, the forward exchange rate risk premium of the Hong Kong dollar will immediately rise sharply, which will drive up the interbank interest rate in the banking system. In order to thwart these foreign exchange speculators, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority tightened money. At that time, the interbank lending rate once soared to 300%. The director of the HKMA, Ren Zhikong, was also present. Hearing Zhou Hao's mention of the incident, his back straightened and his expression became tense. Although this kind of high interest rate increases the cost of speculators in foreign exchange, it will also cause severe damage to the stock market. The market is selling like a wave, and the Hang Seng Index plummeted by more than 4,000 points, and then fell on October 28th. At more than 1,400 points, although the Soros Group did not make much profit in foreign exchange speculation, they made a fortune in the stock market selling. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "That's why I just said that I just borrowed money. Interest rates are simply a temporary solution, not a permanent cure." After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Chief Executive Dong and the experts all looked at Ren Zhikong, and now they all know that this simple method of raising the lending rate is really killing the enemy and hurting the enemy by 800, and it will even be used by others. The foreign media referred to Hong Kong as a super cash machine for speculators, largely because of this rigid measure. Ren Zhikong's face was flushed, and he couldn't think of anything to refute Zhou Hao's point of view, especially now that the facts are in front of him. His any trick move not only caused great damage to the Hong Kong stock market, but also contributed to the arrogance of Soros and others. Arrogance. Zhou Hao's voice sounded again. In fact, don't blame Director Ren too much. Faced with the attack of the evil wolves of Soros, his reaction is already fast. Don't you see that the governments of Thailand and Malaysia were killed by those guys? Fortunately, it's our Hong Kong side that Director Ren held the city gate firmly. At this moment, Zhou Hao's words really sound like heavenly sounds to Ren Zhikong, and I am inexplicably grateful to Zhou Hao. I can't wait to kowtow to him in the past. After all, I just fell into such an embarrassing situation. It's also Zhou Hao made it by one hand. And Zhou Hao's understanding of Ren Zhikong is even more subtle in Qin Bai's eyes, because this is clearly a profound way of imperialism. One is tight, and one loose is proper and not tepid. He was lifted up again by the fall, and his subordinates unknowingly fell down on him. This kind of imperial way is often used by them, or used by upper-level leaders, so they are particularly sensitive. Both Qin Bai couldn't help but think of some rumors from the central government. The chairman and the prime minister put the burden of Hong Kong in Zhou Hao's hands, and Zhao Jiadawei and Zhou Hao fully supported him. Now Zhou Hao has shown again this kind of imperial mentality makes it difficult for them to make a guess. This Zhou Hao, will he really be the next generation successor cultivated above? Zhou Hao didn't know that his actions by local forces in Hong Kong for the sake of the overall situation would make Qin Donghai and by Zhongnan have such an association, otherwise he would really sigh the imagination of those high officials. Zhou Hao, who was focused on this Hong Kong financial war, did not notice the careful thoughts of Qin Bai and the others, and continued to say to everyone present, "Do you know what Julian Robertson cares about Hong Kong most?" Everyone shook their heads, and Zhou Hao said, "One is the number of tourists visiting Hong Kong, and the other is the overdraft rate of Hong Kong investors." At this time, another expert was puzzled. We can understand the investor overdraft rate, because the investor overdraft rate can show the excitement of the stock market. When the overdraft rate reaches an extraordinary rate, the turbulence of the stock market may come. The time is not far away, so the overdraft ratio can be regarded as an inverse indicator. But what does the number of visitors to Hong Kong have to do with these? Zhou Hao explained. Perhaps most people think that the number of visitors to Hong Kong is only one of the more than 10 comprehensive indicators that need to be observed to track Hong Kong's economy and market. But it's in Julian Robertson, or the Tiger Funds in my eyes. The number of tourists visiting Hong Kong has a huge impact on Hong Kong's economy and is an important indicator of their actions against Hong Kong. First of all, tourists visiting Hong Kong are directly related to Hong Kong's foreign exchange income, and foreign exchange income is the raw material issued by Hong Kong currency. According to my personal statistics, tourism accounts for more than 40% of Hong Kong's service exports. Very important supporting role. In addition, the consumption of visitors to Hong Kong contributes greatly to Hong Kong's GDP. On the surface, according to the statistics of the Hong Kong Tourism Association, the contribution of visitors' consumption to Hong Kong's GDP is only 6%. I estimate that its contribution to GDP is no less than 12.5%. Another point is that visitors to Hong Kong are still a leading indicator of the economy. The number of visitors to Hong Kong can basically infer another important economic activity indicator, the trend of retail consumption. After Zhou Hao's explanation, all the talents suddenly realized. Zheng Yingquan also raised his chin and muttered, "The Tiger Fund really deserves its reputation. It sees what others can't see and uses it as a breakthrough to give the enemy a fatal blow." According to me, Zhou Hao is more powerful than Tiger Fund or Julian Robertson. Ren Zhikong smiled and said, "It is difficult to play conspiracies and tricks, but it is even more difficult to break through conspiracies and tricks." Chief Executive Dong nodded and smiled. No wonder the chairman and the prime minister ask us more questions about Zhou Hao when we encounter problems. The leaders really see it right. Compared with those experts are more concerned about academic matters. After Zhou Hao showed their strength, they had long since put aside all their contempt and immediately gathered around and hurriedly asked, Teacher Zhou, since the linked exchange rate system has such obvious and dangerous drawbacks, how can we improve it? Is it really necessary to abandon the current linked exchange rate system and switch to another exchange rate system?" Hearing that these experts in their 50s and 60s even called teachers, Zhou Hao was really dumbfounded. But the question they raised was indeed an economic issue that is vital to Hong Kong. So he said patiently, "In fact, no exchange rate system is suitable for any economic system at any time, because no matter which exchange rate system is implemented, the most important thing is that it must implement the overall macroeconomic policy. Since its implementation in 1983, the linked exchange rate system has been effective in Hong Kong, and I believe it will continue to play the same role in the future. As for the switch to other exchange rate systems you mentioned, I think you must have thoroughly studied it. In fact, other exchange rate systems are not the best choice for Hong Kong. I personally think that the current economic system is still before significant development. The linked exchange rate system was still the most suitable for Hong Kong." "But Teacher Zhou, Didn't you say that the linked exchange rate system has obvious shortcomings before? An expert said, when the next financial storm comes, Hong Kong will still suffer huge losses due to the rigidity of the exchange rate system? Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. Although we cannot switch to another exchange rate system, we can improve the linked exchange rate system. Then, everyone present, including Chief Executive Dong, Zhang Yingquan, and Qin Bai, both of the central bank governors, all looked at Zhou Hao with bright eyes and only heard Zhou Hao say, "We can strengthen the currency board mechanism, which will help create lower levels." The interest rate environment has changed, and the core content of this initiative is to replace the original liquidity adjustment mechanism with a discount window. Under this new arrangement, banks can use exchange fund bills and bonds to borrow overnight funds from the HKMA. It can increase the account balance of the banking system several times or even dozens of times in disguise and increase the bank's liquidity. The HKMA announces the basic interest rate before the start of each day, which is also indicative of the market. The basic interest rate will become the upper limit of the overnight interest rate. If the overnight interest rate is higher than the basic interest rate, the bank does not need to borrow through interbank in the market, but only use the exchange fund bills on hand to borrow the required overnight funds through the discount window. In this way, the pressure of rising interest rates can be eased. At the same time, the government should also implement some measures to tighten securities and futures supervision, such as preventing short sellers from selling below the market price of stocks, and strengthening investigation and monitoring of illegal short selling. Increase the difficulty of short selling. These measures are all improvements made to the linked exchange rate by the Hong Kong government after the financial war in the previous life. They are now used by Zhou Hao. In the original history, these targeted improvements made to the Hong Kong linked exchange rate system were examples of a group of top experts with extremely high status in Hong Kong and the domestic financial and academic circles after the financial war. Based on the experience and the brainchild of several studies and discussions, each measure has extremely high operability. It can also make adjustments to Hong Kong's current linked exchange rate according to actual conditions to make it more dynamic. Play a more important role in the context of the financial crisis. Listening to Zhou Hao's list of measures, Chief Executive Dong, Zhang Yingquan, Qin Donghai, and Bo Zhengnan are becoming more and more surprised. The eyes of those experts are also getting brighter, and their eyes on Zhou Hao gradually change from respect to reverence. As the saying goes, experts will know if there is any when they make a move. Everyone present is a leader in the economic field. Naturally, you can see how much gold in Zhou Hao's suggestions, especially those experts, who can be invited. Those who come here are leaders in their respective fields. When Zhou Hao finished talking, everyone was still thinking about it. Thinking about Zhou Hao's measures and combining them with the reality of Hong Kong. The more they think about these measures, the more they feel that these measures are feasible. Zhou Hao's words seem to have become a bottle of old wine. The more you drink, the more flavorful you feel. Seeing that everyone was immersed in Zhou Hao's points of view, Zhao Yuqin was very proud of Zhou Hao. As his woman, although she could not be made public, she also felt the supreme glory, even more happy than she won the Nobel Prize. For a long time, Zhang Yingquan sighed. If we implemented these measures before, maybe the situation will not develop into the way it is now, and the people like Soros and Julian will not be so easy to leverage our economy. Qin Donghai also said with sentiment, seriously, before this, I still had some doubts about the chairman and the two of them entrusting such a big responsibility to Zhou Hao. Only now I know that the chairman and the prime minister are right. I think, Zhou Hao, you are a little overkill as a consultant. In my opinion, it is more than enough for you to be the head of the central bank. President Qin, you can't talk nonsense about this. Zhou Hao laughed again and again. These measures are just my own thinking. It still needs the efforts of everyone in the Hong Kong government, and it has to wait until the end of the financial war. Proceed slowly, otherwise it will be rashly announced, and I am afraid it will be difficult to get general support from the public. Chief Executive Dong nodded. Xiao Hao is right. These measures will not be implemented until the end of the war. Now we still have to focus on the battlefield. Xiao Hao, have you received anything in the market? When noise? I always feel that Soros will not blindly sell Hong Kong dollars, but will make other moves. I think so too. Zhou Hao said, those are old and cunning people. Seeing that we can't break through our currency gate for so long, they will definitely find another way. However, there hasn't been on the market recently. What is unusual, but I suggest paying more attention to the stock and HSI markets. They can't eat meat in the currency and foreign exchange markets, so they will definitely turn their attention to the stock market. Just after speaking, the door of the reception room was slammed open, making everyone look over in amazement. What broke in was a young man in his 30s wearing glasses. When he saw Chief Executive Dong and other high-ranking officials all looking at him, he realized his abruptness, and he immediately became restrained, not knowing where his hands were. I let it go, but remembering that I had brought in important news, I hurriedly said, Chief Executive and Director Zhang, we have just received news that several stocks such as Yuanyang Group, Ojin Chemical, Huainan Heavy Industry, etc. have been attacked by unknown hedge funds. The sniper fell by an average of 9%. What are you talking about? The expressions of Chief Executive Dong, Zhang Yingquan, and others changed, because the several groups he mentioned are all well-established and are very good blue-chip stocks, and among them, Huainan Heavy Industry is still a red-chip state-owned enterprise, listed in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao reacted immediately and said, it's Soros and the others. Everyone was also reminded by Zhou Hao's words. Zhang Yingquan said, they really are not as safe as we thought. Let's go and take a look. As a result, a group of people hurried to another conference room, where there are many electronic screens, and there are many operators sitting in front of them, who can see the latest changes in various data on the market. After Zhang Yingquan and the others came in, one of the operators said, except for the sniping of Huainan Heavy Industries, the stocks of Oakwood and Mercer China have soared unusually, exceeding their true value by 1.5 times. Zhou Hao frowned and stared at the constantly beating data on the electronic screens. Zhang Yingquan and the others also watched and listened to the operator's report. The conference room was also mixed with a tick-to-click keyboard sound, making the atmosphere has also become tense, making everyone look as if they are facing an enemy. Soon, Zhou Hao said in a deep voice, sure enough, Soros and Julian are hyping ultra-short-term, attacking red-chip stocks and some blue-chip stocks, and at the same time, they are raising the share prices of some concept stocks. They want to be in Hong Kong. The futures market is raging, and it takes the opportunity to suppress Hong Kong's stock market. Xiao Hao, not only that, the red-chip and blue-chip stocks that have been attacked have all lent a large amount of money to the three major note-issuing banks. Once these companies collapse, or even liquidate, the three major banks will suffer a lot of losses. Big. Zhang Yingquan added. Zhou Hao's pupils shrank. Unexpectedly, Soros and others' intentions were so sinister. They did not forget to attack Hong Kong's banking system while reaping profits in the stock market and futures markets, with the intention of breaking through Hong Kong's defenses and making it all from point to point. Collapse. Ms. Zhou, what should the government do with this situation? An expert asked Zhou Hao eagerly. Zhou Hao didn't answer right away, but looked at the date on the electronic screen. The electronic screen shows that today is August 11th, 1998. Zhou Hao naturally knew that the best way to deal with the offensive of Soros and Julian was for the government to bring huge sums of money into the market and use the abundant reserve funds to bail out the market. The historical Hong Kong government did just that. However, in the original history, the Hong Kong government entered the market on a large scale to stabilize the situation on August 14th. Before that, the Hong Kong government had heated discussions about this, because the government's entry into the market represented a kind of macro control on the economy. The method and attitude are relatively tough. This method may be taken for granted or commonplace in China, but Hong Kong is a world-famous free trade port. Finance and trade both pay attention to the freedom of funds and policies. If the government enters the market, it will cause a strong backlash from the outside world. In particular, the people on Soros's side even advocated that the Hong Kong government abandon the capitalist social system and transition to domestic socialism. It scared the people of Hong Kong, and the negative impact was not small. If all this were a decision made by the government, Zhou Hao would naturally not take this thankless thing to himself, but now it's different. Zhou Hao has become, to a certain extent, a higher status than Chief Executive Dong and the others. Consultants, and most of the decision to let the government enter the market has to be made by yourself. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you invite scolding. The most important thing is to delay the fighter. Silently measured it in his heart. Zhou Hao turned around and said to the chief executive Dong, "The quickest and most effective way now is for the government to invest in the market and stabilize the war before the stock market is defeated by Soros and the others. It is like the Hong Kong government spending money to feed the Hong Kong dollar that has been dumped in the market and stabilizing the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar." At this moment, even the experts who have respected him as teachers were shocked, because they all knew that the stock market was different from currency. Currency was originally issued by the government, and the government was responsible for stabilizing it. The most taboo of the stock market, especially the stock market under the capitalist system, is the government's forcible intervention. Even the government rescues in every financial crisis in the United States have to be passed through multi-level meetings. The most important thing is those behind the government. After the big capitalists agreed, the U.S. government dared to act. As for Hong Kong, especially during the period shortly after the reunification, if the government wants to intervene in the macro control of the stock market, there will definitely be many unfavorable remarks in the world. Even Deng Gong's one country, two systems, unchanged for 50 years. Principles will also be criticized. In his previous life, Zhou Hao saw how much pressure the Hong Kong government was struggling with. Now if he puts forward this point of view, the pressure will immediately be on him, especially if things are finally done. If it does, even the saliva of the people can drown Zhou Hao. It's just that things have reached this point. Personal honor and disgrace are no longer within Zhou Hao's consideration. The most fearful thing for a manly man is to be persistent. His gaze immediately became sharp, and he swept everyone's faces for a week, and then said, "Then, besides this method, are there any better methods? If so, I will definitely support it." Everyone looked at each other, because they really had no other better way to deal with it. "But Xiao Hao, if you really want to use this method, there will definitely be a lot of opposition from the outside, especially Soros's group will definitely not let this opportunity fall." Zheng Yingquan said worriedly. Zhou Hao looked at Zheng Yingquan earnestly. "Uncle, I understand your worries, but now it's a critical juncture. We must be more decisive if we want to fight Soros and Julian's wolves back, and I think time will prove that everything we do is right, and the people will eventually understand the government's painstaking efforts." Zheng Yingquan sighed. "I'm afraid we will fail and lose all the blood and sweat of Hong Kong citizens for so many years." Zhou Hao took a picture, and Zheng Yingquan laughed and said, "Uncle Quan, I should be the person who is most worried about, because if that happens, I will be the first responsible person. If you want to deal with it, you will be the first to deal with it. The man is me." Seeing the open-minded and cheerful smile on Zhou Hao's face, Zheng Yingquan, chief executive Dong, and others clearly felt a kind of tragic and vigorousness. At this moment, they finally realized that Zhou Hao had carried this heavy burden on their shoulders. Those experts who also realized the implications were also excited and eager to weep. This was not a careless or arrogant arrogance, but a real responsibility. In the eyes of Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan, Zhou Hao's image is even taller, and the leader who is most likely to die for him is not the kind of person who only knows how to relax, but the kind of person who is brave to take responsibility and even willing to be a subordinate. The leader who carries the scapegoat. In this way, Qin Bai became more and more in awe of Zhou Hao and affirmed his identity as a generational successor. And Zhou Hao's upright figure at this time has also been deeply imprinted on Zhao Yuqin's heart, and it will be difficult to erase it for a lifetime. Siege and kill does not necessarily have to be on the real battlefield. In this economic battlefield, the danger is even more variable. And Zhou Hao wants to make contributions in this broader and more flexible battlefield. Now there is only one thought in Zhao Yuqin's heart. A woman who can be such a man, what can she hope for in this life? In the end, Zheng Yingquan and Chief Executive Dong and Qin Bai glanced at each other, and the next few people gestured with their jaws. Chief Executive Dong said, "The government will take action. Let Soros see that the Hong Kong government is not a follower. They have to need it." After reaching a consensus, the Hong Kong government has been operating at a high speed under the leadership of Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan and other decision-makers. Many professionals and the previous experts have formulated action plans under the overall leadership of Zhou Hao. Most of the operations are not transactions that are bought on the same day and sold on the same day, but are ultra-short-term transactions with a delivery period of less than 1 week. Therefore, the Hong Kong government is not in a hurry to act immediately. According to Zheng Yingquan, since the other party constantly confuses and paralyzes us through actions in the foreign exchange market, then we don't need to pierce them now. We can do everything we can, and in turn deceive and paralyze them. Therefore, after the discussion by the expert group, led by Zhou Hao, the Hong Kong government decided to formally counterattack Soros and others 3 days later, that is, August 14th. The time for the two cities to intervene. Zhou Hao also sighed in his heart. After all, this history has returned to its original track because of his own influence. I just don't know if this counts as making history. In the 3 days before the official counterattack, Zhou Hao closely followed the changes in the stock market and futures markets with various experts and formulated strict action plans. In the process, Zhou Hao, who was surrounded by many experts, not only his teacher Zhou, name has been widely spread in this top academic field. Zhou Hao himself has benefited a lot from these experts and has gained a deeper understanding of his theory and accumulation. Originally, he wanted to recruit some people from his own galaxy to help. After all, Galaxy has gathered master traders from all over the world, which is not inferior to the professional teams specially arranged by the central government and even the Hong Kong government. But thinking about Zhou Hao, I gave up this idea. After all, most of what he did in the financial market through Galaxy was unspeakable, even if some were tacitly approved or even supported by the central government. The less people know about this, the better. What's more, although the people in Galaxy have an army under surveillance to prevent anti-water betrayal, no one can guarantee that one of them is a hidden spy. The Galaxy controlled by Zhou Hao himself still has ways to prevent these spies, but if they are allowed to participate in this financial war and know the Hong Kong government's response plan, as long as one person is in danger, it is a threat to the entire Hong Kong. It's too big. In the end, Zhao Yuqin became Zhou Hao's temporary secretary, but the secretary didn't have any respect for the boss. On the contrary, he often bullied Zhou Hao. On the other hand, in addition to presiding over the formulation of the Hong Kong counterattack plan, Zhou Hao has another ulterior matter to deal with. A plane from Liaoning landed at Hong Kong airport, but it was not all Chinese who came down from the plane. A small team of 3 people is very eye-catching because they are not Chinese or even Asians. Kind of, but tall white Europeans. The head of this small team is a man in his 40s. He has a long stature, his golden hair is combed greasy and meticulously, his nose is very aggressive, and his eyes have a haze. And the 2 sturdy men behind him were in their early 30s, with cold expressions and motionless eyes, but they were always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Seeing that they were always behind the long man, they were obviously his entourage. I saw the man headed out a snow-white handkerchief from the chest pocket of his suit and wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering in Russian. The weather here in Hong Kong is really hot. One of the entourages in the back took out a special white birch jug and handed it to him. The man in front took it immediately, twisted the bottle cap, and took a sip, and said with a refreshing face, "Damn it, that's cool, but whiskey is still flavorful." When the 3 came to the airport lobby, they saw a Chinese man walking towards them, and as soon as they saw the Chinese man, the 2 white men in the back immediately became vigilant. Although the face in front was calm, his heart secretly be alert, because the 3 of them all felt that the oncoming Chinese man had a dangerous and faint aura of his own kind. "Are you Mr. Vitsnov?" The Chinese man smiled in Russian and stretched out his right hand. Vitsnov also stretched out his hand to hold him and replied, "I am Vitsnov. Hello, I was sent by Mr. Zhou to pick you up, and my name is Dong Chunlin." It was Dong Chunlin who came, and while speaking, he also took out an instrument disguised as a button and handed it to Vitsnov. Vitsnov took the button and handed it to the entourage behind him. The entourage also took out a button and then put the 2 buttons on the sticker. After hearing the beep, he told Wits Nov nodded. A special high-frequency band is hidden in the 2 buttons, which Putin gave to Zhou Hao before leaving Hong Kong to confirm the identity between the 2 parties. After confirming Dong Chunlin's identity, Vitsnov, who had a grim face, immediately smiled, shook Dong Chuanlin's hand vigorously, and smiled in his half-baked Chinese. Mr. Dong, lucky to meet. Mr. Zhou, how's it going? We, Mr. Vladimir, miss him very much. Dong Chunlin also smiled peacefully. Mr. Zhou is fine. Mr. Vitsnov, let's get in the car. Mr. Zhou has already set up a banquet for you at the Peninsula Hotel. Don't let him wait too long. Upon hearing this, Vitsnov hurriedly put Dong Chunlin on the shoulders and led him to the outside of the airport. He couldn't help but said, "That's that. You can't let Mr. Zhou wait for a long time." "Oh, it's no longer right to disturb Mr. Zhou when you come to Hong Kong. Now I am bothering Mr. Zhou to wait for us. How can this work?" Seeing Vitsnov's enthusiastic look, Dong Chunlin smiled slightly. He had already noticed that when he first saw the three of Vitsnov, all of them were highly skilled. Of course, the skills here refers to spy skills and military skills, not Zhou Hao's martial arts cultivation skills. And the three of Vitsnov are obviously good players, most likely in the KGB core staff. After all, Putin has now determined the identity of his successor in the party, and the future government team of Russia is assembled by his side. Therefore, Dong Chunlin did not dare to neglect this seemingly hugely listed Vitsnov. On the one hand, it was out of the respect of his comrades, and on the other hand, because Vitsnov was a guest of his head, if he affected the plan of the chief, Dong Chunlin would have no face to meet the chief. Zhou Hao set up a private banquet for Vitsnov in the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel, and this ultra-luxury suite with a daily consumption of $20,000 was also prepared by Zhou Hao for Vitsnov as he was in Hong Kong during his time residence. When Vitsnov stepped into this ultra-luxury suite, he was really shocked by the luxury here. Of course, in Russia, the kind of high-level officials enjoyed the royal equipment from the Tsarist era. The rank of Znov is not enough to enjoy these, and before Putin really takes the throne, Vitsnov's position cannot be promoted too fast, so the material paradise of Hong Kong is still very important to the vanguard of Vitsnov, a communist society. Vitsnov, welcome to Hong Kong. Zhou Hao smiled at Vitsnov in the Russian that he temporarily learned from Dong Chunlin. Vitsnov felt flattered and quickly squeezed Zhou Hao's hand and said in his not fluent Chinese, "Mr. Zhou, I really admire you for a long time. The last time Mr. Vladimir came to Hong Kong. Originally, I came here as his assistant, but I was delayed by other things before I left. Otherwise, I could get to know you, Mr. Zhou, earlier, and it would be better to make friends with us, Vladimir, earlier. A great person whom my husband admires. Don't dare to be it. How can I be worthy of the word great?" Zhou Hao quickly humbled and said with a smile, "Come on, let's not say so much if you are polite. You have been sitting for so long. Airplane, I must be hungry. I specially prepared a table of authentic Chinese food to ensure that you will give you a thumbs up." After that, Zhou Hao pulled Vitsnov to the dining table in the living room, and the waiter at the Peninsula Hotel had also served the delicious dishes to plates as early as Zhou Hao ordered. After Vitsnov sat down, Zhou Hao took another bottle of crystal-clear wine from the hotel manager and smiled at Vitsnov. "Vitsnov, I heard Vladimir mention you whiskey has a soft spot, so I specially helped you find such a bottle. In fact, it doesn't need to be introduced by Zhou Haodua." Vitsnov's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the bottle of wine in Zhou Hao's hand. If Zhou Hao were not Putin's friend, his status would be like Vitsnov. "Don't dare to offend. Vitsnov will violently. The bottle of wine. Hee. This is a whiskey with a history of nearly 100 years. It took me a lot of hard work to get it back from a friend." Zhou Hao smiled and handed the bottle of whiskey to Vitsnov. "I don't know anything about wine. How do you know how to appreciate it? Vitsnov, is it really good for you to taste this wine?" Vitsnov said, "Thank you," and he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured half of the bottle gruntly. Originally, like this old wine with a history of nearly 100 years, its bottle cap is tightly sealed, and it usually requires a specific tool to open it. But Vitsnov unscrewed the bottle cap with his bare hands, showing its hunger and thirst. The two big Russian men who came with Vitsnov also changed their expressions when they saw the whiskey, and then watched Vitsnov fill a half bottle immediately, and their throats were rolling, apparently also too. A drunkard. After drinking the half bottle, Vitsnov didn't intend to let the wine out to share with others, but hugged it tightly. Zhou Hao watched the two entourage staring at the wine bottle in Vitsnov's arms with wolves, and really doubted if Vitsnov were not their boss, would they pull out their guns to kill people and grab wine. Dong Chunlin immediately gave 2 bottles of wine to the 2 entourages of Vitsnov from the place next to him, and smiled. There are 2 more bottles of whiskey from the 1972 vintage. I will give them to you too as a meeting ceremony. The 2 big Russian guys were overjoyed and took them quickly to thank Dong Chunlin. Seeing these 3 very interesting Russians, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. During the phone call with Putin before, Zhou Hao knew that Putin sent to discuss important matters with him was a very important assistant of him, and also as the Russian Federation. The head of the Security Bureau came to train. When talking about Vitsnov, Putin also specifically mentioned that his assistant has no problems with his ability and loyalty. The only shortcoming is that he is addicted to alcohol, especially whiskey, and he has been damaged by drinking. After a mission, if Putin hadn't cherished his talents, he couldn't help but cut the horse with tears. Although Vitsnov looked carefree and did not look like a spy leader, Zhou Hao did not regard this person as manhwa at all, because Zhou Hao was able to capture the shadow of Vitsnov hidden deep in his eyes. I knew that this person was definitely a vicious and cruel master for initiating evil. What's more, if someone like manhwa really is, how can he be Putin's right-hand man? Afterwards, Zhou Hao and Vitsnov had a good taste of this authentic Chinese food, and the 3 of Vitsnov enjoyed it with relish. During the dinner, Zhou Hao talked about places to play in Hong Kong, while Vitsnov also talked about the magnificent scenery on the Russian side. The 2 parties had a very good chat. After the meal, the hotel manager personally delivered desserts and greeted Zhou Hao and Vitsnov respectively, and then took the waiter who was in charge of the room and went out without disturbing the guests to discuss important matters. One of Vitsnov's entourage stood up and left the dining table, wandering around the room seemingly for a walk, but was checking the room for eavesdropping equipment. After ensuring the confidentiality here, Vitsnov said to Zhou Hao sternly, "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Vladimir asked me to express his most sincere thanks to you. He is very sorry for not being able to come in person this time. Because now he has to prepare for the final sprint, he really can't get away. Please forgive me, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Hao waved his hand. He is polite. After all, he is about to be the king of a country, so he can't leave just for personal matters. Although Zhou Hao's prince of a country may have some other meanings, Vitsnov doesn't mind at all, because the president of Russia does have the taste of the king of a country. Then, another entourage of Vitsnov took out a small floppy disk from his belt, and Dong Chunli immediately took it and put it into a small laptop computer to display the data on the floppy disk. Vitsnov also said, "After our secret investigation, in the past year, those speculative funds and banks purchased my country's bonds through various channels, which amounted to hundreds of billions of dollars. Bonds purchased by financial institutions behind the scenes a year ago." Zhou Hao is also looking at the data. He knows that the speculative funds of Soros and Julian are buying Russian government bonds, because they are generally optimistic about Russian government bonds, especially when the new and old securities of the Russian central government change. As a new generation of leaders, Putin will certainly not cause any major turbulence in the domestic economy, so he will do his best to stabilize government bonds. Soros and the others made a wrong estimate of Putin, including many experts from the U.S. government who specialize in research on Russia strategy, who have misestimated Putin's actions. I believe no one would have guessed that Putin, who was low-key and cautious before he took power, would rather give up the stable situation and clean up the various unstable factors in Russia by putting it to death and resurrecting. Although this method of drawing salaries from the bottom has caused a period of turbulence in Russia's politics and economy, after this move, the forces opposed to Putin in Russia have been suppressed or even destroyed to the greatest extent, making Putin a true sense. The king of a country. Zhou Hao feels that this situation is somewhat similar to that of North Korea. Although the economy is relatively backward, the various domestic forces are very unified. The only difference is that the unity of the Russian people's consciousness is not achieved through the worship of personality like North Korea, but Putin. It is achieved through various high-pressure methods. And it is because of Putin's approach that Soros and Julian's investment in Russia was a complete failure, and at the same time, their power in Hong Kong was restrained. Zhou Hao wanted to participate in the battlefield on the Russian side and attack Soros with a two-pronged front and back flanking attack. What about the oligarchs in your country? Zhou Hao asked Vitsnov. Hee, the group of traitors? Vitsnov sneered. Of course they are colluding with the bank and the capitalists to erode the flesh and blood of our country, but Mr. Vladimir will not let it go. There. He looked around, and an entourage behind him took out a black and white photo and put it on the desktop for Zhou Hao and Dong Chunlin to see. The black and white composition of this photo is not because of its age, but because it was shot with a spy camera. In the photo, there is an unremarkable Russian man who looks more than 50 years old with a beard and looks like a small merchant. Zhou Hao seemed to know what Vitsnov meant, frowning and looking at him. Just listen to Vitsnov said. Mr. Zhou, this guy is Leonid Lotnikov, the owner of the Russian Taloni Union Bank, and the most notorious oligarch and evil capitalist in Russia. After a pause, Vitsnov continued. He will come to Hong Kong tomorrow for a 6-day sightseeing. In fact, he will meet George Soros and Julian Robertson in secret. Zhou Hao and Dong Chunlin didn't speak, and the expectation in Vitsnov's eyes slowly receded. He simply clarified the words and listened to him in a gloomy tone. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Vladimir doesn't want Leonid. This guy has a chance to return to our Russia again. Zhou Hao raised his eyes and glanced at Vitsnov, and said with a smile, It seems everyone thinks I have a hobby of murder and arson. Seeing Zhou Hao's cold wind gaze, the murderous Vitsnov couldn't help but tremble and quickly explained. Mr. Zhou, don't get me wrong. You are Vladimir's best. My friend, he definitely didn't mean to use you as a tool of murder. It's just that Leonid has very strong assets. If you get rid of him, both you and Mr. Vladimir's plans will go on more smoothly. Holding this photo of Leonid, Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes to look at Vitsnov and said with a smile, It should not only be beneficial to our plan in Russia, but the removal of Leonid will help Vladimir has many advantages too. Also, if Vladimir really makes up his mind to get rid of this Leonid, even if he is Russia's largest financial oligarch, he should not be troubled by the Federal Security Agency. You can take advantage of him. He started in Russia. Did Vladimir have any scruples? Or did he not want others to know that Leonid was killed by him? What Zhou Hao said bluntly made Vitsnov stunned. He never expected Zhou Hao to guess the inside story behind the incident with his few words. This keen insight is better than his. The secret agents who have worked in the KGB for many years are much better. And before coming to Hong Kong, Putin told Vitsnov that Zhou Hao would most likely know the inside story of this matter. If that is the case, there is no need to hide Zhou Hao. And now, since Zhou Hao probably guessed what happened, Vitsnov had to confess to Zhou Hao according to Putin's instructions. At the same time, he deeply realized that talents like Putin and Zhou Hao who anticipated the enemy's opportunities are the dragon and phoenix among the people who really do big things, and he is still far behind. Mr. Zhou, I will not hide it from you. Vitsnov said to Zhou Hao. Although this Leonid is the strongest and most famous oligarch in Russia, our Mr. Vladimir, I can't deal with him. Because he is a close friend of President Yeltsin. At that time, President Yeltsin was able to reign over the world. Leonid made a lot of credit. When Vitsnov said this, Zhou Hao suddenly realized that Putin could not let this Leonid matter involve himself. It turns out that there is such a clue. Everyone now knows that Putin is Yeltsin's designated successor, and this has become an established fact. Putin has now mastered most of Russia's power with Yeltsin's support. Although the handover of the old and new regimes has come to an end, Yeltsin is like a godfather to Putin, and Putin respects him very much. Even if the two have differences in political opinions, Putin cannot make it superficial. You have to make more concessions to Yeltsin. Otherwise, if you let others know, how can the old officials who have assisted Yeltsin and are still in power dare to be loyal to Putin? Therefore, even if Putin has reached the point where he will not stop killing Leonid, he will not let anyone know, including Yeltsin. Even Yeltsin already knows that Leonid is very harmful to Russia, and he also knows that Putin will do it. But he won't say it. Everything will be done tacitly. Putin confessed such secret things to Zhou Hao. Even if Zhou Hao was involved in it, he could see that he trusted Zhou Hao very much. At the same time, he indirectly showed Zhou Hao that their relationship is much stronger than ordinary interests. After weighing it in his mind, Zhou Hao took the photo of Leonid and gave it to Dong Chunlin next to him, and said to Vitsnov, I need all the information about Leonid. Witsnov was overjoyed and quickly asked his entourage to hand over another small disc to Zhou Hao. In fact, they also have a preparation plan. That is, if Zhou Hao does not agree to help them, then they will choose to do it themselves. However, even though their Russian Federal Security Service has deployed staff all over the world, since the last time the arrest of William Rashid in Hong Kong, although China finally invited Russia to deal with it, China secretly strengthened its opposition to Russia. The spy agency's guard. If Vitsnov and the others do it on their own, the difficulty of the matter and the risk of exposure will be much greater, and with Zhou Hao's help, the nature is completely different. Not only will China not stop it, but will also contribute help, then things go much smoother. Seeing Vitsnov's happy expression, Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that Putin really knows how to guide the situation. He is in Hong Kong, not only has the military's power to call, but he also eats well in the underworld. The assassination is really very convenient. Then the two discussed the situation in Russia, including Soros and the others in the Russian treasury bond market, and Zhou Hao Putin and their response methods, and they probably reached a consensus. Just like Putin asked Zhou Hao to help get rid of Leonid, Zhou Hao counter-sniped Soros and others in the Russian financial market. If Putin cooperates and helps, progress will be much smoother. After talking about business, it was happy hour. Zhou Hao made a call, and within 10 minutes someone knocked on the door. Then 3 young and beautiful women in dresses walked in, making the eyes of Vitsnov and his 2 entourage bright. Zhou Hao smiled at them. Hee, when you are sightseeing in Hong Kong these days, they have acted as your tour guides. Hee, they are all famous models. If you have any dissatisfaction with them the place, you can also mention it to Chunlin, and he will replace it for you immediately. Dong Chunlin also confessed to the 3 women. These 3 are our distinguished guests. You must take good care of them. Yes. The 3 women responded quickly. Of course, these 3 women will not be the artists under Zhou Hao's, but some of the models in Ni Yongxiao's agency that are willing to take part-time jobs. Zhou Hao specially asked Ni Yongxiao to find them. Some people might say that Zhou Hao did it like a pimp, but Zhou Hao didn't care at all, because whether it was a previous life or a reincarnation today, Zhou Hao is not a stunned young man who just came out of campus, knowing that this is also a kind of public relations methods. And in this process, everyone is yours and I wish, and there is no situation of forcing a good to be a prostitute. The 3 of Vitsnov are naturally happy to enjoy these oriental beauties, and they will never pretend like that kind of polite hypocrite, but very straightforward, as soon as those beauties sit down and start to move. Zhou Hao and Dong Chunlin left with Vitsnov and them. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying to Dong Chunlin, look at them well, lest they have other tasks. If anything happens, it will trouble us. Dong Chunlin whispered, Chief, you and Putin really. Zhou Hao waved his hand, and Dong Chunlin immediately stopped talking. Zhou Hao said calmly, in essence, Putin and Soros Julian are the same people. Perhaps in his eyes, I am the same. All these relationships are due to combining interests. Everything is attributable to the 2 words interests, but the cooperative relationship maintained by common interests is much stronger than the oath of each other, and it is more reassuring. He looked at Dong Chunlin and said, you have to remember that Putin is the president of a country first, and then a person. Everything he does starts from his country and himself. This is very important. Although Dong Chunlin has worked in state institutions for many years, he has always been responsible for executing orders from superiors, and he is far from an expert in this kind of communication and gaming between the superiors. In fact, Zhou Hao is not a born politician, but he has been in the workplace for a long time, and he is used to the intrigues of the shopping malls, and many things in the shopping malls and the officialdom are the same, especially the pursuit of interest by everyone. Same. After I go back, I will take a closer look at Leonid with Ping'an. This guy is a Russian financial oligarch. The bodyguards around him must be well-trained soldiers and even retired spies. You should be careful. Even if there is something wrong, we have to push against other forces and don't let the dirty water get on ourselves. Yes, the chief, I know what to do. Dong Chunlin said respectfully. Saying goodbye to Dong Chunlin, Zhou Hao returned to the villa in mid-levels. After a few days with Zhao Yuqin, the 2 of them lived in the villa in mid-levels and lived a big family life with Wang Shijuan and Su Lin. In the past few days, Zhou Hao has been busy researching strategies to counterattack Soros and Julian with those scholars and experts. Fortunately, after returning home, these confidants were tender and considerate to him, allowing his pressure to be relieved. Relief. I heard from Zheng Yingxuan's wife, Zheng Baoijing, that Zheng Yingxuan's hair has turned white because of Hong Kong's financial and economic issues, and she can't sleep at night. And Zhou Hao didn't have this situation at all, because his only worry after he got home was which beautiful lady to spend the night with at night, or simply coaxing which two confidants into bed. After returning home, Zhou Hao saw Zhao Yuqin, Wang Shijuan, and Situ Jianying sitting on the sofa together, and Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan were all leaning in Zhao Yuqin's arms. Zhou Hao approached and listened. I found out that Zhao Yuqin was telling the two women how the mad bees and butterflies entangled her and how they were teased by her. Situ Jianying still said with sorrow, "That's right. Those men just don't know what's good or bad. They come in wave after wave, especially Shijun. She is simple and kind, and she doesn't know how to refuse." Wang Shijuan was flushed with pink cheeks when Situ Jianying said, and he muttered in a low voice, "Are you going to ask some to run away like you?" Listening to the conversation of the three women, Zhou Hao was also amused. At the same time, he admired Zhao Yuqin's communication methods. None of the confidants around Zhou Hao disliked Zhao Yuqin's capable and mature older sister. Time has passed. Since Soros and Julian and other international speculators invaded the Hong Kong stock market in general, they have attacked blue-chip stocks or red-chip state-owned enterprises such as Yuanyang Group, Ojing Chemical, Huainan Heavy Industry, etc., but also attacked Aozhua Industry and Mercer China. 3 days have passed since the concept stocks were promoted. Under Soros and the others, the stock and futures markets in Hong Kong have been hit hard, and the market is very depressed. Today is August 14, 1998, the last trading day of the week. Liang Guobang, then chairman of the Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission, came to work much earlier than usual, and several of his subordinates were already waiting in the office. Just listen to an assistant of Liang Guobang said, "Chairman Liang, the stock market has dropped to almost 6,500 points this week, which is a record low for Hong Kong in the past 5 years. The stock market in Hong Kong is very dull now, and investors or I have no choice but to guess what new lows will be made today." Yes, Chairman Liang. Yesterday, more than a dozen relatively small companies were liquidated. If this continues, our Hong Kong stock market will sooner or later collapse. Another subordinate also cried out. Obviously, he was in this time. The financial turmoil also suffered heavy losses. Liang Guobang frowned and waved his hand. "Don't talk nonsense. When you say these morale-damaging things, we must believe that Hong Kong can overcome this difficulty." After a long sigh, he sighed, "Don't worry, Hong Kong. The government will not stand idly by this situation, nor will it allow the guy Soros to ravage our stock market at will." Yes, but isn't the Hong Kong government too poor to cope with Soros? Soros and the others are dumping a lot of Hong Kong dollars in the foreign exchange market. Just dealing with this is enough for the Hong Kong government. And today's stock market is probably going to continue. If we fall again, it will be difficult for us to survive. Seeing Liang Guobang's face sinking, the subordinate hurriedly stopped. In fact, they understand that Liang Guobang, the chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, is also under great pressure. Those listed companies or securities firms that are on the verge of bankruptcy keep coming to him hoping to find a way out. But in this financial turmoil, more than 1,000 companies have been affected. 100. The amount is as high as tens of billions. And in the general downturn of the international financial market, what can Liang Guobang do? Liang Guobang was very calm in his heart, because he also participated in the counterattack plan carried out by the Fund Committee of the Hong Kong government's secret organizing committee. He was fortunate to meet the mysterious boy who was the commander of this counterattack. I still remember the first time I saw that young man and learned that he was the veritable commander in this counterattack. Liang Guobang was shocked. It is related to the entire Hong Kong economy. How could he put all his hopes on that who seemed to have only too young man in his early 10? At that time, he was about to throw the burden on Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan. He was unwilling to bear the eternal crimes unclearly after the defeat. However, after listening to the boys' combat plan and the praises of the experts from the meeting, Liang Guobang's impression of him was completely changed, and he also developed a strong confidence in this battle. The source of this confidence is it's that boy. Don't worry, those guys Soros won't be able to toss for long, Liang Guobang said, seeming to comfort his subordinates, and also seemed to be brave for himself. When Liang Guobang's subordinates were wondering why he was so confident, someone from the chief executive's office knocked on the door and came in. When Liang Guobang saw this person, he immediately showed an expression of eagerness and excitement. A big stride rushed over. Well, did the official documents from the office come down? This office worker put his glasses on his face and carefully handed over a rigorously wrapped document to Liang Guobang with a generous face. Chairman Liang, the official document has come down. Director Zeng asked me to hand it in. What you have? Liang Guobang tremblingly proceeded to take the document, eagerly opened the bag, and pulled out an official document from it, reading it almost verbatim. This official document issued by the SAR government and signed by Chief Executive Dong and Zeng Yingquan. Its content roughly. In order to defend the linked exchange rate and crack down on international speculators, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government decided to intervene in the stock market and the futures market. Here, it's finally here, Liang Guobang said with a dumb voice, ecstatic, and laughed to his subordinates. Hurry up and inform the people below, so that they will be prepared and fully cooperate with the actions of the Hong Kong government. We must fight back. Up. On the other side, Julian Robertson, who is living in a luxury villa in Hong Kong, just woke up from his sleep, put on a dressing gown, and got out of bed and walked out of the extremely spacious terrace, looking into the distance, which was illuminated by the sun, the sparkling Victoria Harbor. He took out a cigar from the bag of his nightgown and just caught it on his mouth. Someone next to him had already lit a lighter to help him light the cigar, but it was Li Jiesin. I saw that Li Jiesin was only wearing a nightdress that was as thin as nothing. The slender curves were exposed, and the slightly messy sideburns showed a bit of laziness, and it was really a bit of a charming man. Julian laughed, hey, and stretched out his big furry hand to embrace Li Jiesin. The other hand has reached her chest and kneaded vigorously. You were such a great woman yesterday. At night, my body was broken, and even the black maid in my New York home couldn't compare to the tossing you can do. It's not that you are so good that you can't move people anymore, Li Jiesin said tiredly. Mr. Julian, will the stock market fall again today? Julian smiled and said, You woman, did you buy a lot? But you did the right thing. You chose to follow us, so you can make a lot of money this time. After a pause, he continued, Don't worry, the Hong Kong stock market will definitely fall below 6,500 points today, because after we short selling the shares of Yuanyang Group, many people in the market saw this trend and followed this trend. Short selling is like a domino effect. With so many forces combined, Hong Kong stock market will not be able to fall. Seeing Li Jiesin hugging Julian intimately, he said with a pleased smile, In my life, the best choice I did is to follow Mr. Julian. Julian squeezed her face. No wonder Lu Luanhong likes you so much. You really love men. After all, Julian lifted her nightdress and pulled out the inside, and at the same time she pressed on the railing of the terrace. Li Jiesin was shocked and quickly said, Mr. Julian, yes, someone will see it. Let's go in and do it. Isn't it more exciting for someone to look at? Julian laughed lasciviously, no matter if she wanted it or not. She pushed her nightgown aside and stuck it on her ass, and then she shrugged and moved. Although Li Jiesin has been with different wealthy people, which of the men did not spoil her and love her? Where did she suffer such insults? But she was afraid of Julian's lewdness and could not resist, and she could only hold back the humiliation and try her best head, lest anyone really see the situation here. At this moment, a tall female bodyguard in a suit came to Julian, turning a blind eye to what Julian and Li Jiesin had done, and at the same time handed Julian a phone call. Mr. Soros is looking for you. Julian didn't mind the presence of the female bodyguard, and when he answered the call, he did not forget to touch the towering chest of the female bodyguard, and then smiled on the phone. George, what's the matter? What are you doing now? Soros said in a low voice on the phone. As if not aware of the strange tone of Soros, Julian said without thinking, I am busy riding a horse. Li Jiesin, who was enduring silently under him, was so angry that he fainted when he heard Julian's words, thinking that this American devil really didn't treat people as humans. At any time, you still have a leisure time to ride a horse. Soros didn't know what Julian meant by riding a horse. He thought he was really in the racecourse and fired at Julian. Did you know something happened? Now, there are rumors in the market that the Hong Kong government's exchange fund will enter the market. What are you kidding? Julian kept moving and smiled indifferently. Which little tortoise told you this nonsense, and people in the market also believe this nonsense? Do you think? The Hong Kong government is the government of mainland China, and here is a world-famous free trade port. If the Hong Kong government really intervenes in the market, it still has freedom to speak of. Doesn't this become a socialist society? Soros slowed down, but his tone became more gloomy. Do you think I would make this kind of joke with you at this time? Julian was taken aback, thinking that he was right. Soros doesn't like to make jokes, especially to people who are embarrassed, but he still can't believe it. But my people have not received the news. If there is any movement in the Hong Kong stock market and futures market, my people should have notified me long ago. I heard Soros again. The Hong Kong government has not made any real moves yet, but my people have found out that this rumor was not originally spread by a private company. The source is the Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission. Think about it yourself. If the government does not have this intention, how could the SFC spread such a rumor? And the SFC is an organization under the orders of the Hong Kong government. Will the Hong Kong government allow them to forge rumors? After listening to Soros's analysis, Julian also came back to his senses. Thinking of the clues, he also broke out in a cold sweat. Aroused by this, a chill broke out in the woman's body in the lower body. Chairman Leong, will the Hong Kong government really intervene in the market with the exchange fund? In Liang Guobang's office, his assistant asked with an anxious look. This morning, he had asked Liang Guobang how many times. On the other hand, Liang Guobang sat calmly in his chairmanship, with a very confident expression on his face, because the chief executive and the secretary of finance have already written down the papers, and he has nothing to worry about. In fact, he is also worried. No, what Liang Guobang wants most now is to see the expressions of Soros and Julian when they are attacked by the Hong Kong government. At this moment, I saw a man in a suit and leather shoes stumbled open the door and barged in. The glasses on his face were all crooked, and he shouted to Liang Guobang. Liang, Chairman Liang, the HSI. The HSI has fallen below the 6,500 warning line. Up. Liang Guobang felt nervous, and couldn't help becoming nervous, and before he had time to spread this feeling, another female secretary trot in and pushed the man aside, only to hear her look excited. Chairman, the market has entered. The Hong Kong government has entered the market. Standard Chartered, Bank of China, and other merchants and brokers are absorbing a large number of blue chips and futures regardless of price, and the HSI has begun to rise. Punch you, Grandma. Liang Guobang couldn't help saying a chaos Han foul language and stood up. His face was full of excitement. It's finally here. Let's have a good time. Keep the notice and let everyone work together. In line with the actions of the Hong Kong government, this time the group of predators must be beaten down. Okay. Several subordinates in the office shouted in unison, and the frustration of the two male subordinates was wiped out. At the same time, in a high-rise luxury office in a commercial building in Central, a group of foreigners were also very busy, including George Soros and Julian Robertson. Now they have no time to think about why the Hong Kong government has entered the market with huge amounts of money to intervene without warning. What they have to do now is to take immediate measures. Quick! Give me the empty orders of Sino-Ocean Group and Huainan Heavy Industries. Let them all. Julian's angry opponent yelled, and Soros, who was not far away, had similar expressions. People from investment banks such as J.P. Morgan, First Boston, and Merrill Lynch also stood there with their hands in their arms, and their faces were very gloomy, because the moment the Hong Kong government entered the market, their losses totaled more than 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. After finally dealing with the empty orders, George Soros and Julian Robertson were slightly relieved. When Corver, Ameda Abezuo and others saw that Soros were free, they immediately surrounded them and said in a rush, "What is going on? How can the Hong Kong government suddenly intervene in the stock market and futures? From the market? Don't say when they made this decision." Why didn't our people receive any news beforehand? You ask me, who they is going to ask. Soros also got tempered, pointing to the beating data on the large electronic screens on the wall, and said angrily, "Keep your eyes open and take a look. It's been planned for a long time. They are so heavy in one hand. They must have been preparing for a long time. Son of a itch, we are all in the FCK. They pretended to be poor in dealing with our selling of Hong Kong dollars in the foreign exchange market, but secretly conspired to fight back. Do you guys want to confuse and paralyze the Hong Kong government? Now they are all turned against the army." Yutian Abe frowned and said with a gloomy face, "But how did they see our intentions? We all entered the Hong Kong stocks and futures markets in batches. All actions were carried out so secretly. The Hong Kong government, it's impossible to find out so easily." Corver said, "What do you mean? You mean we have an inner ghost inside?" "Like Corver," Ameda, Abe said lightly. "I just wonder how our plan was seen by the Hong Kong government, and we were prepared in such a short time. After all, Hong Kong is a famous free trade port. If the government intervenes in the market, it will be under tremendous pressure, and it will probably take a lot of time to pass this resolution." Soros Deputy Christopher Akinsto said with his chin, "Could it be those Chinese who are working with us?" Julian's director of emerging markets Robert Cetron sneered, "Impossible. They have also invested a lot of money forward. How can they do such a detrimental thing?" Atkins stared at Cetron fiercely, because the two of them had been fighting openly and secretly, just like their respective masters Soros and Julian. Soros waved his hand and said, "Now that these are no longer useful, I think we must do our best to prevent Hong Kong's intervention in the stock market and futures markets. Even if they can't stop them, we must set up some obstacles for them." "That's right." Fox of Boston Bank 1 also nodded. "We can let the media vigorously criticize Hong Kong's intervention in the market. Hong Kong is a free trade port and is most nervous about freedom. The pressure of public opinion should be reduced. Make them scrupulous." Amada Abeswia said, "I can also work with other banks to pressure the Hong Kong government and try my best to force them to leave the market." Then he looked at Soros and Julian. "Then we need to act now." "Stop it." Julian he sneered. "Stop? Are you willing to stop? Yuanyang Group, Huainan Heavy Industry, and Ojing Chemical have risen here. How much will we lose? If you don't make up this money from other places, your bank's board of directors can let you go." And Soros pondered. "I always feel that the Hong Kong government can see through our plan, and there are experts who are helping them." Hearing Soros's words, Julian was also taken aback, frowning and looking at him. "You mean the guy who made the Hong Kong government immediately funded the acquisition when we first started selling Hong Kong dollars?" "I'm not sure. I don't even know if there is such a person." Soros shook his head. Anyway, I will not stop the offensive. I will now attack other red chips and blue chips. I will see how many Hong Kong government can save." Julian's bloodthirsty side is also because of the Hong Kong government this time. Market intervention was aroused. The corner of Soros's mouth also bends a curve. "I never said I would stop." Almost immediately, these hungry beasts plunged into the vortex of the battle again and confronted the Hong Kong government. In the monetary authority on the other side, a large number of traders from the Hong Kong government are also intensively fighting Soros and the others, and the commander-in-chief is Zhou Hao. Ms. Zhou, the other party has thrown out the 60,000-handed Huainan Heavy Industry again. A 30-something trader shouted loudly while tapping the keyboard without looking back. All next, Zhou Hao gave instructions almost without hesitation. The same goes for everyone else. For Huainan Heavy Industries, Yuanyang Group, and Ojing Chemical, we will buy as much as the other party puts them. We must trust their stock prices. Go up. The empty orders of the guys Soros and Julian can't be released so quickly. We have to return the stock price before they get out." At the same time, another trader put the phone around his neck and shouted to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou, the stock prices of Mercerua's concept stocks have risen by 3 yuan. The increase is still going on. The market rumors Morgan Stanley will inject capital into Mercer China to develop the Southeast Asian market, causing Mercer China's share price to continue to rise. The increase has reached as high as 300%. The so-called concept stocks are stocks with a special connotation, and this connotation is usually used to speculate stocks, such as financial stocks, real estate stocks, or asset restructuring stocks. To a large extent, concept stocks are all lies made up to make people believe lies. Concept stocks are relative to performance stocks because they do not require good performance support like blue chip stocks, but only need a certain theme or a concept that can cause heated discussion to skyrocket. Just like the market rumors of Morgan Stanley, the same will be injected into Mercer China. To get rid of this rumor, the Hong Kong government cannot really ask Morgan Stanley to clarify, because Zhou Hao knew of this financial turmoil. Morgan Stanley was one of the instigators, and the Hong Kong government asked them to clarify. They will still vague their words and even deliberately release false rumors. At that time, Mercer China's stock price will not fall but rise, and the bubble will become even bigger. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying to a female secretary beside him, "Immediately notify the creditor bank of Manhwa and ask them to request Manhwa to provide asset accounting and proof of assets and tighten their loans and debts." Yes, Mr. Zhou. This female secretary is a member of the Hong Kong Special Administrator's Office and was temporarily assigned to Zhou Hao by Chief Executive Dong. The purpose of Zhou Hao's move against Mercer China was to expose Mercer China's real assets and to let the bank tighten its debts. It was also a government coercive measure. In this way, Mercer China, its stock price will return to its actual asset value in a short period of time, which is much more effective than finding Morgan Stanley for clarification. Seeing Zhou Hao calmly commanding this counterattack, Zheng Yingquan not far away said to Qin Donghai, "The wind of the general is really the wind of the general." Ms. Zhou, 2 new concept stocks have experienced abnormal increases. The voice of the trader passed through the wide hall to Zhou Hao's ears. Ren Zhikong, the president of the monetary authority next to him, changed his face when he heard it and said anxiously, "Mr. Zhou, another new concept stock has been supported by them. What should I do?" Since Zhou Hao gave Ren Zhikong a hand before, Ren Zhikong has completely changed his view of Zhou Hao. In the past few days, he has witnessed Zhou Hao's orderly arrangement of the counterattack action plan. Now this is more tragic than the real battlefield. In many financial battles, the command is even more determined, and Ren Zhikong truly admires the 5-body cast, and he has also convincingly called Zhou Hao as Teacher Zhou, at the age of 2 rounds older than Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao looked at the data passed back by the trader and muttered, "It seems that Soros and the others are going to launch another wave of offensive." Soros and Julian kept hyping up those concept stocks, or even junk stocks that had no performance support at all. After the stock price rose, they quickly withdrew and left in the futures market at the same time. They made a fortune, but when those after the stock price of concept stocks or junk stocks fell rapidly, it was the small investors who were deceived by them that suffered the losses. This approach is actually similar to some domestic bookmakers. The biggest difference is that Soros and the others manipulated funds at tens of billions of dollars, and its scale is much larger than that of domestic small bookmakers. And if you deal with stocks that are speculated by Soros and others like Mercer China, the first thing that cannot be supported is the banking system. So this method is not a panacea. Zhou Hao thought for a while, and then decisively issued an order. Snipe them. Snipe these stocks. Press down their stock prices. But, this is a method of hurting people with this. A few dozen stocks can still operate, but when the number is large, our funds will not be able to cope. Ren Zhikong said anxiously, "Oh, it would be great if we could predict in advance that Soros and the others would hype the stock, so that we can guard against them in advance." Ren Zhikong's unintentional remarks made Zhou Hao impressed, and Zhou Hao shouted in his heart, "Yes. As long as we know in advance that Soros's gang will speculate on the stock, we can be prepared in advance and even take the set. Deal with them." This method may be difficult for others to achieve, because to achieve this goal, one way is to buy the core characters from Soros and Julian. But this is too difficult to operate. Soros and Julian's the core figure was originally a wealthy man with a wealth of tens of billions of dollars. It is not easy to buy them, and such a person is not reliable. Who can guarantee that he will not act as a double agent and will take a bite? The other method is to have the ability to predict and to be accurate to an unimaginable level, which is never possible among ordinary people. After all, whether it is film and television works or the so-called stock gods, in reality, they rely on long-term and precise. The market analysis just started to act. and sometimes, the market's movements are simply their own actions, and there is no need for prediction. However, what ordinary people cannot do is not difficult for Zhou Hao, because his intuitive accuracy rate is as high as 98%, and it is not difficult to predict Soros and his movements first. Hong Kong's financial war has developed to this point, and many things are different from Zhou Hao's previous life. Moreover, even if the situation is exactly the same as history, Soros and the others have played the ultra-short-term stocks. Zhou Hao does not know the details. The same must rely on on-the-spot response. So, after disposing of the junk stocks that had just emerged from the concept stocks, Zhou Hao left his handsome position and went to the front of the giant display board in the hall, resting his cheeks in thought. Zheng Yingquan, Chief Executive Dong, Qin Donghai, Bo Zhengnan, and others saw Zhou Hao suddenly making such a strange move. They thought that he had encountered a problem that could not be solved. They wanted to come over and ask, but they all held back because they were too early. I already know that if even Zhou Hao can't solve a problem, he can't even wipe the edges, and if I bothered Zhou Hao in the past, it would be counterproductive. In this way, high-ranking officials such as Zheng Yingquan and Bo Zhengnan stared at Zhou Hao closely, paying close attention to Zhou Hao's every move, because before he knew it, Zhou Hao had become the support in this battle. The optimist pillar of Hong Kong. The director of the Bureau of Financial Affairs, Su Shiren, whispered in Zheng Yingquan's ear, "Director Zheng, Zhou Hao, what is he doing? Soros and his offensive is getting closer. Now we are all on the defensive. Hit it under pressure." Zheng Yingquan glared at Su Shiren very severely, then rebuked his voice. "What's the hurry? Haven't you seen Xiao Hao thinking about countermeasures?" He scolded Su Shiren, but in fact, none of them was in a hurry. Suddenly, Zhou Hao's right hand snapped his fingers. Only Zheng Yingquan among the people here reacted first and quickly beckoned an assistant to run over from the other side, and then said to him, "Go over to Xiao Hao. Side, see if he has something to tell you to do. Hurry, hurry." The assistant heard Director Zheng even said 2 words, "quick," and knew the anxiety in the director's heart. He ran towards Zhou Hao in 2 steps and 3 steps, and hurriedly came behind Zhou Hao. "Ms. Zhou, what's the order?" 269, 282, 330, 623, 731. Zhou Hao said a series of numbers. "These stocks, as many stocks as there are on the market, you will immediately scan me back, and scan as many as there are. Also, in the futures market, place more orders, do as many as you have." "Yes," the assistant answered, and the pen flew in the note to record what Zhou Hao said. As for why he operated those stocks in this way, he didn't dare to ask, especially when he saw Ms. Zhou. When his eyebrows were concentrating, the pressure he felt was heavier than facing Chief Executive Dong, and he was almost out of breath. When Zhou Hao finished his instructions and waved his hand to signal the assistant to carry out his instructions, the male assistant immediately turned around and walked away. After a few steps, he realized that his back was soaked in cold sweat and couldn't help but look back. Looking at Zhou Hao's back, that invisible aura came upon his face again, making him dared not look at him quickly, and he couldn't help being shocked. He felt that Ms. Zhou is really like a decisive general in ancient times. A wave of one hand will cause thousands of people to fall to the ground. Zheng Yingquan and the others saw that the male assistant came back, and they quickly pulled him over and asked, "How about? What did Xiao Hao tell you to do?" The male assistant handed the note with those stock numbers to Zheng Yingquan and the others to watch. "Ms. Zhou asked us to scan all the stocks of these stocks on the market and make their long orders on the futures market." As the president of the monetary authority, Ren Zhikong looked at the figures and said in a puzzled way, These are concept stocks that have no performance support. There are 2 junk stocks that still have no development prospects. Teacher Zhou bought. What are they going to do? Do you want to make more of them in the futures market?" Qin Donghai and Bo Zhengnan were also very puzzled, and Ren Zhikong was puzzled for a while, then suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I see. Teacher Zhou, he is making arrangements in advance, etc." Soros hyped up these stocks. But before he finished speaking, he couldn't speak anymore, and other people understood what he wanted to say. Ren Zhikong meant that Zhou Hao had to arrange these concept stocks or junk stocks in advance. When Soros and Julian started to speculate on these stocks, they would fall into Zhou Hao's trap and in the end they would suffer heavy losses. This approach seems very reasonable and logical at once. But the most critical prerequisite for the realization of this plan is that Zhou Hao must know in advance the movements of Soros and others. But this is almost impossible, because some stocks, even Soros and Julian, may have been speculating on a temporary basis, and there are no signs for others to analyze and reason. Bo Zhengnan frowned and spoke first, and said to Ren Jikong, "We know what you mean, but the question is, how does Xiao Hao know what Soros will do next? It is too difficult to analyze this trend. I am afraid that even the most advanced mainframe computers in the world cannot analyze it." Zhang Yingquan looked at Zhou Hao, who was still looking at the display board, then gritted his teeth and handed the note back to the assistant, saying, "Go and pass on Xiao Hao's instructions and let them execute them immediately." The assistant hurriedly went, and Chief Executive Dong, Qin Donghai, and others all looked at Zhang Yingquan. After all, this order involved more than 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. If Zhou Hao made a mistake, he would lose all of it. Zhang Yingquan shrugged and smiled. "I believe in Xiao Hao, and besides following Xiao Hao's instructions, do you have any other sure ways?" Everyone was stunned and couldn't help laughing bitterly, because they really had no other good solutions. And Zhao Yuqin, who had just dealt with the trivial matters that Zhou Hao explained before, also walked over at this time. He probably understood what happened and hummed a little dissatisfied. "Isn't it more than 10 billion Hong Kong dollars if you really lose money? If it's lost, I'll just make it up for Xiao Hao. Why don't you need to worry so much?" Although she was a little bit irrational in saying this and was very angry, it also showed that she was nervous about Zhou Hao and could not allow others to question her beloved little man. Everyone's expressions immediately became a little awkward. Although Zhao Yuqin did not have any public office, her influence was something that Chief Executive Dong and Qin Bai, two deputy governors of the central bank, would not dare to underestimate. But not long after, the male assistant just ran over in a hurry. The look on his face was both excited and unbelievable. Before he came over, he panted and shouted, "Soros and others. They are really hyped. The stocks that Mr. Zhou deployed just now have all gone up. They have gone up. The increase has reached 20%. Yesterday, Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index once fell below the 6,500-point mark. At this juncture, the Hong Kong government and the exchange fund formally entered the market to intervene in the stock and futures markets. In the afternoon, Ren Jikong, president of the Monetary Authority, personally took command. Through 3 brokers, including the Bank of China, a large number of blue chips and futures were absorbed. As of the close of yesterday afternoon, the Hang Seng Index rose 564 points throughout the day, an increase of 8.47%, the second largest increase this year, with a turnover of 8.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, greatly exceeding the usual 30 to the level of 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. At the same time, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority substantially increased the interbank overnight lending rate this morning, making it impossible for hedge funds to replenish their blood through financing. According to estimates by relevant experts, the Hong Kong government used at least 4 billion Hong Kong dollars in funds yesterday. Boom! The antique porcelains worth millions of dollars were all swept on the floor, broken into pieces, and their beauty never recovered. And the person who made this kind of evil deeds that made cultural relic lovers heartbroken stood in front of the TV and stared at the news reports on the screen pantingly. An old face turned red, but this person was amazing. It is Su Jianming, the chairman of China Sword Group. The 2 assistants behind looked at Su Jianming's anger and vent, but they didn't dare to hum, because they all knew how angry their boss was at this time. Su Jianming, who originally followed Soros and planned to fish in troubled waters, also shorted the Hang Seng Index on the Hong Kong market. And because of the information provided by Lu Luanhong, he invested a large amount of money in Yuanyang Group, Mercer China, and other stocks. But now the Hang Seng Index has rebounded substantially under the intervention of the Hong Kong government. Yuanyang Group and other stocks are also moving in the opposite direction they expected. As a result, Su Jianming suffered a heavy loss this time. It is estimated that he lost 5 or 6 billion Hong Kong dollars at one time. How can this not make Su Jianming angry? If it weren't for knowing that Lu Luanhong also suffered losses, Su Jianming would have determined that Lu Luanhong was deliberately harming himself. Mr. Su, not only Yuanyang Group and Ojin Chemical, But Soros and the other stocks they operate have collapsed, and their losses are not small. One of his men dared to speak after seeing Su Jiaming's breath. Then I saw Su Jiaming lifted another Song Dynasty official kiln vase and threw it to the ground. Seeing that this tens of millions of antique artifacts were torn apart, it was especially uncomfortable. His complexion became even more strange, and he gritted his teeth, growled, "Those useless bastards, what financial crocodile, what tiger, I yuck. They are all idiots, a bunch of waste." After speaking, he kept panting, as if unable to breathe. One of his subordinates hurriedly stepped forward to help him take out the pills and fed them to him. His breathing slowly became smoother, but his face was abnormally pale. Because Zhou Hao used his secret energy to damage his kidneys, Su Jiaming's kidney failure was very serious. Although he had long found a suitable person to provide him with kidneys, it was because this was the critical period of the Hong Kong financial war, and he also a large sum of money was invested in it. So he delayed his operation until after August, and now he only relies on drugs and hemodialysis machines to control his condition. As for Su Jinsheng, he has been sent to Switzerland to undergo surgery and is still training in Switzerland. How is Jinsheng's situation? Su Jiaming took a few deep breaths before his opponent asked. Still training. One of the subordinates said, but the doctor in Switzerland said that the young master's physical condition is not very good. The kidney just transplanted has some symptoms of rejection, but these are just normal phenomena after the operation is completed. I believe it will get better after a while. Su Jiaming gritted his teeth and remembered that he and Su Jinsheng had become like this. The culprit was Zhou Hao, and his hatred for Zhou Hao could not be resolved. In particular, Su Jinsheng's external genitalia was necrosis and atrophy, and he had already undergone the removal operation, which means that Su Jinsheng is now a true eunuch. With a gloomy face, he supported his body with his hands on the table and said to his opponent, "Tell the hospital over there that Jinsheng must be healed. Also, on Soros and the others, you should also take a closer look. Let me know if anything goes wrong." On the other side of the same time, Lu Luanhong was also watching today's morning news. When he saw that the Hang Seng Index rose by more than 500 points at the close of the market yesterday, he was not as angry as Su Jiaming. Instead, he ate breakfast leisurely. It is true that he also lost a lot of money in the financial battle yesterday. The preliminary estimate may have reached 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Although it is not as good as Su Jiaming's loss, it is not a small amount. The one who had breakfast with Lu Luanhong was his right-hand man Ma Shijun. Don't see Ma Shijun also seem very calm on the surface, but in fact he was also very worried. The turbulence in the financial market yesterday made him realize again that the sea is impermanent, and it is possible in calm and calm. There was a stormy sea. Originally, the Hong Kong government's huge sum of money to enter the market was enough to surprise him. Later, Soros and his team changed the target of the operation. They changed several batches of stocks to toss, but in the end they all came back down. Earlier, Lu Luanhong said not to follow Soros and the others blindly, but to leave a way out in advance. No, yesterday's battle situation made Lu Luanhong's precautionary visionary. Otherwise he would be like Su Jiaming. The child lost 5 or 6 billion. Don't look at the total assets of Zhongjian Group as high as tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. But Su Jiaming invested in this battle with his own private funds, and they are all working capital. Those 5 to 6 billion are almost half of his net worth. Another part is the funds of China Sword Group, and if the banks and the China Securities Regulatory Commission know about it, China Sword Group will also fall into danger. I said, don't underestimate the Hong Kong government. Rabbits will bite people if they are anxious. Besides, the Zhang Yingquan gang are not good people. Lu Luanhong put a small piece of truffle into his mouth with a silver fork and smiled. Tao, it's the boss's opinion. He Hong Sun and Su Jiaming both lost a lot of money yesterday. Ma Shijun smiled. That idiot Su Jiaming has nothing to do. I never expected him to achieve anything. Lu Luanhong curled his lips and said, I hinted at him when I told him about Julian's information. Don't follow blindly, don't blindly follow him. Dead chasing, you see now he is locked up. As for He Hong Sun, he has been rolling for so many years, and he has become a good one. There is no need for us to remind him and know what to do. You see, there are also losses, but the money is nothing but a scrap to him. It won't hurt the bones. At this time, The phone on the dining table rang. After Lu Wanhong saw the number on it, his eyebrows were slightly raised, but he didn't pick it up, still eating breakfast leisurely. Ma Shijun next to him, observing his words, knew immediately that the caller must be someone Lu Wanhong valued very much, but it was inconvenient for Lu Wanhong to have himself present. At this time, you need to see Ma Shijun's self-consciousness as a subordinate. He said to Lu Wanhong, "Boss, I'll go to the toilet." Seeing Lu Wanhong nodded, he quickly got up and left the dining room. After Ma Shijun left, Lu Wanhong quickly picked up the phone with a smile on his face. "Mr. Dong, how is the situation in Hong Kong?" There was a low voice over the phone. Very good, very good," Lu Wanhong said with a flattering smile. "The Hang Seng Index has risen by more than 500 points. Yesterday, we had more than 5 billion Hong Kong dollars in revenue." The voice over there paused for a while before saying, "No one knows. Don't worry, Mr. Dong, I did it personally. I didn't borrow someone else's hand, and the money was bought and sold in batches. No one would find out." Lu Wanhong said, "That's good. You are a famous stock sniper in Asia. I hope you don't let me down." The person over there said with a very gloomy tone, "You know, if I get planted, I will definitely not. I will leave you happy and happy. If I want to deal with you, even if you hide in the end of the world, I can catch you back. Do you understand?" The muscles at the corners of Lu Wanhong's mouth twitched. Understand. Don't worry, Mr. Dong. I will never be wrong. It's good if you know it yourself. Some things don't need me to say too plainly, right?" The people over there smiled a little. "Also, after the matter in Hong Kong is over, you must immediately turn back to me. Otherwise, the central bank may find that if things break the sky, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." When Lu Wanhong heard this man talk about the outcome of the incident, not only was he not afraid, but there was also a kind of abnormal excitement. He felt that his back was cold, especially when Lu Wanhong thought that if it really fails, he might be really hidden to the ends of the world will not survive. "Okay, don't be so nervous. Take care of me and do things for me. When things are done, there will be a lot of glory and wealth waiting for you. Don't you want to enter the domestic market? I will give you the green light at that time to guarantee you the journey is unimpeded." "Thank you, Mr. Dong. Thank you, Mr. Dong." Lu Wanhong quickly thanked, because he knew that this person said to give the green light for himself, which is almost giving himself the domestic market. This is the energy of power. After restoring the call, Lu Wanhong realized that his back was covered with a layer of sweat, and he was secretly surprised. The secret way to get along with these big people is really too much pressure. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.